Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Orcs Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was dark but that was okay. Zashi had better vision in the dark to begin with. He was a Nyama, they are nocturnal and have excellent night vision. Don't get Zashi wrong, he still slept at night but it would be every other cycle. So with that in mind he was one of the few captives that was usually fed at night or had anything done to him at night. It's also normal for Nyamas to eat less than others would think, needing to eat twice a cycle, and those meals could be very small as well. If someone were to put those two meals together, it would probably add up to a normal meal for most sentients. He's heard some others complain about his yelling and screaming because they are trying to sleep when he's being taken out of his cell. They can bit him for all he cares, it crafting hurts to be the zapping target at night. The guards got bored. This seems to be one of those times as he can hear some noise coming down the hall from his cell. They seem a bit rowdier than normal as they get closer. Zashi gets ready to at least try and put up a fight. Maybe they'll underestimate him this cycle with only sending one guard in this time. He was slowly gearing up to fling himself at his door but stopped when he noticed the conversation he was hearing. Hurry up! Hurry up! I'm crafting trying over here. If someone would also carry this thing it would be easier. I'm not touching it. I heard this thing sweat salt water that can slowly destroy the covering of my skin, you know, my obvious crafting defensive mucus. Zashi was trying to think about what he was going to do but was thrown off by that remark. A species that sweats salt water? There were some that sweat to cool down and it was always made out of some liquid that carries DNA and was always colored as their blood. Those spkees also can't sweat a lot because it's kinda like bleeding out but not, their bodies reproduce this liquid quickly but it never has an abundance of it. It's like a last-ditch resort to cooling off if they are basically boiling alive, and he thinks the temperature isn't that hot. Actually it would be on the little bit of the cold side without his feathers. Anyways, Zashi has never heard of something just producing salt water, and why salt water, not just straight water? As his mind was trying his hardest to think of what creature or sapient could be thrown into a cell near him, his door opened up. Just throw it in there, it's durable enough to be tossed around a bit. At that a body was thrown into his cell, not far because how much the other complained about how heavy this one was. Then the door was promptly slammed shut. They need to stop doing that, it keeps waking up the others. Zashi tensed up as he looked over to the new arrival, he felt bad about them being thrown. Most species aren't tough enough to be thrown like that but the guards did say it was sturdier than most. Looking over he saw a giant puff of green fur? Zashi was sure it was fur but that was all that was covering it. Besides the clothes they're wearing, Zashi can't see any other coverages or even protection. It was small and lean, from what he could tell because those clothes just swallow the poor thing whole. Not much muscle but it was very off-putting to just look at them. It reminded him of a youngling that just put together random parts from different species. It had decent-sized arms, he thinks because it's slightly curled in at the moment. Their legs bent at a weird angle so Zashi hopes that it's not broken, their knees are literally bent backwards but positivity always helps. Kinda. Their feet looked odd and flat? They have 10 toes? Why so many? They also had, what he thinks is, 8 fingers but he can't be too sure with their hands curled into ball like that. That must mean that they are dexterous because only those types of species have so many fingers, he personally only had 6 altogether. When he looks closer, he can see how they are breathing so they aren't a plant tri-species because they can never be seen taking breaths like that. Zashi wishes he could see, how in the creft are they waking up? He quickly backed up and slightly hit his back on the wall. He hissed in pain when used too much force to move backwards. Even though he wanted to shut his eyes and rub his back, he didn't. Zashi watched in quiet horror as this creature started to unfold itself. They were curled up to about 1/3 of their size and that is impressive but also terrifying to think of. He watched as they slightly began to stretch out and they even moved their head enough so that he could see their face. Their features are soft and round, eyes squinted shut and face squished slightly into the ground. They looked young, their limbs slightly long but looked undeveloped, their face having a bit of fat like a fledgling would have before getting their downy feathers. Soon their eyes blinked open and oh how big and green they were, again like a small fledgling but just a darker color. Seeing how this unknown, probably young creature, maybe sentient, started to realize where they were, he wanted to let out a small coo. Zashi was able to stop himself but it didn't take much time for that young face to start quickly whipping around to try and find out where they were. He can only guess that the face they're making is one of panic and terror as they slowly start to notice how they are trapped in here, just like him. They seem to make a whining noise and that just breaks his heart, it makes him want to reach out to them but Zashi does not know how they would react to that. It helps no one that Zashi's species are well known for taking young if they feel like they are in danger, no matter what. Zashi also still doesn't know what species they are, but he feels like he should. Something about them just feels wrong? As he's looking at them, they lock eyes and both froze. Zashi tried to look away because some species see eye contact as a threat or some type of challenge, but he can't look away. Those giant green eyes absolutely captivated everything in Zashi's mind. They were just too bright, as if they were glowing in this dark room. They are glowing what seems to be a toxic green color, so bright that it must mean they are toxic themselves, and their green fur must be some type of camouflage for forest areas. It's perfect for younglings like this to blend in the best they can. Zashi sees when they finally tear their eyes away from him, even making some kind of strangled noise as it slowly backed into the corner it was close to. It seemed to regain themselves as soon as their back hit the wall when they locked eyes again. He must be making them uncomfortable with how much he's staring, but he can't help it. They are most likely a young one, and on top of looking absolutely fascinatingly familiar somehow, he really feels like he should know what this species is. Zashi slightly averts his eyes but still keeps them in his peripherals. It's a youngling, but that doesn't mean they're not dangerous. Most young are, but this one has forward-facing eyes, meaning they are a predator species. From the corner of his eyesight, he can see them curl into a tight ball and keep their own eyes trained on him. Since they have curled up to basically 1/3 of their height once again, it's like nothing else is in this cell with him again, and Zashi could have believed that thought if it wasn't for the faint breathing he can hear. That's not to mention the feeling of being watched on top of that. It feels so wrong being watched by them. He really wishes he could do something for that fledgling, but with them being so guarded and not knowing if they know common, he'll likely just get more scared, so the long road to looking as non-threatening as possible has just been picked up for the next few cycles. Azawa is sitting in his cage, and yes, it's a cage because these Hegsers are dumb as plums and think that watching him from all angles will make it harder for him to escape. Newsflash, it won't stop him from trying, and he has tried 4 times now. This cycle was going to be another normal day. He sleeps most of the day's cycle because he doesn't want to deal with the other sentients and animals in cages near him. They never give him enough food during feeding time, so he'll wake up at those times to glare at the guards and then stash the food until the night cycle comes. With Azawa's mate, being an Iyama, it was commonplace to stay up at night and eat during those times as well. He wants to keep something familiar with his mate while being separate and staying awake as long as he can, so eating at night cycles are his to keep Hegsers. Some of the guards at first thought he was plotting escapes at night, but soon remembered that they caught both him and his mate at the same time. They then left him alone, not bringing it up, and started to give his food last from everyone else in this big cage room. The cage bars are unable to be touched because of course they would electrify them. Who wouldn't want to try and fry every person that touches a glowing bar? The only reason it's electrified is because this is the dangerous zone for all of the ones that try and mostly succeeded in hurting guards plus escaping. He only ever tried to escape, and usually the cages are made for 1 to 2 sentients at a time, but enough room to move around. Why waste all this money and not just have a few big ones? That is probably because they don't want the others trying to kill their cellmates. Azawa's getting real off track with his thought process this cycle, but what else can he do? It's in the middle of the night cycle and nothing. Oh, never mind, something is happening. He can hear someone carrying something, knows someone with the way they're talking. You are such a crafting plums. Just lift the crafting thing for once, you Hegser. Idiot number 1 said. Look, I told you with the other one. I can't touch them. Idiot number 2 responded with exasperation. Oh no, it sweats salt water. It's 3 to 4 times heavier than you would think, and it's the most violent one out of the both of them. Idiot number 1 slightly yelled. Oh well, I'm oh so sorry that only me and you are walking around doing chores right now. If only we could take one of the other guards that are on patrol just to lift this thing to a cell, when it is obviously easy for you to lift. You are just crafting lazy and want to go back to sleep. Well, guess what, you blasting moron, so do I, but someone has to be with you just in case something crafting happens, you idiot. Azawa was kinda shocked that they are just casually arguing while dragging someone to a cell where they will either be killed, experimented on, or put into a fighting ring, grit, or even just to sell these poor souls to the highest bidder. It still made no sense to him, but it's not uncommon to see races that just put money above anything else, and that doesn't even touch the ones that do it because they just want to. Still made no sense. It's just how some of those dumb species are. Azawa curls himself into a ball as tight as he can without hurting himself. Being from the Arame race really helps with that. What with Arame being extremely stealth-based and folding oneself helps a lot, so a lot of stealth races can do it, but not as well as some others. Azawa glares at the spot in his cage that can de-electrify and open up with a newfound hate. He doesn't mind the others in the cage room because they're in their own cage, but Azawa hates sharing his space. Being a territorial race does not help this hate at all. He swivels his ears so he can try and hear them better. They must still be a little bit away because no one else is really reacting. Well, most of everyone else is asleep or getting close to passing out. Azawa must stay awake, he has to. He waits as the arguing gets closer and closer, louder and louder, more annoying by the circs because that other guard should just help him because it will get the work done faster at this point. Azawa is very glad that he is already accustomed to the dark. Arames can see in the dark but not as good as a Niyama. It's still not a skill others should scoff at. He's proud that he gets so much practice with this certain skill because of Zashi. He really wishes they were put together, but no, he had to be difficult and try to escape too many times. After what felt like way too long, they finally make it to his cell. Azawa glares at them, bringing in another poor soul into this Schwitzerr. How many have they done this to? He watches as they have what appears to be a bag. What species is it? He has no clue. He can tell there is some kind of body in it, but it's too hard to tell what it is. He hopes it's a sentient. Azawa just watches as they open his cage. If this was a good time, he would use his claws to cut these dumb hangars down so he could escape. If it was a good time, but Azawa still doesn't know where Zashi is being held. Doing something like that now would be a death sentence. It seemed they finally stopped yelling at each other, probably trying to restrict the information they might let slip in front of him. Both of them looked at each other for a second, having some weird silent conversation, then did the universal signal of agreement. They both rolled their eyes. Lucky crefters. Zashi can't do that with him. In quick succession, one turns off the electricity, opens the cage, as the other throws the body bag as hard as they can. And when Azawa said as hard as they can, this is a being getting tossed so hard they hit the back of the cell. He hopes that didn't electrify whatever or whoever was in the bag. Then as soon as whatever is in the bag left the guard's arms, the cage closes and the electricity gets turned back on. These plumes must have been working with each other for a long time to have that much coordination together. It went too fast to try and stop it from happening. They must be severely hurt or even dead with that hit against the bars like that. The back bars were still electrified too, so that just added more damage to them, or he's pretty sure it should have. Azawa wanted to keep glaring at the guards as they walked away, but he couldn't. This, whatever it is, must have needed help. He quickly slides his eyes back and forth between the guards and bag, but picks the bag in the end. Azawa slowly makes his way over to the bag and hears some chuckling from the guards at that cage door. He doesn't care about them right now. Someone needs help. They need help. It needs help. It doesn't matter what it is. This thing needs help, and that is all that matters. He's getting closer to the bag when he finally notices it's moving a little bit. If only his night vision was as good as Zashi's, then maybe he could tell more of what's happening from a distance. He tries to get a little closer again but stops at the sound that was made. It sounded like a growl and a huff of air put together. Might be from the pain, might be because it realized it's stuck in the bag, might be trying to tell him to back up. Whatever it is can't see him, so it shouldn't end up as badly. He'll just be even more careful than normal. Moving as slowly as he can, Azawa gets right by the DMN bag. It's moving a bit more and making more noise too, but he has deducted that it must be waking up or it's hurt. He stares at whatever this thing is, and he really doesn't care if they would find that offensive. They won't know anyway. He quickly runs through different scenarios in his head and decides that whatever this is, it would be more upset if it was still stuck in this bag. Better to make sure it can get out. Azawa was about to raise his claws to cut through the weak to him bag, but jumped back as the bag started thrashing back in force. Creft. He wasn't fast enough to help them out, but his safety has to be first. It's only logical because this thing could be deadly. Azawa's eyes zero in on the bag as he escapes back to his first clammed corner. If only Zashi was here. He can clearly hear the distress and anger in the noises it's making. It's loud. He pulls his ears back on instinct and covers them with his paws for a good measure. Azawa is amazed by how much it's thrashing around in that thing. It's getting really good distance with how it's moving. Going back and forth with how violent and fast its movement is. He gets on edge as soon as it seems to expand its limbs as far as it can, probably trying to figure out how to get out or trying to rip it apart. It's quite besides the huffing breaths he can hear from the bag, breathing deep and heavy. Azawa watches to see what it might do. Is it strong? Can it cut? Is it only getting more space? Maybe it's finally releasing its stuck and will ask FO, why is it gripping where the knot is? What is it trying to do? He watches as the top of the bag that is tied off gets pulled into itself a little bit. It's confusing trying to figure out what this thing is doing. Why and for what reason is it pulling the knot into the side of the bag? Does it think it can somehow bring the knot into the inside of the bag or something? If it somehow, by a sheer miracle, gets it through to the inside of the bag, what would it do then? It just doesn't seem all that logical to H. What? Azawa watched in silent horror as the, now untied, knot fell to the ground and the top of the bag opened up. He waits in bated breath at when it will leave the bag. He has never known any sentient race that can do that, and the only ones that maybe could would have many fingers. His eyes track the hand. Slowly excite the bag first, 5 digits on one hand, but the other could have a different number. It has no claws and it looks to just be plain flesh, no fur, no type of armor, nothing. Its pale hand reaches around a little as the opening of the bag opens to probably let the other see better. All of Azawa's fur stands on end as another hand leaves the bag, and it's painfully slow. So very slowly leaves the bag as a whole. He is frozen and he doesn't know what to do. What would any other sentient do in these types of situations? A head full of light blue fur, long enough to cover most of its face, and long scraggly arms and legs. It's long and looks weak, but never believe how it looks. Azawa watches as he tries his best to stay quiet, trying not to die because he wants to see Zashi one more time. He just wants to see his mate one last time before he gets mangled by this Tauro Alphanunu Omicron. One of the few most feared and one of the most dangerous species out there. They can get hurt easily, bleed quickly, run out of air quickly, can't swim, bruise so very fast, but they keep going though that, they adapt scarily fast, and the worst of it all. These beasts know how to hurt so well for the sheer fact that the universe has seen them kill, maim, disfigure and torture their own. Other species have used to do this to different tribes or offshoots of their own kind, but it has been seen and documented, a Tauro Alphanunu Omicron mother has done these things to its own child. Its own flesh and blood didn't even get spared. A youngling. And now Azawa is trapped with one. Azawa is not one to pray to any type of god because with so many races out there, so many different types of beings with millions of religions. All of them don't argue if one is right, they just respectfully leave each other alone, and Azawa thinks that's such a logical and perfect idea. No one will get into fights as easily that way, and Azawa has seen so many religions with his line of work. Grit, he's seen one that was based around blood, death, and decay because they ate decaying organic life. So Azawa doesn't really believe in a higher power because it's illogical to think there is, but here he is. Praying. He is praying to anything and everything that could exist. Azawa is holding his breath, shaking with terror, trying with all his might to think of every different way to pray. Nothing too important is coming to mind, but one thing stands out. Most different religions believe that the divine exists above, so Azawa tilts his head slightly upward and prays the best he can. It's more like panicked wishing than anything, but it's better than nothing. He's wishing for a miracle, not even a miracle, just enough time to see Zashi again. Azawa could still see the human in his line of sight while he sent multiple different prayers to any deity that he could remember at the moment. He saw as it rubbed its face a little, and then it looked back down to the bag it just somehow got out of. Which again it should have been impossible to get out of without help. It's not standing up to its full height, still on its knees, which look a little weird because its foot is so far from them and its feet are weirdly flat. Azawa puts away the multiple questions about how it looks and just tries to focus on the things that it has to help it kill him quicker. It has long arms, this will make it extremely easy to reach him with those things. The creature also has 10 fingers altogether, no claws thankfully. When it grabs onto him it won't let go easily. He can see it happening in his head, the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron just grabbing onto his limbs, and he can see himself trying with all his might to pry them off, but to no avail. Azawa gulps a little at the thought but tries to focus back on anything else that would be dangerous to him, but it just looks harmless. That can't be further from the truth with all the reports on how they attacked other sentients when discovered, but also the handful of other reports with the rare sightings. The Deathworlder is still on its knees not really doing anything. Azawa is kinda glad his race are a bunch of ambush predators, because if not he probably would have been noticed by now. Its legs are kinda like his mate's, Zashi, but the knees are facing the wrong way, so he's going to hope that means they are broken or something. Suddenly the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron starts to move more until it's finally standing on its lengthy legs. It must be very fast and can gain distance fairly quickly. That means that Azawa can't get away. He watches as it looks at the bars that are lightly humming with electricity. It's focused on that while it stretches out its body a little bit, putting its arms above its head and using the other one to lightly pull on the other. Well, Azawa thought it was lightly pulling on its arm until he heard a loud popping sound. His eyes flew wide. Had the Deathworlder just broken its arm? Did it just damage itself in some way? For what? For getting caught? Was it punishing itself in some way? That couldn't be true though, because that arm that just popped was still moving. Azawa has heard that they have accelerated healing, and it's not an uncommon trait to have, but the ones that hold those traits are prey species. This is also not glossing over the fact that if the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron did just break its arm, it shouldn't be able to more it no matter how fast its healing is. This must mean that it should only be hurting itself but not breaking itself. Azawa watches in disgusted horror as the Deathworlder just pops all its fingers, arms, legs, back, and even its crefting jaw. It pops its jaw like it's nothing. Calm down. Calm down, Azawa. He needs to focus on the deadly creature in front of you. It seems to still be examining the bars around us, so that's good. It's distract. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Stop. Don't do that. He held out a hand toward the creature as it quickly spun around to lock him into a glare. Its eyes are blown wide, he can see so much of its scara, so that must mean it's not happy about the fact he yelled at it. Azawa stopped and tried to keep eye contact with it, its chest rising and falling at a rapid rate. It must have really not noticed Azawa at all for that heavy of a reaction. It needs to work on its situational awareness. While both of them kept their eyes on each other, both made no move to get closer. Azawa can somewhat hear something akin to a low growl coming from it. He can feel all of his fur stand on end as the Deathworlder's eyes roam his body. Azawa tries to make himself look as unthreatening as possible, a relaxed but small posture, ears pulled back and teeth hidden, even though he wants to have them on full display in front of this terrifying creature. He wants to so bad, to try and look like he can't be hurt and look strong so that maybe the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron will back down and not want to get hurt while it's captured. Its eyes have not left him at all, and after what feels like an eternity, the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron finally relaxes its shoulders. It's not much at all. The Deathworlder is still very tense and looks ready to try and rip Azawa's head off at any minute, but it's calmed down barely a smidge, and that should be enough. The bars are electrified. He can try and tell it. Azawa can try his hardest because he doesn't want to deal with an enraged Tauro Alphanunu Omicron trapped in the same space as him. The dumb thing was looking at the bars and tried to touch them. He really doesn't know why it would try. Bars, the bars, they hurt, bars hurt. He says it slowly to try and get his words across. It's like talking to a youngling. Azawa slowly, oh so painfully slow, puts his hand down. The whole time his eyes never leave the beast, but it seems like it's more confused, maybe confused he can't tell what it's thinking, about the word he spoke. He was already close to his side of the cage bars and started to lift his hand to them. The Deathworlder tenses with Azawa's excessive amount of movement, which is far. If the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron was moving more, he would be on edge as well. The creature kept its eyes locked onto him, its body is scarily still, and Azawa doesn't know if that means it'll attack or not. He really hates not knowing this thing's calling card for any emotion or action it can do. Azawa feels his hand ghost over the bars, and he feels the closeness of the electricity, so close to being immobilized and left for this Deathworlder to do whatever it pleases with his body. He isn't getting any closer to it though, because as soon as he ghosts his hand close enough that it looks like he touched the bar, Azawa whips his hand close to body. He then lets out a quite pain-filled yell and finishes it off with some jerky movements, trying to act out the best he can of what it looks like to be electrocuted. Hoping this thing is that intelligent to understand what he's trying to say, because there is evidence of their cleverness but never tested. Azawa then slumps over to the ground but keeps the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron in his line of sight, and his body is still extremely tense. He was able to see the face of the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron contort and scrunch up in many amazing different ways. Azawa didn't think that a Deathworlder would have so many muscles in their face, seeing it would be useless in fighting or hunting. Maybe it's like a form of quiet speech for them, like how Aramays use their scarf and how they move or placed it. It then looked back to the bars, then to him and back to the bars, with its head whipping back and forth. Then it backed away from the bars, keeping its eyes trained on them so it can back into a corner safely. Azawa is just slumped on the ground, able to get up quickly if needed, and watching as the Deathworlder settles into a corner to relax. He can see it's still very tense, but it's sitting down and not ripping out his throat, so that's a win for him. Azawa honestly doesn't know what's going on. He should be dead, he should be a bloody corpse on the cage floor, but he's not. It doesn't move or make any noises, but he's glad it understood him. Now he doesn't have to worry about a set off and hurt Tauro Alphanunu Omicron on his hands. Azawa is slowly getting more and more tired after the whole brush with death, but he can't fall asleep. He has something in his cell that can kill him faster than he could even understand what's happening. He is somehow still alive and he's very happy for that, but that doesn't excuse the fact that he should be dead. It could be saving him to eat for later, or maybe it thinks it's indebted to him because he helped make sure it didn't get hurt. Azawa doesn't know or want to know, but after finally seeing the Deathworlder fall asleep, his eyes get too heavy to stay open. He soon follows the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron steps and is out like a light. The only thing that he dreams of is seeing Zashi again. Even if he knows Nyamas can't dream, Azawa will dream for the both of them. It was a fun night, it couldn't get any better than this. Tomira was playing at one of his concerts, remixing some songs and playing some originals. The crowd loves it and wants more, but it's already been around 4 hours out here. He was given a crowd of a little more than 5,000, and that was more than he would ever have thought he could get at one time. Take that, old man. They were winding down for the night, but Tomira still felt like he had electricity running through his veins. He says goodbye to all of his fans, they were his fans. Tomira was left with getting all of his equipment off stage. Some of the things would go into the van he borrowed, his 2 laptops will go into his big as F backpack. With the laptops are some wires, small speakers, and a few stragglers of whatever is left. The crowd that filled the stands are almost gone now and everything is finally calming down. Tomira was able to move basically everything to the back so he can finally get out of his outfit. He didn't need this mask anymore or any of the face paint. He walked to the dressing room they so kindly let him use for the night and got off the hot and sweaty clothes. Tomira took off the mask and saw the face paint that he always wears to show, whipping as much as he could off in the moment. After getting most of the paint off he lifted his head to see the face of Tenko and he took a deep breath. No more with the anger, violent, and deranged Tomira Shigaraki that is always on stage, helping him hide his nerves. Now it's just Tenko Shimura, the slightly anxious, clumsy, and vengeful brat he is. Tenko knows he's a brat too. He's not gonna ignore how he acts most of the time because if he could he would find a way to F with that old bastard 24, yes. I only now just learned how to this. Also I drew this not even with a mouse but my laptop's touchpad mouse. It honestly came out kinda okay. Tenko put on another shirt and he's glad he also brought another pair of pants because God it's hot and he needs lighter pants. When he went back to trying to clean his face, he heard a bang on his door. Ten open the door. A soft smile graced his face as he turned around to open the door for his half-brother. When it finally opens he is met with an upset Izuku. I was asleep for 5 hours and you're still not done here. Hey don't look at me like that. I told you if you wanted to come you could, not my fault your little 10-year-old body can't handle staying up this late. He quickly moved to the side to avoid the slap that was aimed at his junk. Oh so sorry, too slow. He snickers at the glare Izuku sent his way. If his brother wanted to hit him then he just needed to get faster. Move beach I'm coming in. Tenko was already out of the way but he decided to head back to the sink and mirror that had the things to clean his face. He went back to work at getting the face paint off while his brother snooped around, probably to mess with the mask he has. Why do you have to wear this freaky hand mask all the time? I don't even have to mention the face paint because I can get trying to hide your face better but come on. The mask is a bit overkill. He looked over to his left to see his brother wearing the mask that is basically always present on his face. He looked a bit weird but still the cute little brother he knows. Tenko quickly gets the last bit of face paint off then starts to dry his face. He looked over to his brother still wearing it but now sitting down by the bathroom door. You know how paranoid I can get. It's just to calm down my nerves, you annoyance. He walks by Izuku and heads straight to his bag and makes sure they have everything ready to leave. Hearing his brother move some things here and there while he makes sure everything is ready fills his heart with some light joy. It's good for the kid to relax after spending the whole week with Inko's new boyfriend. That woman really needs to learn to keep that sheet away from his brother. If he could, he would take Izuku under his roof but what can you do? Tenko slid the backpack on and stood by the door. You know the deal Izuku. You can come and cuss all you want but you need to help me pack up like how you helped me unpack earlier. He hears a loud whine but he ignores it and starts walking out the door towards the carts holding his stuff. Why didn't you ask one of your weird gang friends to help you or why not the murder person you know? He hummed a bit but ignored everything else that spilled out of his mouth. Just because Tenko has weirdly violent friends does not make them gang members or murderers but Izuku wouldn't acknowledge that. He starts to push the cart down the hallway while Lil Izu picks up the rest of the bags. Izuku while carrying the bags back to the van did what any normal little brother did, complaining and whining about having to do work the whole way. They were able to pack up fairly quickly but it would have gone faster if they did have help from some more people. After they were done packing the van, Izuku laid flat on the ground while he sat in the passenger seat catching his breath. After a show then having to move heavy things around it fing tiring as hell. They both spent a few minutes catching their breath before Tenko once again checked if he had everything. He left one of his important cables behind one time and lost $200 something to replace it. After making sure everything was okay and in order, they got in the van and started it up. It won't start. Tenko groaned as he laid his head on the steering wheel. The stupid thing was okay earlier today but yesterday was touch and go and it decided to do it once again tonight. Your friend's van is shit. I know. You're gonna have to try and see what's wrong. Tenko lifted his head up to stare incredulously at his little brother. Do you want this thing to blow up on top of not starting? He kept watching as Izuku put a hand up to his chin as if to show himself thinking. After what took too long of acting like he was actually thinking of that awful outcome, he finally looked Tenko dead in the eyes with a deadpan expression. No, I would like to live, thank you. With his answer, Tenko started to unbuckle and get out. Where are you going? You know I was serious about not wanting to die, right? That got a snort out of him as he continues on to the back of the van so he can open the doors. The big bag was the first thing he saw and he quickly swung it back onto his back and locked it into place. He really didn't want someone trying to rip it off of him but also who would try to steal it in the first place. Tenko? What are you doing? He looked up to see his brother by the right side of the van just looking at him in confusion, and it will soon turn to hate. I'm getting ready to walk home, call my friend to tell him that the van won't start and is still at the venue I left it at. If that lazy F wanted to keep the hunk of junk and let people use it randomly, then he can call in to fix it, or hell, he can fix it himself. Izuku groaned as he started to grab all his stuff in the front seat. He had those drawstring bags that were full of his things. Tenko looked down to his brother and checked the time. It's about 12:34 and it would be about an hour or so driving back to that old sketchy house I got for cheap. He gave Izuku a big smile that he knew for a fact would annoy him. Ready to start walking. At that, Izuku kicked the back of leg and Tenko almost went sprawling into the ground but caught himself. Yes, I'm ready to go, you gay F dash. Why couldn't you be born a girl and a handy lesbian, then the car would be fixed. Izuku sent over an icy glare as he started to walk out of the parking lot. Instead, I have a gay disaster of a brother that would rather have a sugar daddy and make music all day long. Tenko was able to quickly catch up but his face had a light dusting of pink. Don't insult my taste in men. If I was able to get a rich man or get rich, you don't gotta worry about college. The glare finally stopped and a thoughtful look spread across Izuku's while he looked up trying to see the stars. He let him sit in the thought while they walked through the light part of the city. After what was probably 5 minutes but felt like 20, Izu finally spoke up again. Would that mean I would be getting D money? This caused Tenko to burst out laughing at the thought of dollar bills with elegant D drawings printed on them. Izuku at one point started to laugh as well. They were able to walk and talk for a long time, slowly making their way more into the rural part away from all the bright city lights. It was taking forever to walk home, but that was expected, with it normally being an hour drive. Tenko can guess it would be like a 2-hour or so walk. He really wished he had a bike or something else to at least speed things up a bit. Are we almost there, That's not to mention the fact Izuku was complaining after his legs started to get tired. Why did you have to buy that old creepy place out in the middle of nowhere, Tenko? It's so fairer. Tenko felt Izuku slump against his side but kept walking. He wanted to actually sleep tonight, thank you. He couldn't leave his brother behind though, so they had to go even slower at one point. He sighed as they continued walking in the dark. He's lucky he brought flashlights and some reflective stuff for his backpack so people can see them walking on the side of the road. I bought it because it was dirt cheap. I know the other question you're going to ask, and it's cheap because there were some murders that happened on the property plus some supposed hauntings. Both of those facts just tanked that price of the place, so it was like a level 5 boss when I was already on level 15 Izu. It was literally like taking candy from a baby. Izuku's response to the answer was just some more groaning and whining about how far it is away from everything else. It's not that far, Izuku. It just feels like it's far because we are walking. If he had a car we could probably be home and in bed by now. Tenko grumbled the last part under his breath as they kept walking until they took the next left turn on the road. He noticed where they were and that if they cut through the woods to the right they could get home faster. There was no mountain lions or bears in this area, another reason Tenko got that place besides not having to bother with neighbors. He lightly shoved Izuku off his side and stopped walking so he could turn and fully face his lil Izu. He still looked exhausted from putting up with Inko and her new boy thing. He felt some warm rage building under his skin. If they are somehow making Izuku get less sleep, he's going to march down there and slap her in the face. Her stupid boyfriend is gonna get a nice kick in the ball too. Izuku, do you want to take a shortcut? This seemed to get some energy back into the small preteen as he looked Tenko expectantly. All we have to do is cut through the woods. Automatically Izuku looked back down the road they were walking on and kept going. This got Tenko laughing a bit as he tried to catch up to his brother. Wait, let me finish. No, Tenko, we both know I am the voice of reason for both of us and you know the answer is no. Izuku just kept marching down the road like Tenko didn't even mention the forest. This just made the grown-up, 18-year-old, laugh harder at his antics. Wait a fing second. He was able to quickly catch up to his little brother and held him by the shoulders and turned him to face him. I wasn't done, numbnuts. After waiting a beat or two to see if Izuku would start walking away again, he started explaining. As I was saying, we can cut through the woods. There are no dangerous animals in there, and if there are, I have a bat and a flare just in case something happens. I have walked through the woods many times to walk somewhere faster when I didn't have a ride or car, so I know where we are going. I even marked what little path I made so it's easy to see at night cause reflective materials. Tenko waved the flashlight around to emphasize that statement. Plus we would get home faster, meaning faster to wash up and eat a warm meal and sle-ta. Okay, we can go through the woods. Tenko let out a little cheer at the fact he was able to weight down his brother's decision, home faster yay. But if we die or some shit, I'm blaming you for it, you asswipe. At that both of them started to make their way through the woods. The path Tenko made from previous ventures is easy to follow and find, so it shouldn't take as long as going the other way. The woods weren't thick and that made it easier to walk around without tripping on a root or something, but they still watched where they were stepping. Don't want to intrude on a fox den or something like that. They were walking and everything was fine until Izuku tugged a bit on his sleeve. Tenko turned to look at his brother but wasn't expecting to see confusion clearly writing all over his features. Izuku-Tenko. What is that? His brother was never one to be quiet around him, and it quickly started to make him worry about the way he whispered that question like someone would be able to hear them out here. He whipped his head around to look where Izuku was pointing, but what he saw was shocking and Tenko started to think someone put something in his food. In the sky was this thing. It looked like a spot in the sky was too hot as it was wavy and he could feel some heat come off on it. It was about the size of a small bus, but the heat wave spot in the sky was just floating in the air at the top of the tree lines. It's like something was trying to cloak itself or something. The light from the moon slightly shimmered off the weird thing in the sky. I don't know, Izuku. The weirdly shaped shiny? Reflective? Heat wave? Type thing slowly started to lower into the woods more as both of them just gawked at it. Tenko was quick about putting himself in front of his brother, so make sure whatever this thing is would have to go through him first. It lowered itself down until it was about eye level with the boys. Tenko could feel Izuku gripping onto the back of his sleeve as he poked his head out from behind him. He wanted to slap his sometimes stupid brother on the back of the head for that move but was stopped by the thing in front of them. It suddenly produced a bright light that flashed in their face, slightly blinding Tenko as he put his arm over his eyes. He felt Izuku quickly hide behind him again. Good. Suddenly the light started to move around, but the weird thing stayed in place. Everything in Tenko's head was running too fast. Screaming at him to move, run, flee, get away from that thing. But he couldn't, he was stuck just watching as the light slowly started to go around the both of them. Like it was trying to assess both of them, see what they look like and pick them apart. A sharp tug from Izuku got him back into reality as he looked down at the small boy looking scared out of his mind. Tenko can understand the feeling too much, but he has to be strong for him. Suddenly another light appeared and also started to circling them, like a vulture circling in the sky for its soon-to-be dead prey. Tenko. Izuku said, but barely audible for him to hear, but he slightly pushed for him to move farther from him. If only he didn't clip his bag together. If he tried to take it off it would take too long to get off. One thing he's happy for is the easy-to-reach bat on the side of it. His hand ghosted it while he started to angle himself to wait for one of the lights to run by it. Izuku, as soon as I hit one of those light things. Run, got it. I'll be right behind you, but you know for a fact I can't go as fast with the big pack I'm carrying right now. He heard a slight whine from his baby brother, but he ignored it as he lightly pushed Izuku in the direction he would need to run. The lights just continued to circle them while the weird heat wave thing was slowly getting closer. Tenko could feel his heartbeat in his throat as he was trying his best to get into the best bashing position, then being able to go into a sprint after that. As soon as the light was going to go into the range of what the bat could, Tenko tugged it out and swung at it with all his might. A large snarl spread on his face while bringing the bat down as hard as he could, but it honestly felt like he just bashed in a rock. Luckily the bat is made of metal and only has a dent in it, but now isn't the time to think about that as he pushes his brother to go. Ryunin. Tenko also started to run, but he was obviously slower, so while running past the now dying light, he did a quick second hit on it hoping it would somehow slow, whatever this thing was, down. He could hear blood rushing in his ears as he ran a little bit behind Izuku. He could see him slowly getting farther than him. Another thing Tenko could feel was the vibrating in the air from behind him. It started as a slow rumble as soon as he hit that weird light, but now it's like a violent vibration on his back urging him to run faster. It felt like he only ran a few steps before he noticed how much farther Izuku was than him, and he can tell the thing is quickly gaining on him. Tenko knew that he couldn't outrun this thing, and trying to get off the bag would slow him down enough to be caught, so he could do something better than let this thing catch both of them. While running, Tenko hardened his nerves as he swiveled around and yelled as loud as he could and started to run toward the thing. 10 dash. He thinks that he can hear Izuku screaming his name, but he can't tell because of the all-consuming vibrating he's hearing. It feels like his whole body is being violently shaken in every direction. It hurts. It hurts so much, but he can't do anything else. They would have caught him at one point, then Izuku after that. He might as well give his brother more time to run. Also, if he's lucky, he'll damage this stupid fing thing and make it harder to get his baby brother. Tenko has a nasty snarl on his face as he runs up to the weird wavy hot air spot. Before he could think it's already in front of him, but he was already waiting to hit this thing. Bat was already swung back in preparation. Tenko's not known for his strength, but he is fast as F, and everyone knows that for a fact. He swings the bat with everything he has. Either this weird fling thing was too slow or he was going too fast, but that doesn't matter because he hit it. Tenko thinks he's screaming, but he can't hear anything but the vibrating noise all around him plus the hot air that is making him sweat. The thing moved a bit to the side from the hit, but not much, so Tenko does the logical thing and swings at it again. He brings the bat in a sweeping motion to try and keep as much power from the first hit as possible. He was able to hit it again, and for the second time it moved a bit, but he thinks it moved a bit more than last time. This gives Tenko some hope as he does that same hit again and again and again. It was kinda like he was hitting a whole giant person at this point, from the heat, but it must come to an end because he finally noticed it. This thing was taking the hits as it slowly crept a weird wire thing around his leg. When Tenko looked down quickly to see how much was on his legs, the wire tightened and he was soon spread out on the ground with a heavy thud. With how fast it happened, the wind was knocked out of Tenko and he started to cough, bat still in hand and blinding lights now over him. One was out but flickering at random. The sound around him started to come back, but all too quickly, and it threw him off. Okay, leave Tenko alone, you piece of wavy sheet. Tenko tried to look to where he thinks he heard Izuku's voice, but he's still coughing up a storm. The wire is squeezing on him. When did it get around his chest? He hears a loud yelp and a loud crack, and that spurred him to move again, even if it's just crawling into the direction of the sound so he can face it. He finally got his breath back and he was able to see what happened. Izuku came back even though he told him to run. Izuku was standing there with his arms wrapped in wire and a broken branch snapped in half on the ground. He could see the fear on Izuku's face as he tried to yank his arms out of the wire, but it was like his front arms were frozen in place. Tenko is filled with rage because the wire is so tight that Izuku can't even bend his arms that are wrapped together. Is that blood? Leave him alone. He tried to move again, but the wire around him tightened again. Tenko wheezes out the air he was able to get back as the wire wrapped around his chest painfully grew tighter and tighter. It was like it was trying to squeeze him death. It's getting harder to breathe and he can hear Izuku yelling at him, but it's getting dark. Soon the yelling left as the only thing he can hear now is the tightening twing sound of the wires and the sound of blood being cut off. Sooner than he would like it, his vision goes black and he can no longer stay awake. He just wanted to get home faster so Izuku could sleep for school tomorrow. He wanted to see his brother, but is he going to die now? I don't want Izuku to die. Izuku was on a cold floor. That was the first thing he noticed. His back felt a little stiff and he was starting to hate himself because that means he must have passed out on the floor instead of his bed. He could feel the side of his face on the cold bedroom floor, but that's not important because he feels so stiff right now. Izuku began to stretch out a bit, but he didn't get any satisfying pops that would absolutely help this tight feeling in his limbs at the moment. He should probably get up. He doesn't want to be sore for the rest of the day and he still has to go to school. Wait, what time is it? He didn't wake up by an alarm. Slowly blinking and trying to wake up a little bit more, Izuku looked around. His room. Where was the heat wave thing? Everything crashed onto his members like a brick through glass and he quickly started to whip his head around. He was surrounded by metal walls. It was too dark to see the color of them, but he thinks there is some type of brown. Thanks to what little light there is from the doors, bar window, bars. Cell bars. They put him a fling cell like a DMN criminal. He can't even see an indentation in the door to show that it can be opened at all. He looked at it for a little until he noticed there was a low huff of breath from the right of him. This caused Izuku to look around himself and see the bird thing alien. It has two tufts on the top of its head, like a horned owl would have, and it was looking at him. A quiet whine was able to make it out of Izuku's constricted throat and he wished he was able to stop it because now it was looking into his eyes. It was looking at him, 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 it was looking at him. Its eyes were 4 eyes, were glowing so bright in the dark and staring straight into his soul. He was so scared. What was he supposed to do when looking into an alien's eyes for long periods of time? Izuku wanted to look away, but fear was making him stay in place while he was forced to have his eyes bore into the glowing radioactive yellow eyes. Izuku could feel his eyes start to sting as he wished and begged in the back of his mind for this thing to just look away from him. Izuku could feel as its eyes wash over him and it feels like he's being picked apart piece by piece, stripping everything he is down to his bare minimum. He can feel his face contort into a deep frown, but he just can't look away. What if this thing attacks me? What if it will leap at him and shred him to pieces with those claws? He saw a glint from the stray light. From the door. Izuku didn't want to die. He was running to save Tenko and then his arms got caught. thinking about it his arms really hurt right now. Then his brother passed out and he quickly followed after. Now he's here trying not to blink but he needs to look away. I guess that's it. I'm sorry Tenko, Dad. I failed you and I couldn't even live long enough in space to say goodbye. Painfully Izuku ripped his eyes from the bird in front of him and he muffled a scream that was threatening to break out off his chest. He screwed his eyes as tight as he could, pointing his head to the ground and hoped that it would just make it quick. Izuku then tried his best to shuffle backwards, getting as much distance away from this thing so that maybe he would have a chance at dodging it. After he shuffled back he hit a wall and this startled him to look back up and once again lock eyes with the alien in the room. It felt as if his soul was leaving his body and he was drowning in those radioactive yellow eyes again. Since he was able to tell that he literally backed himself into a corner, he brought his limbs as close as he could to himself. He slowly started to hug his legs tightly to his chest and kept his eyes on the only thing in the room he could see clearly even if he wished he couldn't. Izuku hopes that it will sto, it looks away. It was hard to see what it was actually doing but he could tell that it was no longer looking at him. Does that mean that the thing won't attack him? He doesn't trust that one bit. He can feel himself take bigger breaths than before but he's not gasping for breath, just a little less tense. Izuku tightens himself into a ball and lays his head on his knees. He wants Tenko. Is he even Al? No, his brother is fine because it was Big Brother 10. He swallowed some saliva that was in his mouth and only now noticed that his throat feels dry and tongue feels like dirt. Izuku can still feel tears threatening to fall down his face but he can't cry. He doesn't know if they will even give him food or water. He's honestly being more calm than he should be right now. It must because it was such a shock that it just hasn't set in yet. While watching the yellow glow that was made by the bird thing's eyes, he let his mind wander a bit. He couldn't quite see the cell right now. The room was small but that's okay because Izuku already has practice at being quiet and small. He was stolen, taken, kidnapped by some weird spaceship that looked like heat waves. It must have been trying to be invisible and Tenko beat it with a metal bat. Izuku couldn't see if it did any damage but after Tenko was taken down he made it his business. He grabbed the biggest tree branch he could pick up and swung at the dumb ship. That caused him to also be caught. Tenko passed out from most likely lack of oxygen, and then he passed out from something pricking his neck. He wasn't even able to make sure they don't strangle his brother to death but if they kept him then Tenko must still be here. Now. Where he is. Trapped in a cell, practically like a caged animal, with an alien in the same room that could kill him at any moment. Izuku tries to take in a breath but it stutters and that was the start of it. As soon as his breath started to strain, he picked up the pace just trying to get more air into his constricted lungs. It felt like he was being crushed from all sides as he felt tears slip past his eyelids. When did he close his eyes? He knew he was hyperventilating but what could he do? He was stuck away from the only person that cares about him. Izuku is trapped on a ship with aliens and isn't that a wild thought? Aliens are real and kidnap other aliens like humans do to other humans. Guess every batch has bad eggs who? His brother is probably in pain and alone and hurt and wanted him by his side. I just want a hug or something. The cell was dead quite before he went into his panic attack. He tried his best to keep quiet but the other has probably heard him. Izuku tries to quiet down but he can tell he's just getting louder. He has to be silent. If his mom thought his panic attacks and crying were annoying then these things would also be annoying and it had a motive to kill him then. Izuku lifts his head out of his knees but still keeps his eyes shut and he lets out a strangled wail. He just needed to get his breathing back to normal then he would be quiet again. He cracked open his eyes to try and see if the thing was getting close but he wished he kept his eyes closed when he met acidic glowing yellow. This made him choke on the little air he could get and start coughing. Izuku thinks he heard a shriek chirp but all that's registering is the thought of home and wanting his brother. After what felt too long he starts to quiet down but not much. He was able to lower his volume enough to hear a cooing? He gulped in a breath of air and held it as he looked into those bright yellow eyes. Since he was able to hold in his breath, he finally heard it, a coo. It was a coo and the only thing that would make that sound was staring right at him. The bird thing was cooing at him but it seemed to be getting a little panicked after holding his breath in. Izuku let the breath he was holding out, it staggered and stuttered but he was able to get in another breath after that and this time it was a little bit easier. He could still hear the cooing that the weird bird alien was making while he was catching his breath. He could feel the wetness from his tears on his legs and face, he really cried a lot. Izuku sniffles a little bit before making eye contact with the bird alien for what he thinks it's the third time today. It cooed at him while he laid his head in his knees. His breath stuttered again but he was still able to get air in fine, it didn't feel like the walls were closing in now. After the crying he just did, he was feeling exhausted and sleep was quickly approaching. The cooing kept up but Izuku doesn't think it's meant to be threatening at all, it seemed to try to calm him down. At least now he thinks that the thing won't just attack him at random, but what if it's just acting weird right now? With the last thought of pain that might happen in the future and the yellow glowing eyes he's looking into, Izuku finally passes out. Zashi didn't know what to think of them. After what happened last dark cycle, he was a bit confused about how the other in his cell worked. He personally doesn't know everything out there about different species, but he's sure that there isn't one that leaks fluid from their eyes. All Zashi knew about the weird eye leaking thing was that it was bad or meant bad emotions. The youngling only started to leak from their eyes after Zashi heard their breathing pick up. That alone gave him a hurt heart and worried about the hatchling, but he couldn't do anything. Besides worry that they were dying in the back of his head because that reaction was so foreign to him. After a little the youngling started to make these strangled noises and it almost made Zashi rush over to them, but he was able to stop himself. Common Sense 101, if a species is upset or hurt they are more likely to lash out even if known to being a very docile race. So after it started to get louder and it was kinda really hurting his ears, Zashi did the only thing he could without endangering himself. He started to coo. He knows it was dumb and this species could just not react to it at all because it's common that using a tactic from your own race to help another usually fail, but what else was he supposed to do? Was he meant to sit there and watch them in pain, most likely begging for help because Zashi could tell that they were mumbling something but he doesn't know their language. He can barely hear the mumbling to begin with, but he can tell there is a pattern and that there was repetition. If only he could write down the words that can be sounded out, then maybe he could slowly decode what it's saying. He was very good at a lot of different languages, it helps that his species can mimic sound very easily. Anyways, back on the right train of thought, Zashi was cooing as loud as he could without yelling. It took so painfully long for the fledgling to start to calm down, yelling that loud must have hurt their throat. He watched even though it hurt him so much to see the little hatchling calming themselves down until finally they were breathing better. Their breath was a little wavy, but it was a million times better than it was before, and they even seemed to be trying to listen to him cooing. After a little longer they put their head on top of their knees that are backwards. Oh, it's so creepy to look at, and looked at him. Zashi shivered at the direct eye contact but pushed the feelings aside. This youngling must be from a species like his mates that look each other in the eyes a lot. He doesn't know why they do it, but randomly his mate will look him in the eyes, slow blink, then go back to whatever he was doing. Anyways, this must be a good thing, and his cooing seemed to also be helping the hatchling calm down more, so he kept it up. Zashi kept cooing and cooing, sometimes drawing out the coo or making a little more quiet to see if they were still listening to him. He has seen some races that like listening to calming sounds from other sentient races, but this is his first time seeing one up close. They usually are really unique and have an animal close to that sentient on their home planet. This nestling is very unique and seems to love his cooing so much, they are even slowly falling asleep. After he kept the cooing up for so long, the little one finally fell asleep in what Zashi would think would be an uncomfortable position. Even after they fell asleep, Zashi just kept cooing as a just in case they are actually still awake. He wouldn't want them snapping back up to see why he stopped cooing. After he was done cooing and after he finally settled to the floor, he passed out. Zashi must have been so tired from all the excitement from yesterday. He wishes Ta was here to see the adorable little hatchling. He'll just protect them twice as much because he knows that his mate would love them, even if he would never admit it out loud. That was on today's agenda: protect the young one and make sure they know that he means no harm. It'll probably be harder than Zashi thinks, but he'll cross that branch when he gets there. So to start it off, he was to try to get the young one food. He knows for a fact that the guards might try to keep the normal food cycle for him, but that won't work for the fledgling. He's sitting and waiting for the guards to come by, and he'll definitely make some noise to get their attention if he has to. It's about the time for lunch for all the other cellmates, but the youngling isn't up yet. They might come from a race that needs a lot of sleep. He shouldn't think of last void time as a normal rest cycle. They came around the middle of night and were very tired from the ride here. The young one could have been taken from a far-off place and they could even stay up when feeling in danger. Zashi has no clue, but he'll just have to learn their rest cycle as they stay with him. He heard the creaking from the cart that usually has food for them. Good, it seems to only be a little bit behind schedule. This big place needs more guards in it instead of all these scientists. What do they even do here, because Zashi hasn't even heard of them taking any others besides to sell them. He gets up and walks to the cell door and turns his head so he could look out a little better. Hey! The simple hey when the guard was about to pass their cell seemed to started the dumb oaf. It's understandable, Zashi usually never talks to them. The guard stops and looks at him with confusion and a bit of frustration, probably from the fact he was scared so easily. They sent him a glare, but at least talked to him. What do you want? They sounded very upset, but that was okay to him because he knows this one never works during the night patrols. You know you'll have to give more food to this cell because of the young one in it, right? I don't know what species they are, but they must eat more than me. Zashi leaned a little closer than necessary to the electrified bars. Why do they even do that anyways? No one can even reach the lock on the other side. He watched the guard's face as it slightly twisted into confusion, and then realization quickly turned into boisterous laughter. He was stunned by the reaction but quickly got angry at the thought that the guard was laughing at him, thinking they would give a hatchling more food. What? Are you really not going to give food to a literal hatchling? The guard kept laughing but was able to talk between his breaths of air. No Enkia Kikikia, no, it's. Do you know what that thing in your cell is? The guard looked past him to the nestling somehow still asleep after all that noise that was made. Zashi felt his feathers puff up in anger and the need to protect, to seem bigger. He moved so that the guard was only able to look at him, and he glared at them, making obvious eye contact. Oh Kiki, why you really don't know. A very disturbing snarl graced their face as they slowly backed away from the cell door. Don't worry. I think the only reason you're alive right now is because first. Yes, you are right. It is a youngling. Second, it's the most calm of the two we picked up, and lastly, just don't worry about that thing's food. It can survive just fine whenever we feed that monster. With those last words of disgust, the guard walked away with their cart rolling in front of them. Zashi wanted to find a way out of this stupid crafting cell so he could scratch up that Hegsur's face, maybe screech their head off while he's at it. He was seething. They would treat a hatchling like this and just let them starve in here. That little one was so scared last void, and thinking back to it made his heart hurt. He could tell they would never attack him. It made him even more mad that they think whatever species that young one is, doesn't need to eat more than their adult counterparts. It is common knowledge that basically every living thing, when they are a hatchling or young, needs to eat more because they are still growing. They need more than the adults, and everyone always tries to make sure they have all the things they need to grow up right. Well, the Niyama clan he's from thinks like that, but they are also the ones that steal nestlings when they think they are in danger or not being treated right or not being taken care of. There are some more species like this, but not many. Most of the galaxy will only feel that way toward their own kin species, and that's it. It always confused him how others can just leave defenseless, whining, scared, hurt nestlings to fend for themselves when it's the elders or adults that are supposed to take care of them. It will never make sense to Zashi how the whole world thinks like that, and he hopes he never understands it. With him still fuming and the youngling still sleeping soundly somehow, he walks over to his corner. It's a little closer to the unknown young, but that should be fine because they still have so much space. He really just doesn't want to be so close to the door. He looks over to the relaxed sleeping face of the unknown species. Their face slightly wrinkles up while laying their head on their, hopefully not broken, knees. They look soft, fleshy, and so vulnerable. They are also dripping saliva in their sleep with their mouth slightly open. Sometimes a weird kind of growling but not noise would come out of their mouth, and it scared him a few times, but he just guessed it was some sound they make in their sleep. They didn't wake up after making the weird, growling sound, and they never tensed up while doing it either, so it must be some weird natural sound. Why this youngling made this sound, Zashi has no clue, but maybe it was a way for the parents to hear their young while still sleeping pulse. It must also keep some low-ranking predators away. Zashi kinda wanted to lean in closer to the hatchling, to get a better look into their mouth. If he was able to look at their teeth, then he could make somewhat of a guess on what they eat. Niyama have beaks, but a little surprise is that they have retractable teeth, because yes, they can eat meat, just not a whole bunch. They also never usually eat meat, and the teeth are mostly for defense. Niyamas usually ate meat when they had no other choice or that particular individual likes the taste of it. Back on topic of the young one's teeth, if he knew what their teeth were like, then he could maybe give some of his provisions to them. More food for the hatchling means stronger hatchling. So with that thought in mind, Zashi slightly scooted over to the still asleep youngling. He tilted his head to the side to try and get a better look at their mouth. Analyzing what he can see is kinda shocking, to him at least. Zashi thought they would be a type of herbivore, but from where he's looking, he can see flat thin teeth for cutting, some sharp canines for ripping and tearing, and lastly he's pretty sure that he can see stumpy flat teeth for grinding in the back. Though it looks like someone just kinda shoved their teeth into their mouth without enough room, they are just so close together. Zashi quickly backs away because he knows for a fact that if they wake up with him this close, they would freak out. He scoots his way over to his corner and looks back to the nestling that is 100% able to eat anything he gives them. That's good to hear. He'll have to be careful with things it can't digest properly, but some basic fruit or meat should do a good job, once they find a way out, but for now the provisions given to them will do. He's so glad for all the weird food and nutrition rambling he was subjected to by Nemkaya every morning in the comfort room. The room is meant for comfort, but he's always being annoyed when he just wants to lay down with his adorable mate and sleep, well, not sleep but help ta sleep. Zashi watches the slow breaths of the young one that shouldn't be here. They should be in their home, their nest, sleeping with a parent or maybe some siblings. This little one should be warm and safe in a comfortable fluffy nest, with all their loved ones nearby, but they are here. This poor little fledgling is out in the vast, cold, darkness of space, being moved to trees knows where and probably going to be sold to some rich plums that wouldn't even try to feed them right. He lets out a sign and start to wonder when the little nestling will wake up. Tenko felt sore all over, his muscles felt like he was squeezed kinda like a ketchup bottle that was almost out. He knew walking home from the concert place was a bad idea, but he wasn't gonna make him and Izuku sleep in a FING van. Tenko is usually out of it when he first wakes up in the morning, so he decided the best plan of action was to blink his eyes open rapidly before he even dared to move. It was still dark and for some reason the little light that was around was brownish. He knows for a fact that he doesn't have lights that can change to brown in his room or anywhere else in the old as F house. It feels like it takes ages until his eyes finally focus back in and where is he? He can feel his breathing pick up and soon every memory from that thing trying, succeeding, to capture both him and maybe his little brother too. Tenko's eyes zipped around and quickly added together why all he could see was brown. They FING bagged him. All too suddenly Tenko was thrashing about trying to get out of his confines. They could have put Izuku in one of these things and there was no easy stop and rip from in this stupid FING bag. He tried to punch or rip at the inside of the bag but it didn't bug. Tenko grunted in pain at the feeling of his fingers and hands getting slight rug burns with how desperate he's trying to get out. He can tell he's being loud but he doesn't care if those FING life rejects heard him, he also hasn't heard Izuku trying to help him yet. Tenko thrashes more desperately, trying to find his brother or to force his way out somehow. He feels himself rolling but he's not hitting anything. The room he's in must be empty and big. If it's empty, where's Izuku? Where is Izuku? Where is my baby brother? He thrashes, JRKS, and rolls all over the place trying to maybe wake up his brother that should be in the same room as him or to feel around for something useful. Tenko eventually stops to think and huffing out breaths with all his thrashing, why does it feel like there's a little less air in here to breathe? He shakes his head because it must be just because of the bag, not the lack of air outside the bag. He stretches his arms and legs out trying to find the opening of the bag. Tenko was always very good with knots, he did like doing shibari sometimes. No Izuku in the back of his head, it is not Benj, it is an art form you little gremlin. He sees that the opening would be above his head and thanks the dumb aliens, OMG it's aliens isn't it nothing else was like that he's never seen anything like that before that was not human, for putting his head right where the knot was. It would have been very annoying to shuffle around in this bag just to get to a FING stupid knot that will probably be easy to untie because no one ever knows how to tie a good knot. It's not even that hard to tie a good knot, a square knot is so easy to make FING hell you can even do any overhand and get about the same effect but less pretty looking. While Tenko complained in his head about how easy it is to learn basic knots, he grabbed the knot that was poorly tied and undid it so easily that he didn't even notice it was untied. His hands still fumbled where the knot was until it finally clicked in his brain that there was no more knot. He looked out the opening that he created but it's kinda dark, not by much though because he can see some type of light around him. He sticks his hand out of the bag and opens it a little more. Are those bars? Why are the bars slightly glowing? Tenko gets his other hand out of the bag but he takes this one slowly, he still doesn't know where he is or has someone else in the cell with him. He feels the cool metal under his hand and starts to get on his knees so he could kinda crawl out. Tenko lets his eyes wander around the bars still trying to think if they are there to keep him in or just for light. They could be normal bars covered in some type of glowing paint for all he knows. Tenko looks at the bars intensely, sitting comfortably on his knees. He rubs his eyes, he's got some sleep dustiest in them and it's annoying to have them messing up his vision. His eyes slowly go back down to the bag he was once in and is slightly confused. The bag looks like it would feel coarse but it felt really nice on his skin but this bag really looks like it's made of some type of coarse material. His mouth feels dry but he needs to get an understanding of his surroundings so he can get back to Izuku quicker. Tenko suddenly feels the side effect of being sleeping in a bag at an awkward position for who knows how long because man. Why does he feel so stiff? He brings his right arm across his chest and holds it with his left elbow. Left elbow over his right elbow and puts some pressure on it, he then does the same to his other arm. Bringing them up and over his head, Tenko then starts to pull on his elbows this time and gets a small pop. He leans a bit in the direction he's pulling in and gets more pops in his back. This is how he works slowly through his whole body getting random pops here and there. His jaw hurts a bit, it's very tense and kinda feels like it's clamped shut. Tenko tries to open his mouth but it's stuck close by how tense his muscles are in his jaw at the moment. He takes that time to slightly massage the left side of his jaw then the right, with finally being able to open his mouth a little, he turns his head a bit and starts opening his jaw in a specific way and he's rewarded with a loud pop. It was on the left side and now that side feels a lot less tense, so he moves on to the right side, it being easier with one side already done. Tenko can tell with all the anxiety he's going to have with being kidnapped, he's going to pop his jaw a lot and probably just pop a lot in general. Anxiety messing up his body to make it so tense that massages and popping is the only way to get his muscles to relax better. Tenko moves his arms and legs around making sure everything feels fine, he might have missed some place he needed to pop. After making sure everything is popped and in place, he lifts his hand up and goes to investigate the bars that are closest to him. Tenko was about to touch the weirdly glowing bars when a yell of some kind of animal or language was thrown his way. He thought he was alone in here, he hadn't heard anything the whole time. He was sure he didn't see anyone when he let his eyes quickly scan the surrounding area there. Tenko locks eyes with something, it's dark and the bars are illuminating it a bit but he's still having trouble getting a clear image of it. He can feel his eyes wide with shock at the raised arm that was pointed at him, kinda like whatever this thing is was trying to grab him, or stop him. Its hand kinda looks like a paw but not at the same time, weird. Its head looks like a dog's or maybe a fox's, in shape. He tries to calm down his rapid heart but it's going too fast and Tenko can still feel the little bit of adrenaline that his body gave him as a just in case he needed to fight. Both of them don't move and the whole time Tenko just tries to digest the fact that, yes, aliens are real-like, which isn't shocking that much but aliens actually kidnapped him and his baby brother. It also just hit him that the aliens, wait wouldn't he mainly be the alien here, also kidnapped other aliens. Guess in space you can't escape the assholes of the universe and everyone's got some type of bad eggs. The short thought of food makes his stomach grumble lowly, he tries to cover it up with something that was like a quiet animal growl. Tenko thought if the thing or person in front of him looks like an animal, he knows that means they might react to the same sound so. Warning growl, right? He can feel there? Eyes roll over him, sizing him up probably. The other in the cell, he has decided to call a cell for now, got lower to the ground and seemed to make themselves smaller. Why is it only now that Tenko also notices there? Yeah, he's just going with gender-neutral terms, eyes are like foxes, dogs, cats, whatever you want to think of when light hits them just right in the dark and starts glowing. Was this thing, no Tenko bad, this person? Trying to look less intimidating. Well, he thought while looking at this person was a weirdly shaped fox or cat. He feels his shoulders relax a little at the thought of something at least a little familiar to home. Tenko refuses to relax fully though, he won't let them get the jump on him just because he underestimates his cellmate, that's one quick way to die. The person suddenly makes a weird noise, kinda like growling letters that sound oddly enough Russian for some strange reason. Why do they sound Russian and with a thick African accent like what? Tenko looked back at the bars again because it was when he was about to touch them that his cellmate yelled at him. He looked back over to the individual that is also locked in this cell, maybe Cage. Their arm was still in the air while they re-said some words? To him, are they words? Izuku would be so much better at understanding if this was a language or not, the boy is way too smart for his own good. Tenko kinda feels like this person is treating him like a dumbass as they slowly put their arm back down. Well, at this point of time, he was 100% a dumbass that has no idea how this alien stuff works, so maybe trying to understand his cellmate's warning will help him not die or get hurt. He can feel his face scrunch together a little bit in confusion. Tenko watched as his cellmate slowly lifted his arms to the bars. This causes him to have a slight sense of panic because if the bars are bad and can maybe, probably most definitely, hurt when touched, then is his cellmate going to hurt himself to show how bad the bars hurt so he doesn't touch them. He hopes he conceals his panic fine because he's very much worried this person is going to get themselves hurt for his sake just to know how much the bars would hurt. He tried to stay still so he doesn't run over to get their hand away from the bar because he's already put together that the bars are bad and can hurt. Tenko wishes right now that he was able to tell them that he gets it, he understands the bars are bad and they hurt and that they don't have to show him they hurt. He doesn't want someone to hurt themselves for him. He watches in tense silence as his cellmate's hand looks to touch the bars and he can feel his breath hitch in his throat. A somewhat loud kinda pain-filled yell filled his ears. Tenko stares in somewhat horror as his cellmate JRKs a bit kinda like one would do when they get Taz. Oh, Tenko is such a stupid beach. The bars are glowing slightly because of the electricity in them. He wants to hit himself in the head or something because that was so obvious and he didn't think of that at all. Tenko is going to blame that fact. He has had his whole worldview flipped upside down in too short of a time frame. He is already going through something extremely confusing and scary, his brain just can't keep up. He calls for a timeout so his stupid as F head can digest all the new shit that is happening. Tenko notices that as his cellmate slumps to the ground the jerky motion looks off, kinda overplayed or exaggerated, meaning Oh thank F, they were just acting. Again he wants to call for a timeout, his brain can't keep up. He looks to the bars and back to his cellmate, to the bars then his cellmate, bars, cellmate. He wants to know how much electricity is running through them now. Is it low enough for him to touch for a few seconds, or would it just straight up be like getting Taz? Tenko has been Taz before, shitty experience, but if one concentrates and has gone through it before, they can technically ignore that pain for a bit. He decided to not try it out because he doesn't know how his cellmate will react to that right after they just informed him that yes, that electric and can hurt, no touch. Tenko backs up into a corner as much as he can without touching the fing electric bars. After he gets some semblance of comfort, Tenko relaxes and pillows his head on his arms. He lays there on the cold metal ground because of some fing aliens that just so happened to be in the woods while him and his little brother walked through it. He literally walked through that forest millions of times because he doesn't always have a car, well usually never has a car. Tenko likes to use a bike instead. He finally got a house and got out of that shithole called a home. He was able to help his baby brother by giving him a place to stay whenever he needed it. Even though their dad is great, he's a bit too much at times, but he's better than mom, who has a change of flavor every week. He doesn't have the same dad as Izuku, but Izuku's dad felt like a dad to both of them. If only he was a little bit better, maybe then he could have gotten full custody of him and Lil Izu. Everything in life was slowing down for them, but the world just seemed to keep trying to make them go faster. There was a thing that happened in China. It was something to do with a baby and something being wrong with them, but it was never stated what was wrong. The Chinese government was trying to either cover it up the best they can or are trying to solve what's wrong. Some scientists from around the earth were supposed to help out. That was the last bit of news Tenko got of the situation. Izuku was worried about the random kid, but he didn't care too much about it. He just wanted his little brother safe and happy, at least a little safe and happy. Tenko just wanted to make sure Izu could keep himself safe if nothing else. He was failing at that goal so far. He wasn't able to keep him safe, keep that weird alien ship away. Fing hell was Izu even on this ship, or even Al? No. He shouldn't be thinking about this when he should at least be trying to sleep. He needed the rest. Tenko doesn't know how long he was knocked out or if he will ever get sleep, so sleep is the first, then see if he can find things for food, then maybe get help from cellmate? Then find baby brother. Then find baby brother alive and fed and watered and healthy. His brother won't be hurt. He won't be hurt and he will be safe. Tenko wishes he was able to get to his brother first, but he can't get out right now. He just needs to stay safe and get to his brother. This is all for Izuku. Tenko fell asleep with nothing but thoughts of Izuku and the need to keep him safe, hoping that he will be able to get that goal done this time around. This is Izawa WooF, hell this took so long. OBTW, both of them not be wearing either of their normal clothes because I needed a baseline for their BOTUS. Look at this F. Also here is a link if you want some info on his race, but like I'm really tried and I did post these while I was barley away. Susu, just a heads up, not gonna be coherent. Also my spell check is def not working right now for some reason. Now we got Zashi with this F. I couldn't draw on the computer, to save my fucking life. He looks like sheet BTW. And again, if you want more rando info about the race, check it. If not, cool. I really only did this more me so I can actually decrypt them better. I thought you peeps might enjoy and look at all the stuff I was doing about this because I was gone for a long bit, but have a good rest of YA day, peeps. On this lovely light cycle for Zashi, the small one woke up and they were a little frantic, but besides that they were calm after they noticed where they were. He just wants to wrap them up in his wings forever and never let anyone else near. They are just so precious and need protection. He went about his day like normal, and that usually consists of waiting for food and wishing he was able to curl into his mate's side and sleep this bad dream away, even if he can't dream. Now it was different though, because he can have the little one to distract his ever-depressed mind. Zashi acted small and stayed in basically the same place the whole day. They both got food around the middle of the day. This is where he ran into the first problem of the cycle. The hatchling didn't want to eat. Now Zashi does understand that the basic ration pack for herbivores isn't the best, and also the fact that he thinks it's somewhat out of date, but he hasn't gotten sick from it yet. In the herbivore pack was a type of vegetation that didn't really taste all the great, but the GPSC, or the Galactic Preservation Safety Corps, found out that it was able to be eaten by every species. In a turn of everyone needing rations, these are the best plants for the job, but that still didn't help the taste in the end. The main point is that the hatchling is not eating, and Zashi doesn't know what to do because they need to eat. They need to because they wouldn't be able to eat less than him. Zashi's race is not a kind of death world, but it was just part of their evolution to eat less to survive better. Also the fact they are 2 spots away from being a full-blown death world. He has only seen one species that could eat less than him, and he can tell for a fact that this nestling is not from Zu's planet. Zashi actually has no idea where his planet is. He gave up trying to get the little one to eat because they just kept trying to get him to eat it. Zashi might be at fault for that because he tried to explain what the rations were by eating some, then motioned for them to do the same, but they must have read it as if it was his food, not theirs. He really hopes that's not the case because he will feel like such a hexers. The same thing happened at the middle of the night cycle, food, but the nestling once again didn't eat it. He tried, he really did. Zashi moved it to his mouth and mimicked eating it and then pointed at the little one, pushing their food toward them, but they just looked at it like they did at the light cycle and pushed it back. He didn't know what to do. The red plant was gross to eat and Zashi understood that, but they needed food. The hatchling already skipped one feeding and he didn't know what time they ate last. It could have already been days. Come on please. Eat, eat. Okay, Zashi was getting desperate by just repeating the word eat over and over again, trying to get them to eat and even doing the motion with it. He even said the word between bites of his own food. He was almost out of the food too, so all that would be left was their food. Zashi said the word only a few more times before all his food was gone. How can he get them to eat? Ia. This got Zashi zipping his head up to look at little fledgling. They had on a face that he's guessing is for concentration or maybe frustration as they tried to say a word. Oh, they're trying to say the word eat? So Zashi was right to guess that they came from a plant that didn't make it mandatory to learn common. That would make the most sense. Hot. Zashi made a cooing noise at the attempt. It was like watching a nestling say their first word, and the words eat, sleep, tried, nest, ect are common first words for his kind. He can feel his heart swell with pride of having his hatchling try so hard on their first word. Wait. No, Zashi bad. He doesn't know if they have a family or if they take care of them, right? But they aren't being taken care of right now, and that just makes his instinct flare up. He just wants to steal them away and give them a better life full of laughter, joy and good food that they would eat instead of shoving it back to him when he literally can't eat that much in one go. Eat. Zashi made a bobbing head motion as he said the word. Only his race does this as a visual yes or visual encouragement, but he can't help it when it's his little hatchling in front of him. He watched as the corners of the little one's mouth slightly rose up. Is that how they smile? It's so cute and precious. Zashi thinks his heart is going to beat right out of his rib cage at this point. And his rib cage is softer than other species too. Eat. He bobbed his head up and down and made the sound his race uses for approval. His nestling is so smart, learning common words so fast. Zashi knows for a fact SH-Ta would love them and feel proud as well, even though SH-Ta would never admit it and just make purring or chuffing noises the whole time. Yes, that is right. Eat. His brow feathers rising to show his own smile. They probably don't know what his smile looks like though, because every planet that doesn't make common as a mandatory second language means not many others visit it. The youngling's head shot up and he watched as their smile got bigger. Oh, his hatchling is so happy and cute, look at them. Eat. Zashi bobbed his head, looked at the food on the ground and pushed it closer to them. They then made the same approval sound back to him. How did they do that? Zashi just looks at them for a bit, not knowing how to process that, and decides, yeah. He's going to put that one off for a little bit. He gets his excited happy voice back to him as he talks to them again to try and get them to eat. Yes. Eat, little one. Eat. Suddenly their eyes were off of him in an instant and instead looking down at the food, smile faltering a little. That made his heart sputter a bit. He just needed them to eat. Zashi mimicked eating the food again, then gestured to his nestling. Eat. He watched as the smile of his hatchling's face faded away and was replaced with what he thinks is a hesitant look. Their eyes zooming faster than Zashi can keep track with, going between him and the bag of plant rations. The hatchling slowly scoots back a bit and it just breaks his heart to watch. He was making so much good progress too. They shook their heads back and forth, making some type of sound, but it's most likely a language Zashi just doesn't know yet. They backed up more. He held out one of his wings and tried with all his might to not just go over there to snatch the nestling up to make sure they eat or to just snuggle them close. Just taking the nestling up right into his arms, holding them, and whispering reassurances to them, saying that everything was going to be okay and that as soon as they were out they would meet his mate and new flock. They looked to his wing and flinched back into the corner of the room, holding their weirdly bent knees into their chest. It hurt so much watching his hatchling be so scared of him. He just wants to curl up with SH-Ta and wail into his chest until everything is better. A nestling shouldn't back away and be scared like that. They shouldn't be so scared of an adult that is meant to take care of them. After lowering his wing and watching his hatchling cower in the corner from him, Zashi has enough and went back to his corner of the room. He makes sure he can still see them in his vision but mostly ignores them now. He doesn't want to scare them more than he already has. Zashi was sitting in his corner, still being able to see how scared his hatchling looked just by him raising up only one of his wings. The look on their face replayed in his head, the face they should never have to an adult that's meant to keep them safe. Slowly Zashi's rage started to grow, blood feeling like it's boiling over in his quiet storm of a mind. His hatchling went through something that made him like that. No kid flinches that hard at just a simple movement and not have trauma or something. Zashi makes sure to contain all his raging emotions at the thought of his fledgling, his nestling, his little one being hurt by someone before he even got to them. It hurts so much to think about. He wasn't there for them but he's here for them now, so that's all that matters, besides the fact he'll have to help them heal from it. If Zashi ever finds the people that hurt his fledgling, he'll get Ta to help him go to a distant moon so their bodies are never to be found again. Izuku was trying his best to kindly reject the food the bird alien was trying to get him to eat. He doesn't really like it because it smells disgusting and rancid, it smells so heavily of blood or gross iron and chemicals. It made him nauseous the first time the bird alien, is Izuku the alien in this sense, opened the vacuum-sealed bag type thing. As soon as it was opened, Izuku backed up away from his own bag and covered his mouth and nose. He hoped that the bird wouldn't notice him not eating, but they stopped midway and looked up at him. Not eating. Soon their food was ignored to focus on his non-touched bag of food and continued to try and feed him until they gave up, lightly pushing the bag towards me. They must be wary of me because they refuse to get closer, and honestly Izuku is thankful for it. He hopes Tenten is okay. He soon realized that, no, the big bird-looking F did not give up and stared to mimic eating food. They even took some of their own food and ate it, looked at him then his food back and forth, pointed at Izuku to most likely copy him. Thing is, Izuku likes living and eating a lettuce-type thing that is a deep red, smells like blood, chemicals, and all around a death trap. Is a prime way to die young. So he thought, I'll just give them my own food. They must not feed captives the right amount, especially since lights were on for a little, but it took maybe till midday for the lizard-looking motherfuckers to came around. Izuku himself isn't very hungry, he never really ate in the mornings to begin with, so it's not like missing one meal will do him in, he's lasted longer before anyways. He tried to just push the food over to them. He tried picking it up and lightly throwing it at them. Hell, Izuku even walked halfway after the back and forth motion they were doing for so long, and the bird finally ate it. That's good, even though he can see they eat this plant-like thing, it still smells like blood, so it could just be a substitute for meat or something. He doesn't want to end up being pecking food for a giant big bird wannabe, thank you very much. Izuku still has to commend Tenko on his oh-so-amazing shortcut they both used, it saved so much time, 100% would use again. It was late into the night that did not feel like night because he swore the day felt significantly shorter, so both him and the bird finally got fed again. Izuku was able to notice the other cells getting fed more than them. So either they hate this alien more than Izuku originally thought, or they want him to eat them. Which Izuku would not and never do. They are obviously sentient living breathing things that have some type of emotions, judging on how they acted by eating his share of the honestly disgusting food. It was the song and dance once again. They tried to get him to eat but Izuku refused. He only started to get a little more hungry than normal, so he's guessing he missed breakfast, maybe lunch, and is only now close to dinner. Maybe, but Izuku has lasted about 2.5 days without food. It wasn't fun with his mom running out with one of her guys and forgetting to leave behind money. Well, Inko, his mom, did leave money behind, but someone took it and he didn't notice that someone broke into their place, stole all the visible money and then just dipped. That one was kinda on him because the front door was unlocked, but he just thought mom forgot to lock it again. It was like what? 600 something for the 2 to 3 days she was gone because she forgot to go shopping before she left and left money for him to use as he sees fit. So not fun, but it is doable. Going back to the food problem, the bird is currently saying something to him and then eating a piece of their food and saying whatever they are saying again. He's being nice and watching them do it and acting like he's trying to understand them. He's not paying attention at all, but it's the thought that counts, right? Izuku is doing something more important in his mind right now. First is that he needs to learn how to ration the water, which is a lot, to be honest. The alien he's with must need more water than a human because they gave them a lot to work with. The water they were given could have been used for 3 to 4 people in survival situations, and the bird person drank enough for 2 to 3, that is a lot, so they need a lot more water for survival, but they do only get food and water 2 times a day. Or like once a day if he's got the time off, but he doesn't know when it's a new day, and he doesn't know if their time or clocks would be the same from Earth or if they came from somewhere from a faster plant, or maybe it was a slower plant. The possibilities are literally endless. He wonders if Tenko is okay. It crossed his mind a few times today. Where he is, they must know humans are stronger together, so they split them apart. Is Tenko in a cell nearby, or is Tenko trying to act like Tomira right now, all tough, strong, arrogant and in their face? Is he being fed the same food? Izuku hopes he is not dumb enough to eat it. Is Tenko getting enough water, because he's pretty sure they will just follow the meal plan for the cellmate that is in his cell like they did with him and the bird alien. Element of opening upward. Element of opening upward. Element of opening upward. Element of opening upward. Vertical bar with horizontal stroke. Element of opening upward. Izuku zoned back into the alien bird, pushing his food closer to him again while repeating that word again. What is that word? Their language sounds like really weird Russian, and Izuku knows how to speak Russian, so it's really weird Russian with an African accent, but he can't tell which one. It might be a Swahili or Chichewa, but Izuku is pretty sure it is one of the accents that is with the Bantu language families. Element of opening upward. He looks down to the gross food that is being pushed toward him. He's pretty sure he can copy that word. Alien words spoken will be wrong words until he understands them, then turn into this type of words. Ia. Was that re? Oh, okay, the bird is staring at him. That's not unnerving at all. Why must it need two sets of eyes, man? They are just looking at him with a face Izuku can't read at all. Are they mad, happy, worried, fing scared? He don't fing know. Ia hot, did he get it right this time? He can't read their face, so it's not helping him understand if he's close enough to the word or not. Suddenly the bird alien coos at him. They fing cooed. Izuku can tell they cooed, sounded somewhat like a distorted pigeon mixed with the beginning of a peacock call, really weird to listen to honestly, and it was what helped him calm down last time. Besides trying to say the word again mixed with the cooing of his cellmate, Izuku is having just a great time. Element of opening upward. They said the word again and bobbed their heads up and down. It looked really choppy but swift in movement, so he can't tell if they picked it up from someone else or if it even means yes, but Izuku is just gonna say it means yes. Izuku smiled a little bit as he tried the word again. He was rewarded with another bob of their head and a noise. It was the weird cooing again. Did that mean good job? But then tapered out into this light wavy noise. It was really cool and Izuku loves it. Does not prove element of opening upward. Does not prove element of opening upward. Square image of or equal to up tack with circle above, up tack with circle above. Square image of or equal to eat. Eat. He watched as the bird's eye bows? Or just feather brows? Raised up a lot. He doesn't know what that means or if it really even means anything, but he'll put that away for later. Izuku let his smile grow bigger at the other affirmation that yes, the word he is saying is eat. Eat. He got more head bobs, but then they looked at the food on the floor still in its bag. They pushed it closer to him and their feather brows raised up more. He tried it, the cool good noise back to them, and it seemed to knock them off kilter for a few seconds, looking at him like he's crazy. Maybe, but then they moved on like nothing happened. Does not prove element of opening upward. Eat, up tack with circle above, element of opening upward, curly logical and element of opening upward. Eat. Izuku looked away from the alien in front of him. Right, an alien that doesn't know any human biology or mannerisms. An alien that could be trying to hurt him with food that they can eat when he can't consume it. His eyes landed on the poison in a vacuum-sealed bag by his feet, something that made him want to puke as soon as it was opened and they saw his reaction, right? Maybe they were so focused on their food that they didn't see it, or oh yeah, they don't know human mannerisms, so they probably can't tell he almost puked to it. Izuku was able to tell that his smile was slowly falling the more he looked at it. Eat. Eat. The bird alien mimicked eating the food again. Do they know what they're asking of him to do or not? Do they know that eating this could probably hurt him a lot or not? There are too many variables in this situation. Izuku slowly scoots back away from the bird alien. He doesn't want to be near them when they realize that he's not going to listen to them again. Will they get mad and hit him or claw at him or maybe peck at him with its sharp beak? It's an alien. Stupid, stupid, stupid Deku. He shook his head. No. No. I can't. Don't. I'm sorry. Stupid Deku. As he backed up some more, he watched as it lifted up a wing toward him. Izuku's eyes locked on it and he flinched back, getting ready to take a hit if he had to. The alien stopped moving, so he took that opportunity to back up more into his corner from earlier. He pulled his legs up into his chest and took deep breaths, holding it for a few seconds then letting go. Izuku can't make it more mad if he even made it mad to begin with. He watched as the alien lowered its wing to his side. He can't tell if it's looking at him with its 4 eyes or maybe it can watch him with only one, who knows. He watched it slowly walk back to its own corner, but with the way it's sitting it can still see him if it really wanted to. Izuku didn't mean to make it mad, he just wanted to learn. He just wanted to have a chance to survive in the best way he knows how? Because knowledge is power and Izuku is oh so powerless right now. A little voice in the back of his head spoke up. Even back on Earth you were a powerless weak Deku. Izuku put his head further into his knees, hoping with everything that he doesn't start crying. He needs to be quiet. He doesn't want that thing cooing at him again, it might make it more angry too. The last time it helped him could have been a fluke. He just needs to calm down and it's being nice right now with it just leaving him alone. Izuku wishes he could actually have time alone instead of being in this cell. He wishes he had his brother, he wants his big brother. As he slowly started to fall asleep, it felt sorta like deja vu as a thought ran through his head that he might have thought not that long ago. I just want Tenko back, just for a minute would be fine. It was a whole cycle and the little youngling was still wary of him. Zashi doesn't know what to do, he remembers watching them all void time but they woke up after a few whirls. It wasn't nearly as long as the first time they slept and it was concerning to him, he really hopes it's not because of him. It was around the beginning of the last light cycle that they woke up with a jolt. That worried Zashi even more because that means something went wrong in their dream, right? That is how dreams work, right? If only SHTA was here to help him with that. Well, they woke up violently and the whole cycle they were wary of him, keeping their distance from him. When he tried to give them food again they just curled themselves into a ball in their corner like they did the last cycle. It hurt seeing them like this but Zashi doesn't know how to help, they don't know common so he can't talk to them. Nothing besides them being wary of him all cycle happened that cycle. Zashi was captured a rotation or few ago and this was probably the thing that hurt him worse the whole time. The fact the little one was so scared of him, hurt more than any of the pain those crefters caused him. Did they do this on purpose to torture him psychologically? Because if they did it's working quite well. At the moment it's a new cycle, so it would be 2 cycles since the food incident and Zashi wanted to make the hatchling is more comfortable with him. He's tried talking with them, giving them food and water but they only accepting the water. The nestling probably has to drink water more than eat food but for Zashi it would be equal need for both. They would only accept the water if it was pushed toward them. If Zashi tried to even get up to give it to them, they would shack and tuck themselves deeper into their corner. If he ever gets the chance to get the ones who made this little chick be so scared of others to the point of ignoring one's needs. He has been trying to think of new different ways to calm them down but he can't really think of anything. Maybe if he coos again it will help them or maybe trying to teach them no that's how this all started. Did he ever tell them his name? Zashi is a plumes, oh my heavenly stars, he's such a plumes, he has never told them his name and he doesn't even know their name. He has never told them his name and he wants them to trust him, they probably only know what race he is and that's it. Zashi would be a bit concerned if he didn't know anything about the other person in a cell they are locked in and what the hatchling might have gone through and he's going to tell them his name. Zashi calmly directs his attention to the still hatchling in the corner in this small room. They noticed quickly that they were being stared at, looking up at him but keeping their eyes locked on over his shoulder. They used to look him in the eyes, it was slightly unnerving but it must have been normal for their race to do so and since they stopped doing that, it's been making him a little more sad. After he knows that he has the full attention of the little fledgling, he puts his wing claws to his throat. This is a normal way for his people to introduce themselves. My name is Zashi. Zashi. He picked at where his throat would be and repeated his name a few times. The young one didn't say his name right away but they were slowly unfolding themselves. Zashi could see the curiosity that every hatching has at such young ages, the want to know more and the look of wonder at new given information. It pulls on his feathers at just how cute of a look the little hatching had on that. Zashi is sure is the same curiosity of his race's young. Zashi. He said his name one more time but now he can see them trying to mouth his name. Zashi's feathers instinctually fluff up a bit in excitement and wait for them to try his name. Heshi. Zashi. Hayashi? Zashi. Zashi. With the right pronunciation of his name done, Zashi made a trill of approval and repeated his name back to the little fledgling. Zashi. They started to say his name over and over, looking more and more excited each time it slipped out of their mouth. That was until they showed their teeth to him. Zashi didn't want to startle them into attacking him with how much they were moving and saying his name. He just slightly pulled his one wing over his and got the other one to swipe with his claws at them as a just in case. Zashi doesn't want to hurt them, he never would if he could help it, but he still needs to get back to his SHTA safe and sound. He was very still as the hatchling continued saying his name rapidly with some of their words and showing their teeth. After only a few circs they seemed to notice how still he was, they stopped moving too, looking at him and saying some words lightly and teeth no longer showing. Zashi slowly lowered his wing and it seemed that the younger was contemplating something until they slammed their hand paw. What were those called again? Anyways, they bang their appendage against their chest and, Izuku. Zashi sits there thinking and bottom eyes blinking at the declaration. Izuku. Izuku. They say loudly as they lean forward and give a weird corner of their mouth turn upwards but mouth close. If their mouth is closed that means good, right? Zashi will try to step carefully and just try to say their name. Ifuka. They shook their hands back and forth and repeated their name again. Yuku. Izuku. Ika. Izuku. Izkuk. Izuku. 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 They nodded. their heads up and down, and then took both of their hands, held them in the air for a bit, then slowly pushed them together. Oh! Say it together now. Izuku. Their head nodded up and down faster and said their name again. Izuku. 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 After going back and forth with their name, they shouted it out louder, then banged their two top appendages together, the ones they use to gape things. This makes a very loud sound of clapping flesh together. It slightly hurts his ears, but that's okay. This must mean he did goo. Did they just give him an approval trill? Zashi sits there with his beak hung open as he listens to this random fledgling copy his happy approval trill. So the last time wasn't his imagination. Zashi didn't just make that up because he missed hearing the random calls from others in his race so much. How in the ever-flapping plu, most species can't hit those high pitches in different trills and noises that his race can make, but they just copied him in one go, and again he didn't imagine it the first time it happened. Well, it is a little lower in sound than it should be, but it's so close to the real thing others probably wouldn't notice. Griff. Zashi can barely tell the difference in those happy little calls the hatchling is making, besides the non-overlapping that would normally come from his race. Suddenly the young one stopped and sat still, taking a quick look into his eyes but then looking down to the ground. No, they were doing perfect. Zashi swears if he finds the people that hurt this little one. The quiet went on long enough for Zashi's comfort, so he quickly started to make the same happy trilling that the fledgling was making. They looked back up at him. He kept making those happy trills, and Zashi even threw in those weird head-bobbing things they did when he got their name right, but he's not slapping his wings together. After a little they also started up those happy trills, and soon their cell was filled with nothing but excited trills and good feelings. It's nice to see them so loose and not tense, ready for a fight at any circ. It was nice and a good change of pace to see them so happy and being about to make that happy sounds as well. It felt like Zashi was spending time with his own little fledgling, and they just did something right for the first time. Zashi really just up and claimed this lone chick as his own without any more information. He didn't make a tie, but that never stopped him from marking fledglings as his. Ta is either going to be so mad at him and then get over it, or he is going to also automatically fall in love with this little hatchling like he did. Today started out bad for Izuku because he woke up from a nightmare, but that's okay, it's okay. All that he needs to do is stay in his little bubble like he does at school. He really doesn't want to make that big alien bird angry again. They did try to give him food again, but he didn't want them to get upset, so he just tried to ignore them. Izuku was lucky that they did. They left him alone all day, but they still kept looking at him. It was the next day, and again these days are feeling shorter than normal. The big bird alien tried to talk to him again, giving him water and food. Yes, he declined the food by acting like it wasn't even there. It's nice that he can keep his water intake up more than he normally did back on Earth. He was never a real big water fan. Even if about 60% of his body is water. They did try to hand them the food, again, but Izuku just tucked himself into ball mode. The cell was very quiet with the big bird alien not talking. They haven't been talking for a little while now, and it was kinda off-putting. Oh, the joys of being an American that hates the quiet, because American households are usually raised in some type of noisy area or just normally have a noisy family. It's more true because Izuku was raised in a part of a city and right in between two bars. Well, the house had two other houses beside it, but then besides those houses were bars. Drunks love trying to bar hope by walking through their yard. That was until one of our neighbors put up this really fing tall fence around their yard. Oh, the big bird alien is looking at him. Izuku looks over to them but makes sure to not look them in the eyes. Teachers at his old school hated to be giving attitude. While he was doing this, it seemed that their wings started to droop downwards a little bit. The big bird alien then took their wings. Hands claws thing to his throat? Pitchfork does not prove curly logical and pitchfork element of opening upward up tack with circle above square image of or equal to left normal factor semi-direct product square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. Square image of or equal to left normal factor semi-direct product square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. What? The alien says this word or sentence a few times. After a little it was suddenly shortened to what Izuku assumed was just one word. He slowly started to get out of his ball mode. They were just saying one word. It was just one word, over and over again. What? Square image of or equal to left normal factor semi-direct product square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. Has she? Square image of or equal to left normal factor semi-direct product square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. Hayashi? Square image of or equal to left normal factor semi-direct product square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. Zashi. Suddenly Zashi made a sound. It was that same sound he made when he did something right last time. Zashi. Izuku repeated their name. OMG, 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 they told him their name. Again and again and again. He really said their name. Izuku said an alien name. A wide joyful smile spread across his face as he said their name again. He was trying his best not to bounce up and down. Zashi, oh my god, Zashi. I said your name, Zashi. It's Zashi. Izuku just kept saying their name, but he noticed it got kinda quiet with only his voice making sound. He didn't know when he started to move his hands around and the fact that he was bouncing while sitting. Izuku stopped and looked back to Zashi to see them look ridged. They were so still and he had all their undivided attention, every little minuscule movement was looked at. Why do they look scared? Hey, what's wrong? Izuku watched as they slowly lowered their wings that were mostly covering their midsection. Why were they getting ready to take a hit? He can think harder about that latter, maybe it had something to do with his teeth or the fast movement or his arms flinging all over the place, but not right now, brain. Izuku sharply pushed their hand into their chest. It slightly stung, but it'll help him stay focused and not space out. Izuku. It's Zashi's turn to try and say his name. Zashi sits there for a little bit, probably trying to process how to pronounce his name. Izuku knows for a fact he's really good at mimicking things, it's like a special talent, so he'll even sound it out for them. Izuku. Izuku. He hopes that helps with pronouncing it. Izuku leans forward as he tries to not smile or move much because the last time they froze in place. Some people don't or can't say his name quite right on the first try, but usually the second, or third, or fifth try they get it right. Ifuku, PPPFFF. He shakes his head at how Zashi tries to pronounce his name. It was really bad, but at least they tried because they don't have a flexible mouth, just a beak. Izuku. Yuku. Izuku. Ika. Izuku. Izkuk. Izuku. 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 He was so close to actually saying his name. Now Izuku just had to tell him to say it together instead of apart. He began to rapidly nod and then he brought his hands and to show them slowly pushed together. He really hopes that gets across what he means for this. Izuku. He nodded his head up and down rapidly and said his name again with a closed mouth smile, just in case. Zashi seemed to be really happy too. Izuku. It was getting a bit hard to smile without his teeth showing, but he'll manage. Izuku. After he slightly yelled his name, Zashi answered in kind by saying it even louder. Izuku. He then started to shout Zashi's name back to them. Izuku then clapped his hands together in excitement because it was getting really hard to hold back his big smile. He just couldn't hold in his joy, and Izuku knew he could copy the sound Zashi made for joy or approval. He's done it before, so he did just that. He continues to make the happy noise that the alien made how many times now and clapped a bit more. He started to slow down and noticed how Zashi was just looking at him. That kinda scared him. Did he not do something right again? Izuku stopped and looked them in the eyes, but quickly remembered that was a bad thing because everyone else hated that he did that in life. Besides his family, why would this non-human be different? It was still a bit of a loop thinking about the fact Zashi was non-human and in a cell, maybe possibly on a ship? That would be in space, that would be a very long way from Earth. Away from his mom. From his dad that was supposed to visit in a few days. From school or anything remotely human. Or other hum. A trill knocked Izuku out of his mini spiral as he looked back over to Zashi. They were leaning forward a bit and making those happy trills that he was making not even a minute or so ago. They even started to bob their head a little, the eyebrow feathers raised more as he paid more attention to them. Izuku decided not to let Zashi be the only one trying to show he was happy and made a trill or two back. Soon the 2 trills became 5, became 9 and again became 12. The cell that was locking him in this hell with this non-human called Zashi started to get filled with noise that was supposed to most likely mean happiness. Izuku's muscles are untensing as they keep making those happy noises back and forth together. It was really nice to just relax and not feel like he was seconds away from a fight for his life. A light feeling was floating in the air and Izuku honestly didn't want it any other way. Now the only thing that can make this better is his brother here. Not Olive, no Izuku. You need to stop thinking that. Tenko is okay. Azawa didn't really know what to think about the Deathworlder in his cage with him. Others looked to be ready to see him be just a lump of meat in a moment, but others honestly looked sorry for him. The thing stayed in its spot and just stared at anything that moved and outright glared at the guards. Azawa knows they deserve it, so he's not complaining. He feels no pity every time they flinch back or look extremely uncomfortable at the Deathworlder, some looking as if it can kill them at any moment. Granted, that thing could probably still hurt them from here, but the electrocuted bars should be enough to keep it in. The key words are, should be enough. He kept his eyes and second set of eyes that are still tightly hidden, on that thing at all times. He doesn't stare directly at it, No, that would be suicide, but Azawa always makes sure to watch with his peripherals at all times. He watches before he finally passes out because he stayed up for so long, but he can tell it didn't sleep the whole time. Others even mention that it didn't sleep at all through the dark cycle. Food was already in the cage when Azawa wakes up, the carnivore ration pellets. Dry chunks that taste like dirt and that look like feces from a small animal. It also smells like it as well. They are a very dark green color and look to have a wooden-type texture. He knows if he bites into them it will feel grainy and all-around disgusting experience for every single cycle. Azawa waited to see how the thing would act and was shocked to see that they only took a water bottle. It was there when he woke up, so it made sense that it would grab what it needed, but it didn't grab any of the food. He took his time to grab his food and leave its half, hoping that it doesn't think he's stealing its food. The thing didn't react at all, but it did watch him the whole time while he ate. Azawa didn't touch its food, and when more food came, he still didn't touch its share. Once it was there for a whole cycle, it got up and walked to the food and picked up the tray. It was deceivingly tall, not as tall as him and far from it, but still it was able to fold itself that small. After it picked up the tray, it walked over to where he personally was but was still a good distance away. Azawa still had his tray from the last time they got food because they didn't collect them yet. It dumped all its food onto his tray and it took longer than he'd like to process what it even did. He just stared at the food while it walked back to its spot, sat down and started to examine the tray. Azawa guesses he has more food now, but when will it get hungry? When did it eat last? Other prisoners are saying it'll just kill him when it's hungry enough, but will it? It seemed to be keeping to itself the whole time and only even tried to do some type of interaction with the guards. Plus the guards' interactions are just it being angry at them all cycle. That is besides it giving him its share of food, and he can also think of the fact that others stated it didn't sleep in 2 cycles. When will it sleep? It has barely moved the whole time it was here. Does it save its energy from not moving at all? Azawa mostly runs through all the information he has on this specific Deathworlder, a Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron. Not much is known. Because it is from a Deathworld, no one ever goes on them unless they are forced to. The GPSC has millions of files and papers that were made on Deathworlds and how they have never and can never sustain sentient and sapient life. No one actually knows where the original planet that Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron come from because they have only been rarely seen from poachers. Of course, most likely in the deepest part of the GPSC one could find where the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron's planet is, but no one will spend time to find it. That is besides the fact these poachers have the coordinates to the plants apparently. Also the fact they could have found the plant, wrote down some of the creatures that inhabit most of it, and then just didn't say exactly where they found it. That could be something that happened because it has happened before. It was the reason they are usually always killed or locked away forever, or well its body, being extremely aggressive to anything or anyone that gets near it. It has even been recorded to be aggressive from noise or just a quick glimpse of others. The fact that some poor soul had to watch the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron so everyone at least understands the basics of basics for this deadly creature. There was those small little readings from when they surveyed the plant, and that is why everyone is scared of them, because it's the most well-known stories from it. It was the one way the GPSC was able to prove that they are mindless animals, but Azawa really doesn't believe them because he's alive and fine right now. The GPSC has drilled into every living being's head that one Deathworlder can take down a whole ship if not careful. Azawa usually doesn't follow anything those crefters say, but it's a Deathworld. No one can survive it, let alone live in close proximity to one of its inhabitants for so long. He's not going to start doubting them automatically, but this thing isn't nearly as bloodthirsty as it has been stated to be. It hasn't tried attacking him, and also the fact it listened to him when he acted out that the bars would hurt, meaning it has some intelligence. Azawa doesn't know how much it has, but it has some to understand when correlating the pain he had to the bar in front of it. It finally went to sleep sometime around the 3rd cycle, seeming to just slump into the floor and passed out. That means it was probably very tired. It stayed up when it shouldn't have, and that could be because of many factors that surround it. It's in a new environment, with someone different, laying on metal and not what its sleeping materials are, so many things could be playing into how it acts. Azawa was actually about to get what felt like some decent amount of sleep, and he even woke up before the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron. That was an easy feat though, because it took until the middle of the cycle for it to wake up again. The guards asked if it was dead and Azawa just said it's sleeping. If they want more information on it, then they can poke it with a stick or something. Nothing else happened that light cycle besides the normal. It took its water, and he got its share of food, but Azawa is sure it's getting hungry. It has to be. The whole cycle it seemed to be slowly shrinking into itself more and then suddenly uncurling itself to only curl up again. Azawa is sure that he can hear it growling at different points, but that could just be the frustration of not eating and it making itself do this. Who really knows? Azawa is happy he can hear well because of the fact the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron still randomly growls through the day. One thing that was blaringly obvious was that the thing in his cage was a hoarder. It hoarded its water, all the trays it was given. Guards keep getting upset at it but not daring to get them, the sack it was in, crafting miracle. It even kept the pluming rope that tied the thing in its sack. It kept all of it and Azawa doesn't know why. Is it a territorial thing or does it need to keep everything on its home planet because everything has its uses? He doesn't know and he might never know. Again, nothing really happened this cycle besides it 1, hoarding things and 2, is not falling asleep again. He fell asleep eventually but it took quite some time. He was able to feel every time it sized him up from the other side of the cage. He was on the same time schedule as his mate but with the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron in the cage with him, he's in this really weird sleep cycle that is schwister than before. Azawa will admit it, he's dumb, he's so stupid and not even perceptive enough even though it is literally his species' best skill. You want to know why he's thinking all of this while staring in fascinated horror at his cagemate. He has finally figured out why the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron has been hoarding all of its items. It took crafting 4 to 5 cycles just to notice it. Let's put this ground together so you can stand where he is currently sitting. Azawa has gotten used to his weird beauty thing, maybe a sentient? Who the creft knows at this point, not this anime that's for sure. He has gotten used to the weird noises that it made at random points in the cycle, some sounding simulator to how his mate passes the time. They are pleasant on the ears but then there are others that seem to be made in boredom. Oh, another note, they did try the food. Not doing that again because when they tried to swallow down just one pellet, it took almost a whole bottle of water to just make them seem okay again. They didn't seem sick by it but it was more on the it was so unpleasant and gross that they just don't even try anymore. They might try again when they get too hungry though. Azawa has even gotten used to the staring and weird looks. It's not that bad because even if their face contours in these really weird and disturbing ways, it never attacks him so, yeah, he can deal with it. What Azawa is trying to say is that he understands his cagemate by now and he isn't scared of them anymore. He knows that they will do anything to make the guards uneasy. That goes the same for other sentients in the other cages for some reason. He knows how they like to sleep with the sack bundled under their head and the rest of their hoard held close to their chest and arm. He has arms too, wrapped around it. Azawa also knows some words? Or are they sounds? They are repeated sounds that get whispered into the silence of their cage, so maybe he's not supposed to hear them or know what they mean but one word seems to get repeated the most. It's something close to ku or maybe ku, something close to those two sounds and Azawa only knows that they repeat this word a lot. He understands his cellmate, the end of it. But apparently he doesn't because on a random night cycle, Azawa woke up to a weird noise. One that he has never heard before in this huge room full of cages and definitely not by his cagemate. It was this quiet grinding noise. Almost like metal on metal just quietly being rubbed together. It suddenly stopped for a little but he was already up so when it started again, Azawa used his second hidden eyes to look around. He didn't move or make it look like he woke up as his second eyes zipped around trying to see if he could find where the noise was coming from. His cagemate, the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron. It was hunched over something, in their little space of the cell that was slightly close to the non-conductive toilet. The floors were also a non-conductive metal so no one could break them. The toilet did not have this luxury because it can be broken but fixed easily. If no one is in the cell so it's if you break it you don't get a new one. Back to the hunched over Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron that is currently doing something that involves metal, of some kind. Azawa honestly doesn't know and he has just been trying his best to survive this whole time. Being on survival instincts this whole time feels like it's slightly getting to him. He needs to relax soon. There it is, the low grinding metal sound again. Now he knows it's coming from the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron but he doesn't want to move and spook them. Lucky for him that his species is very well known for being extremely stealthy. Azawa slowly moves the top part of his body, not the bottom half because that would probably make a bunch more noise. When he finally gets to full half height he tries to see what his cellmate is doing but he still can't see. The sound of some water is then heard. His cagemate also moved a bit when the dripping water was heard. What in all the systems are they doing? Now here is a fact about his cagemate that Azawa has forgotten. He has seen on multiple occasions that if someone or something was staring at them for too long, they would at one point snap their head in the direction of watchful eyes on them. This means that they can tell when someone is watching them. Anime and some other species have this little talent. That Azawa so happened to forget existed because when they snapped around with wide eyes to him, he thought he was sent into one of the many religious afterlives other species believe in. Now it wasn't just the turning around so fast that it could probably rip a muscle, it wasn't the wide eyes that showed too much white and not enough black, it was not the look of what could be terror on the Tauro Alphanunu Omicron, it wasn't even the fact that his cellmate looked ready to fight anything and anyone at that moment, no. It was the glint of the edge of a knife. A knife. Where did they get a knife? How did they get a knife? When did they get a knife? What are they doing with the knife? Breathe, Azawa ta breath. He was still staring at them with their knife in hand, but now he was more flopped onto the floor to look less threatening because they have a KNI. Breathe. Azawa, you are one of the most feared beings out there, just breathe. His sole focus is on his Tauro Alphanunu Omicron cagemate that is holding a knife that they should not have. They were taking in these big inhales and look as if they just got done running from a predator, and that thought alone wanted to make Azawa curl up and not think of the things that could be a predator to a crafting Tauro Alphanunu Omicron. After what felt like whirls but was probably just a few flicks, his cellmate seemed to calm down enough to put the knife, it's a crafting knife, down. They scanned him with their eyes, then let out a big puff of air, looking finally at ease. Well, a little bit at ease. Go Damon eet brew. Down do sat, Suko scored ma. Azawa has no idea what they just said or even if they said anything at all, but he's going with, they have their own language, at this point. He started putting down his tail as it was in a coiled-like state that was perfect for launching forwards and biting. He doesn't know when he started doing that, but he was now very glad they had no idea now to ready his body language. Well, they knew how to read some of it, not all of it, just as he can with them. An example would be right when they turned around they were ready to hit and hurt whatever was staring at them, but they also hold their tremors and arame dose when scared. Usually you can see it in their limbs more than their many body, but it's always so small only parents of those children will take notice. Does this mean Azawa thinks of this random Tauro Alphanunu Omicron as his kit.no? Not at all. He just needs to pay attention to them this much so he doesn't get hurt. After finally putting down the knife, Azawa is able to tell they relaxed quite a bit, but they were still ready to fight because their body was mainly facing toward the door of their cage. They seem to still be trying to calm down though because they are taking slightly bigger breaths than they normally do. Did he really scare them that much? Well, it was the night cycle and not much light was being used, they might not be able to see in the dark as well as him. They turned more to face whatever they were doing and Azawa caught a glimpse at what appeared to be a water puddle on the floor. What are they doing? His cellmate turned back to him a bit with one of their top eye fluff raised up. Oh, Azawa was up again and obviously trying to look at what they were doing. Of course they would want them to look away, even though this does involve a knife and Azawa would very much rather know what in the grit is the knife being used for. He looked away and relaxed more into the floor, making it look like he's not interested with what they're doing. What Azawa didn't expect was for them to change the angle they were working at, so now he can see what they are doing a lot better. He still tried to look uninterested, so they continued whatever they were doing with the knife. He didn't want to make them feel crowded. No one ever really pays attention to them unless they make a move first. They are in a cage, so that makes sense. It's like when a kid is trying to do something without their parents noticing it. They can see the kid, but they just let the kid think they are sneaky. Azawa's ear twitched when the grinding on metal sound was made again. From his peripherals he could see them moving the knife. Against the floor, in the little water puddle. They seem to be holding the knife at a certain angle, over and over and over again. It seems to also be helping them calm down because it's barely been a flick, but they seem almost at peace for the first time Azawa has ever laid eyes on them. It was a little weird but oddly nice to see them actually not on guard for the first time. Since they seem to know what they are doing and are doing something with the edge of the knife. They might be trying to sharpen it with the metal floor, but that won't work. One would need to have the grit for that type of thing. He is still trying not to think of all the implications of them knowing how to sharpen a knife because that just points to sentience right there. GPSC was wrong, not shocking, but still they were very, very wrong. The soft and continuous low sounds of the metal grinding on metal was background noise while his eyes wandered to the horde his cellmate had made. Azawa hasn't looked at it long enough to know what they truly have besides the basics because he didn't want to accidentally make them mad. Now since they were so focused on the knife, how Azawa could actually see what the little horde is. He can clearly see trays, the sack, the rope. That has been unwound a bit and some little strands are just laying around, some ripped cloth from somewhere, a broken tray, water bottle, wait. Broken tray, there is a broken tray, it has some string around it too. How could, there is an accurate cut out of it. There are also some that seem to just be cut? How? How did they? It's cut in straight lines, but there are others that turn so that a handle? A handle outline is oh my rap, the knife is a tray. The knife was a tray, he made weapons and is now trying to grind them down more so they have a blade's edge. This Taro Alpha Nu Omicron are sentient, they are sentient, and of course this one knows how to make weapons from metal lunch trays and is strong enough to break apart metal. Azawa can't anymore, he just can't, This isn't in the realm of normal thinking. This is a creature that 1, woke up from a very potent drag quickly, 2 is a deathworlder that listened to him so they wouldn't get hurt, 3 can undo knots without looking at them, 4 can apparently just casually break metal, so casually in fact that no one knew they were doing this. No one near their cage is a night cycle type of species, and the ones that aren't even sentient. No one knows that his Taro Alpha Nu Omicron can do this, no one but him, and they are just showing them this like it's a normal light-to-light occurrence. Let's just not go over all of the other things that it can do, it will take all night cycle and there is no point to that. This is just all illogical, it's illogical, but somehow the Taro Alpha Nu Omicron is doing it. Ea luck oxes, luck watch. Azawa's head zipped over to where his Taro Alpha Nu Omicron cellmate was lightly moving their hand up and down. They then pointed to the tray-made knife that seemed to have some of the ripped cloth on its handle so it won't cut open the holder's hand. They then pulled up the sack and held it with one hand, moving their fingers in such a meticulous way that they had a large hole in between 2 specific fingers. Azawa then feels his fur rise up fast as the knife went quickly to the sack and was sliced through, but apparently that wasn't enough to show how well the knife was. His cagemate then, with terrifying speed and precision, moved the knife to the hole in between his fingers and brought the knife down a bit to show how easy it could cut through the sack. It didn't cut smoothly, but it was still a much cleaner cut than Azawa ever thought a knife could make. That is a very deadly knife, and it's in his Taro Alpha Nu Omicron cagemate's hands. Oh my. In all the systems, I had to be put into a cage with a crazy Taro Alpha Nu Omicron that seems to just understand my body language and knows how to make weapons. Azawa looked back up close to his cagemate's eyes and could practically see the happiness and joy radiating off of them. He could see how proud they looked by the way they held themselves. He couldn't be upset at this, they were too proud and happy with themselves for him to be upset at this. Azawa unconsciously starts to make a deep purring noise, one that was used for encouragement for young kids or for comforting them. It was a "you did a good job" or "everything will be okay" sound, and he stopped it as soon as he noticed he was making it because his cagemate was staring at him weirdly. How his fur was puffed up for a different reason, his tail mouth flicked around in embarrassment until it laid flat on his back and curled around where his second eyes were. Today was too much. He looked away from where they were and started to get more comfortable on the hard metal floor. Azawa tried his best to calm his mind and flatten his fur, but he could still feel the look on his face from his cellmate. It looked something akin to wonder or maybe shock. They could have an animal on their home planet that makes that noise. Why did he do that? It could be seen as insensitive or an insult or creft, even a threat. Azawa doesn't even want to think of it. That was meant to start a fight. Nope, it wasn't a way to start a fight, or else the Taro Alpha Nu Omicron would be all over him by now. He gets comfortable in his spot and then pretends to try and go to sleep. This was an illogical response, but what else he was supposed to do? He can't explain why he made that sound at them, and even if he could, Azawa wouldn't have. It was illogical. What was logical about anything? The situation was nothing, and he might as well use that Plume's logic to his advantage. After a few circs, maybe it was a flick or two, the metal on metal grinding noise started back up again. It sounded a bit different from the other one though, so maybe they got a different piece of metal to work with. Amazing, just amazing. They are making a second knife. It will take ages for him to fall asleep. Wait. How many did they already make? Tenko has seen and decided not to eat the plant-type food square block thing. It honestly felt like wood, so maybe this cat centaur thing ate wood? Oh, that was another thing Tenko has been trying to get used to. Trying not to flinch at when this mystical Egyptian centaur cat dog god moved in any weird way, but every moment so far just reminded him of a scared cat. That was how he was reading them at any moment for now, until they could actually understand each other. They were smart and knew how to communicate with him, so he didn't really want them to be mad at him or want to kill and eat him. That was another reason to not eat the food that they can so obviously eat, even if they looked very off-put by it as well. It does smell like sheet, but maybe that was just normal for space tree bark or something. Tenko only took a water bottle at the time, randomly sipping at it, and then he had to dump all the food they left behind onto their metal tray. It was annoying, but they didn't attack him, so that was a plus, but their body language read as terrified. It was a little upsetting, but it was good. If they were this scared of him, then he didn't need to worry about them trying to kill him anytime soon. He'll get back to his baby brother even if he has to kill everyone in this room. People or animals, they will all turn to dust if it means he can see his brother again. Tenko has also not slept much this whole time. The lighting is off, and sometimes it seems that the lights need to stay on for at least 5 more hours. It was annoying as F and messing with his sleep schedule, but also he is in a cage, on a spaceship, with an alien and gods knows what else. Tenko did want to stretch out more because he liked to take up as much space as he could in his sleep and also when he was awake. He also didn't want to get close to that Sphinx centaur thing. He didn't know if it was like those shitty teachers or adults when he was younger that would hit him in school for trying to get comfortable. A lot of normal people, or more specifically strangers, would get angry at him for getting comfortable wherever he was, so best to stay in his own space. Besides the fact that Tenko kept looking at all of the metal trays and slowly but surely doing a bending break thing that can happen if something is bent too much. Tenko has also been thinking about home, music, his friends even if they were assholes, different ways to break the metal trays or how to make weapons like Izu's dad showed him. He's been thinking about Izu's dad because he was like his own father. Mom was mom, but it was getting harder to even see her like that at times, and his lil brother that was too good for this world was his adorable gremlin brother. What they taught him in life that he could use now, dad, with reading body language and weapon making, mom with her way to wrap people around her finger or making herself look a certain way with that either being strong or weak was your pick, Izuku making him know that you can learn something new or find something useful in everything around you. This will be the only way Tenko will get out. Maybe he could string in the cat centaur thing along the ride if they prove useful. Tenko doesn't know when he fell asleep, but at one point he passed out and woke up to that Egyptian centaur thing looking at him. That was creepy. They were really creepy, but that was okay because he was still alive, so again a plus. That whole day was calm as he tried his best to not get his cage mate angry and think of other ways to make something to defend himself with. The pain from no food was starting to get to him. It hurt and curling up seemed to be the only way to stop it. Tenko might just start eating that green wood sheet to see if it processes, but he also doesn't want to poison himself and die. He didn't eat the food that day like normal, and that made his stomach mad at him with its growling. It took till the person centaur cat thing went to sleep that he remembered about being able to cut metal with thin metal strings, like sawing back and forth. This will take a long time and water, but this metal seemed a bit weaker than he thought it would be. Tenko tried the food and hated it. That thing was so dry, it was drier than a fing Popeye's biscuit, and it hurt to swallow, so he's never doing that again. Besides the fact Tenko now has a burning hate for the food his cage mate was able to eat. He has made big progress with the knives he was making. It took a long time, day and night he was working on them whenever no one was looking at him. It was easy to make people look away too, a quick snarl and they turned around like he was able to sick a wild starving lion on them. His cage mate also ignored him more when he hummed some tunes, so that was a nice pastime as well. He cut out some pieces of the metal, parts that were just bent, snapped, then string sawed for a better handle, but then one was fully string sawed. He was never doing that again as well, hurt his hands like a beach. Tenko was able to grind the metal tray on the floor, which was extremely rough to the touch. He's very glad that he has pants on so his legs don't get scraped up when he moves around. Some water and a sheet ton of pressure when he grinded the thing on the floor and boom. He was making the knife sharpener, not sharp, but it will make cutting and slashing easier. He has to tear up some of his shirt and bag to make the handle not cut up his hand when holding it. Tonight was going to be the same thing as all the other nights. Working on the knife, and it seemed that they finally fell asleep. Tenko saw how tired his cage mate was. They just never wanted to sleep but couldn't stay up for as long as he could. They would randomly fall asleep either in the day or night, but that was okay because they seemed to never wake up from the noise he so carefully made. Grinding the makeshift knife on the rough ground with water was calming. He couldn't hum a tune this late at night, but that was fine. He was so caught up in his work and stopping at random times to make sure that his cat centaur was sleeping still that he didn't notice. Tenko didn't hear it. There was no noise at all, but the heavy eyes on his back was no mistake, and he knew who was looking at him. Tenko whipped around as fast as he could. This might be the night. Holding the knife he knows that his cage mate didn't know about yet. Tenko looked on with wide eyes as he tried to ready himself for an attack or swipe or something. He would kill cage mate if he had to, but they were nice company. They left him alone and liked his tunes. They also seemed to have this calming effect that cats and mostly dogs have on him. Tenko locked eyes with his cage mate and they both froze. Their eyes snapped onto the glint his knife made, and it took a second, but their breathing picked up. It was only then did Tenko notice that they were still laying down, but just in a way that should have helped them see what he was working on better. He took some big breaths to calm himself down a little and scanned around the cage just in case he missed something. Nothing was there, so Tenko calmed down a bit more. God DMN it brew. Don't do that, you scared me. He looked at the puddle on the ground he's been using to help him grind down the knife and looked at his cage mate's tail that was coiled up like a snake. It must be a body part good for fighting, or it has a hidden mouth feature. He has seen his cage mate put the food clumps there, so it's not far of a stretch, but he's never seen if it was a mouth. Tenko hasn't exactly made it his mission to study his cage mate, so it could have a mouth for a tail for all that he knows. He tries to think of something, anything, else as the thoughts of having to defend himself against his cage mate enter his mind again. Tenko didn't, no he couldn't be the scared and easily hurt Tenko. Maybe he should be Tomira. Thinking about how he should act while trembling made him want to be more like Tomira as time passed. If he was to be more like Tomira then he needed to be brave and not show fear, he wouldn't need to hold on to his knife this tight after being startled. He put the knife down more to the ground as he relaxed as best he could. He didn't need to be scared of his cage mate because everyone out here thought of him like a rabbit wolf. No one would try to hurt him unless they needed to or ordered to. He started to turn his body more toward the door after thinking of someone ordering someone else to hurt him. It would be one of those FS. He takes some big breaths, gaining control of his racing heart as Tomira tries to think of what he needs to do. He looked back at his knife and then turned back to work on it more. Tomira needed weapons, something to defend himself with, maybe make a shield out of the trays he's gathered too. He looked over to his cage mate with a raised eyebrow. Tomira would also need backup. He would need allies that understand both him and space. His cage mate would be the perfect definition of that. They seemed to finally give him space and that was nice, but he still needed them to trust him more. Tomira turned himself so that the Sphinx centaur dog thing could easily see what he was doing. It would have been harder if they had human vision, but they must be able to see better in this dark. There was a little light, but it was enough for Tomira to at least see if he would cut himself or up the knife. They still didn't look directly at him, but Tomira could feel someone's eyes on him, so they must still be watching him. He started to work on grinding the knife on the rough metal ground more. Moving the knife back and forth on the ground, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Tomira needed to make sure that he kept the knife at the right angle or else he'd mess up the bladed edge. The tension in Tomira's body slowly falls out as he does the repetitive motions again and again, again. His cage mate is quietly keeping tabs on him, but not in a mean way. It almost feels like concern at one point. Tomira noticed his Sphinx dog thing had their eyes at one point wandering over his stash of stolen things because why not? No one wanted to get near him, let alone take away what he had claimed as his. They are probably trying to see if he has any more knives in the works, and he does. They might be confused as to why he unwound the rope, but that thing has some metal strings in it that was perfect for sawing away at the metal trays. Tomira just works on the knife in front of him. He has another one that's already sharp enough, but it was still pretty dull. As Tomira worked on his knife, it seemed that his cage mate got shocked by something. It doesn't matter that much to him, so he just keeps working, but that stillness from them is a little unsettling. He lifted up his knife and looked at it. It was finally sharp enough for his liking, still dull, but he can be done with it now. Looking over to his cage mate gave him an idea. This would give him more trust to know how far the knife has come along. Tomira started to wave his hand around a bit to try and get their attention, but when that didn't work he resorted to talking out loud. "Hey, look at this, look, watch." He pointed to his knife when they finally looked at him, and then he picked up the bag he had been using for a pillow and also scrap fabric. He moved until the hole in it would be easy to get to and slice with the knife but not cut his hand. Tomira quickly moved the knife into the whole area of the bag and then brought the knife down the slice roughly at the bag. It didn't go smooth at all and it was a bit jerky, but that was okay. The final product will make taking guards down easier. Square image of or equal to pitchfork does not prove, up tack with circle above curly logical and square image of or equal to element of opening upward does not prove element of opening upward pitchfork, up tack with circle above square image of or equal to element of opening upward up tack with circle above curly logical and cage up tack with circle above square image of or equal to left normal factor semi-direct product does not prove Tauro alpha nu omicron square image of or equal to element of opening upward pitch 4, vertical bar with horizontal stroke curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and pitchfork does not prove curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and square image of or equal to pitchfork element of opening upward curly logical and. His cage mate started to talk to themselves most likely. He looked at them in joy, then he went about his own business. Tomira was glad for the fact that words that are being repeated so many times are easy to understand. His cage mate has referred to this place as a cage multiple times. Tomira couldn't say the word, but he could at least understand it. The other word seemed almost human but not at the same time, but that was okay. Izuku was the one that loved learning new things, and that goes double for languages. Tomira then heard the sound of a cat purring and he looked over to his only cage mate he has that just so happens to look kinda like a cat. He watches as the fur on them starts to puff up a bit and their tail snapped around in maybe an upset matter or embarrassment. Their tail then calmed down more and he then watches it wrapped around their top waist, not the bottom one closer to the tail but the further one. Tomira watches as they seem to act like that reaction or purring just didn't happen at all. He just watched them do all this. He was honestly kinda shocked to hear such a home sound come from something not clearly from home. Tomira watches as his cage mates act like he's going to sleep, but he's been in the same place as this person for a little bit. He can tell when they are just acting to sleep and actually sleeping by now. After watching them for a bit and thinking about what that sound could mean, Tomira goes back to grinding his knives. He was lucky he had a new knife ready and lined up to grind. This should be the third knife that he's working on. Tomira will make sure that he can get out and get Izuku back as quickly as he can. Tenko. Cool. No. Tenko. T. Cool. You now lost the N. It's Tinin Kuku. T-10, T Tenku? You know what? Yes, that's correct. It. Tenko rolled his eyes as he shuffled his pile around a bit. He now had about 4 knives with varying sharpness. Took a few days to get all of them to be this nice, but that was okay. Ta was a very quiet cage mate, but after the knife incident they seemed to try and talk to him more. It might be them trying to save their own, but Tenko doubted that because every bit of body language thrown his way was calm and happy any time they talked. He was so very grateful to learn how to read body language, because if he didn't, this would be hell honestly. He pulled out the half-carved-out knife and began working on it. Does not prove curly logical and, does not prove pitchfork element of opening upward, square image of or equal to element of opening upward up tack with circle above, does not prove curly logical and element of opening upward up tack with circle above, Tenku. Tenko let his eyes wander over to his cage mate that seemed to be comfortable at their arm's length distance. They had been getting closer after the knife incident and even tried to give him advice, he thinks. Every other thing in this place looked to be waiting for either one of them to kill each other, but jokes on those assholes, Tenko would never hurt another kidnap, i.e. that is unless he really had to. He put his hand to his chest to signify himself, knife. Work? Guard's ear, ta. That was all he knew right there. Hope he got the word work right, though he's proud of himself honestly, because the other words he knew were tail, eyes, hurt, mouth, nose, cage, and lastly go, stop, yes, and no. It took all of his brain power to remember those words, but he's proud of himself that he remembered that many Izuku would have memorized more by now. There was also the fact that he might be saying their last name. Tenko couldn't pronounce the first name that he was given. It was something close to Azawa, but he couldn't get it closer than that, so he got the name Ta instead. It was much easier to pronounce, and honestly it was a fun word to say, like when you say a word so many times that it doesn't even feel like a real word anymore. Yes, I? Curly logical and square image of or equal to element of opening upward does not prove up tack with circle above curly logical and pitchfork up tack with circle above curly logical and element of opening upward square image of or equal to element of opening upward guards element of opening upward curly logical and pitchfork up tack with circle above curly logical and element of opening upward does not prove element of opening upward does not prove pitchfork element of opening upward up tack with circle above curly logical and up tack with circle above square image of or equal to does not prove knives. Tenko thinks that one word was an I, but he could honestly be completely wrong about that. He nodded his head and started to get to work on the knife that he still needed to get out of the tray. These actually didn't take all that long because of the lone fact that he didn't have anything else to do. If he wasn't also busy trying to not die of starvation and keeping a sheet ton of water so he could eat a bark pellet or two. It scked, but he would soon be able to escape, he could just feel it. He'll be with his baby brother again, he'll get his things back, and they can then maybe find a way back home. If this was anything like normal space-type media, then they must have had a way to go back to Earth. If they didn't, then they could just find a way. Tenko also has to see if anyone else was taken from Earth. There could be more humans on this ship, that was it. Tenko needs to take control of the ship either by making all the guards die, scaring them out, or tying them up. He knows for a fact Ta would love to join in. He was worried for nothing. What is this bullshit? This isn't right. What the F was Ta so scared about when it came to the bars? They were fine, well, not fine, but it's not like it could kill him. Tenko was looking at the bars intensely while his arm was still touching it. Ta was asleep at the moment because after they both started to talk more, sleep came easier. Not the point though, because he can touch these motherfuckers. Tenko took his arm off the bar and then switched to grabbing it with his hand. The electricity from it grew with how much contact he had with it, but that didn't matter because all it did was feel a little tingly. It also caused his hand to clamp up a bit and twitch, but Tenko could ignore that and power through it. He unclamped his hand from the bar and watched as his hand slightly twitched, still, prickly sensation barely there. Blinking down at his hand, cage mate asleep, everyone was asleep, guards weren't going to be come around for the next hour or so. Tenko wanted to fing scream. This whole time he thought the bars would kill him or decommission him for like a few hours, being unable to move and stuff like that. This wasn't even close to being tossed or having a stun gun used on him, and Tenko would know what that felt like because cops are assholes and don't ask questions first. Yes, he was tossed before, yes it sucked, yes he pushed through it and decked the cop in the face. That cop? Back to the topic at hand? Tenko thought he was going to have to find a way to get around the electricity. He thought that he was going to have to cover his hand at one point, looking to see if he could find a way to open the lock. He even started to think of ways to get the guards to open it up for them. If he learned enough words, then maybe they would, or else they could have been more scared of him. The thing is that Tenko thought full-heartedly that this was going to take so long to get around, but no. He could leave right now. Tenko could see if he could get the lock opened and just run. He could go find his brother. His things. Tenko could find a safe place and maybe some actual food that didn't hurt just to swallow. He could get out of this cage and maybe even find a way home. A sound from behind him caught his attention. Whipping around with wide eyes to look at Sh, who was still asleep but seemed to just be stuck in a bad dream. Every so often, a whine was heard, so light and quiet that if he wasn't in the same cage as them he wouldn't have heard it. His eyes followed the movement as one of Sh's legs kicked a little and the glint of their claws grew more with the flex of their front paws. Was it a nightmare? Tenko continued to watch as the knowledge of how animals act in their sleep popped into his head. Usually when animals move in their sleep it's because it's just them dreaming. It being a nightmare or a nice dream, one can never really know unless there were clear signs like whining and such. Another whine, this time a little louder, was heard being made by Sh. Tenko also knows he can't use only animal logic with Sh though, because they were sentient, they had more thought than most animals and they were also in a cage. They were in here longer than him and for all he knows, they have been in here for most of their life. It would make sense if they are having a nightmare or something like that. Another particularly loud whine got Tenko to look at Sh's sleeping form again. They were laying on their side so that the top part of their body could relax on the ground. The top part of their body seemed to be able to bend in amazing ways as the top part was curled up into his front paws. It didn't seem comfortable to Tenko, but that was how they sleep and they seemed to like sleeping like that for a few days now. How was he supposed to help him though? Tenko didn't know what to do. Usually if someone was having a nightmare, he would just wake them up. He didn't think that was a good idea, eyes landing on the large paws with very sharp claws glinting in the light. So no waking Sh up, as that will probably result in him getting mauled. Another one of their back legs kicked out a few times before curling back in. Didn't most dogs, cats plus even different big cats, wolves, and like to sleep in groups? Did Tenko have to curl up and sleep with Sh? No, don't look at him like that. He's not thinking it in a weird way or like romantic way off. He's thinking that like, Izuku likes sleeping with someone because it gives him comfort. He himself likes to sleep with someone because of the same thing. It's nice to have another body of heat and also it's just really comfortable, and this whole time Tenko has been wondering how soft Sh's fur was, and because they are bigger than him didn't that mean that they would be warmer than him? That's usually the case for animals because bigger just means more heat, but imagining being warm and cuddling up on a soft thing is just sounding so perfect right now, especially after sleeping on this metal floor for so many days. So maybe this is a little selfish of him to want to sleep on non-metal for once, but go F yourself, it hurt, okay? It just sounds so nice and it'll probably help Sh anyway. Tenko looked at his pile and started to organize it so nothing important or incriminating in the eyes of his captors could be seen. He didn't want them to know what he's been doing with the trays, and hiding it seemed like the best idea honestly. After making sure everything is in order and nothing is opened up, he turns to look at his cage mate. Very soft looking cage mate. Narrowing his eyes, Tenko slowly made his way over to Sh. He didn't want to wake him up, but he also knew how fun it'll be to deal with in the morning if he's able to succeed in cuddling Sh. Closer and closer, slowly creeping. Tenko was able to make it right beside them and now didn't know how to lay down with them. He looked Sh over and decided to try and lay in the middle of their animal-shaped body. The human-shaped part seemed to be way too tightly curled up to even try and sleep with. So slowly he made his way over to the middle part of the animal body that is Tenko's cage mate, Sh. He stopped right before trying to lay down, looking over to his cage mate's face to see if they were about to wake up. The answer to that question is, no, they are not, so Tenko then slowly lowers himself so he could lay on them lightly. He was so close to that fluffy fur and he was so ready to sleep on something that wasn't a metal floor. Tenko gently set his head and side of his body on the softest fluffy fur he has ever felt. It was perfect and he was trying his best not to cry about how soft it was, but that was okay. Tenko relaxed and let out a breath finally. Sh also let out a breath and seemed to relax more as well. He breathes slowly and watches his cage mate's face as it smooths out, front paws unflexing and staying that way, and finally, back legs no longer kicking out a bit. Everything evens out finally, and now all Tenko has to do is fall asleep. It takes no time at all to pass out with zero worries running through his head, with the loud breathing and heartbeat of his weird cat-dog Sphinx right under him. After that night where Azawa saw how quick his kit Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron calmed down, they didn't seem to get too upset much after that. Anytime his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron was about to get so emotional, they seemed to just stop and stare at a spot until taking in a large breath and becoming fully calm again. It was honestly a little worrying because Azawa knows for a fact they are not an animal, and that means that they should let themselves feel their emotions. Well, there was also the fact that Azawa didn't even know the Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron race personally, let alone basic information, because all of it was most likely false or only right when questioned about how to kill them. He kept his eye on his cage mate and made sure to not get into their space, but he did get very worried whenever they took only one bite from a ration pellet and then drank about half of their water container. Soon enough he was being taught their name at least. The name Tenko was different and was a struggle to pronounce, but he would get used to it, his mate would be better at it. In turn Azawa tried to get them to say his name, but it seemed they had a very hard time with his pack name. To make it easier, Azawa let him use his given name, Sh-Ta, that only took one correction to say right. Besides the main thing, Azawa has also been trying to at least get them to know the word associated with different things in their cage, because Tenko had trouble with common. They would get frustrated or angry and just stop to work on their knives. It still made his head spin at the fact Tenko was making knives. Azawa did help with keeping an ear out for guards, but they didn't really need to worry about it all that much. The guards had a schedule and never liked walking around off that set time to check on them. Everything was okay, but that was until he woke up with added weight on his midsection. Azawa wasn't a deep sleeper, but nightmares seemed to be the only thing that kept him asleep, unfortunately. That dark cycle, he was dreaming of finally getting to his mate, finally being able to touch his beautiful golden feathers, but as soon as he was about to lay a hand on them, Zashi crumpled. His love of his life just died, no words, no crying, no scream of pain. Just dead. Azawa didn't even know how to react to it at first, but then collapsed to the ground and began to scream in his dream. At one point in the dream he did get himself together enough to go try and kill the mother crefter that took his mate from him. When he was about to sink his teeth in the hexer that took Zashi away, he woke up, and that was now where he can feel something or more close to. He let his eyes wander over to the other side of the cage and see that Tenko wasn't there. Some shifting from his midsection made him snap his attention to the sleeping Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron that seemed to be getting more comfortable in their sleep. How? When did? Why did Tenko, out of all nights, decide to sleep on him now? It made no sense. The Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron seemed to be able to sleep fine on their side of the cage and even expressed the want to not get this close to him. Now you might be thinking he's being too calm about this, but no. Azawa is freaking out, but is freaking out so much that it's just blank at the moment. He laid there with a Deathworlder using him as a pillow for a little bit until the thought popped into his head. Zashi has said before that when he has nightmares, he moves around more and whimpers in his sleep. That could mean that Tenko was. Oh, they were trying to comfort him in their sleep, but only pack sentiences felt comfort when sleeping with others, and Azawa showed no sign of being pack-oriented to his cage mate. He thinks that means that Tenko is pack-oriented or has a pack. His cage mate that he thinks might be young or at least in very early adulthood, has a pack that they were taken from. Why does he think they are young or in early adulthood? The way they act with him whenever they show him what they do or can do or did. It's just a kid showing a parent so that they could be proud of them. Are they on this ship? Did the traffickers kill them? Did they cut them up in front of Tenko or kill them in front of Tenko? Is that why they were so closed off at first? Being taken from the pack forcefully would make anyone want to curl up in a hole and cry. Izuku, that was one of the sounds the Tenko repeated too much, every cycle. In fact, what if it was a name and not a word? Is that their sibling, friend, parent, packmate? Azawa wouldn't know what to call them, but Izuku must be important to Tenko enough to always be on their mind. More shifting and a low mumble brought Azawa out of his thoughts. Looking back at the Deathworlder let him see their face scrunched up. The word name Izu randomly being said also with Izuku. This made his heart break a little because this was just what Azawa was doing in his sleep earlier, wasn't it? Maybe his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron came to comfort him and themselves in the process because they understands wanting to be close to someone in times of distress. A frown spread across Azawa's face while he curled around his Deathworlder. He might not understand what is causing their nightmare, but he can at least make them feel better in their sleep with the warmth he emits in this freezing cage. He keeps trying to find the best way to lay his top part and finally finds the perfect spot that feels comfortable. Azawa was covering Tenko so if they cried in their sleep no one would be able to see, but this also might show the guards that he has tamed the Deathworlder. It'll be worth it though. Soon the light cycle will begin and the guards will come around with food in a few whirls, but that was okay. Azawa is sure Tenko is almost done with all of the knives he wants, they should be able to find a way out of the cage. He knows a few tricks but electricity makes it extremely hard to pull off. It's doable but it can also leave him a twitching and slightly burnt mess on the ground. That was the reason for not trying anything before, but now with Tenko here and the clear signs that he won't be left behind, Azawa could pull it off. He could do it, and if he gets shocked, Tenko should be able to keep people off them long enough for him to be able to walk around again. It might not be this light cycle or the next, but they would need to leave soon. The guards will take his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron from him in fear of them escaping or Azawa using them against the guards. It's a true statement and concern, but he would rather lose his top half than lose Tenko so that they could start all over again with someone that wouldn't be as caring as him. He can see Tenko getting so many put into his cage cell, so many attacking thinking they can't do anything else and don't want to go down without a fight. So many will die because no one would stop and see Tenko curling away from them so that he didn't have to hurt them, or they ignored those new cage mates so they would leave them alone. No. Azawa won't let these crefters do that to Tenko when they don't want to fight. They'll fight to escape, but fighting every day is too much, even for a Deathworlder that just wants their pack back. His top eyes glow in bright gold while the bottom ones glow a cruel red, glaring at the cages around them which houses sleeping bodies. Azawa will make sure that his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron is safe and sound of here, and they could make sure that they are with their pack again. He'll make sure that Tenko never has to worry about the darker parts of the universe, while Azawa himself is neck deep in those deals and targets that have such a high price on their heads. They will escape and live. What in the creft? Oh my. Miracle. How in the Cree dash? Azawa flicked his ears around as the noise increased more to an unbearable level. His front paws flexed as noise from people from cages near him went more into a whisper. Why are they so lively this cycle? It was a bit annoying that they decided to be noisy at Creft this time of cycle, but that's okay, Tenko should still be asleep. Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron? Everything suddenly went quiet as Azawa stretched his top arms a bit and then his front legs. Some movement happened around his midsection and he tried to think of why that was happening. Tenko should be awake by now, he thinks, with how all of them went quite so fast. Well, that's not right. Last dark cycle, Azawa woke up to Tenko sleeping. They were sleeping on him so that he wouldn't have nightmares, right? That means, Tenko is still asleep because he can now clearly feel the Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron on his midsection without a care in the world. Azawa's mind is still catching up as he stretches some more, moving the top part of his body a little. Some gasps were heard, ears flicking around to hear that they came from all around him, and it was starting to PSS him off. He flicked his ears in annoyance, his tall ear fluffs whipping around in slight anger because of all the noise that started up again just from him moving his top half. Shifting from his midsection made him blink his top eyes open, bottom eyes staying covered so that the change in light won't hurt them. The first thing his eyes focus on is his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron, who seemed to be also waking up with all the noise that has been going on. Azawa tunes out the rest of the world so that he could focus solely on Tenko. He didn't want to make them feel unsafe with how close they are. Slowly Tenko woke up, the noise finally seemed to calm down as they stretched a bit from their spot on his midsection. Azawa blinked lazily as his Deathworlder woke up more, opening his mouth from his tail and top half so that he could yawn. As soon as he was done with his yawn, Tenko joined in the yawning while rubbing their eyes, probably to get less tired than what they are. He hoped they weren't hurting their eyes by doing that. He really hopes they are not trying to destroy their sensitive eyes with their palms. It looks like it would hurt. Finally. Azawa was able to understand that yes, the guards are watching them right now. Yes, they can tell that Tenko will not hurt him because they were sleeping with him. And yes, they were going to take away his kid Deathworlder, his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron, his problem sentient that he will take care of for now and help escape so they could go back to their pack, just like how he wants to go back to his Zashi. Azawa moved his head as quickly as he could, so he was glaring at the guards by their cage door. Some movement from Tenko made him want to look back down, but if they wanted to move away from him because they don't want to be near him, then that's okay. It was their choice to be close to him, but he wouldn't mind them staying besides him. He growled a little, and that seemed to also get Tenko on alert as he also started to glare at the guards at the front of their cage. Well, it looks like your little pet seemed to wake up. Better enjoy that weird power play while you can. Arame. The name of his race was thrown at his face like a slur, full of hate and anger at how Azawa was able to get so close to Tenko. If they wanted to get close to his Deathworlder, then they needed to treat them with respect and not like a crefting mindless animal. He kept lowly growling at the guards that decided to try and do a power play with him, but that was until his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron too started growling loudly at them. The Deathworlder even half stood up on one knee and squared their shoulders, ready to pounce at the door if needed. This finally seemed to get the guards to quickly walk away from their cage. Away from the angry Tauro Alphanunu Omicron and annoyed Arame, they fled as if Tenko could easily reach through the bars. When he could no longer see the guards, is when Tenko calmed down enough to lay back down. Other individuals from cages near them seemed to think it was fine to stare them down still. A quick growl from him made them look away though. Azawa isn't obligated to be nice or to save anyone here except the ones he cares for. Guess Tenko is rubbing off on him more than he thought, growling and glaring at anyone that looks too long. Why wasn't he doing this from the beginning? Wasn't it to try and get back to his Zashi by seeming more calm again? Azawa looked back at Tenko, who looked a little tense at all the attention that they were receiving as soon as they woke up this cycle. He understood that feeling all too well, too many eyes staring at them in too little time with so much hostility will make any sentient tense and on edge. Let's hope that their ability to understand common is decent enough to understand that they should leave soon. Tenko. The Tauro Alphanunu Omicron looked at him but was still a little tense, ready to make a move if they need to. Azawa mimicked taking a big breath to try and help a little, but it seemed like it wouldn't work, so he went on with what he was going to try and do. We need to leave. He said it slowly and as clear as he could so that Tenko could translate it the best they could. Need to go. Tenko, slow but caring Tenko, the Deathworlder that seemed to only want to leave and protect him so far, looked at him as if he spoke gibberish. It probably sounded like it to them, so it was understandable, but Azawa was able to see it. It wasn't fast or suddenly happened out of nowhere, it was slow and cautious, but recognition started to glow in their eyes. Their top eye fluff scrunches up, a frown clearly forming on their face as it seemed to have finally sunk in. Leah Vivi, Nuao? Azawa was shocked that they were able to say those two words so quickly. Maybe they were close to other words that they could say normally. When he was so focused on the amazing feat Tenko just did, the Deathworlder Sarte To touched the bars. He quickly grabbed their arm after they already fully grabbed the eclectic bars and pulled them in close. Tenko shouted in shock or maybe pain, and all Azawa could do was start purring up a storm. He didn't want to look at their hand, it was probably burned, it probably hurt so much. He held on tight as Tenko started to squirm more around and eventually was able to get out enough to look at him. No, they moved around more and Azawa tried to keep them still because it must hurt. It has to do with how much electricity is in those bars. Nuu. It seemed Tenko was finally able to do what he wanted to and shoved something into his face top eyes. Azawa blinked a bit and noticed that it was a hand. Oh, it was the hand they grabbed the bars with. It was their bar hand that wasn't hurt? It shocked him so much that he stopped purring. No word, Hewart. They just looked at each other for a bit, and after a little Azawa started to laugh and hugged Tenko tighter. It got a squawk out of Tenko that sounded like something his mate would do, and that just got him to want out more. This is of course the case. Of course his Deathworlder is able to ignore the electricity in the bars or is immune to it in general. Of course Tenko can be able to touch the bars. Azawa started to laugh a little harder at the thought of the guards getting grabbed through the bars, because now them being scared of Tenko even with them in this cage seems very logical to him finally. Izuku didn't know what to do. Every day his stomach hurts more and it's getting harder to walk around the cell. Zashi has been teaching him common, he thinks he really got the hang of it. It reminded him of Russian, but at the same time it had some African qualities to it, but since Africa was so widespread with its accents he can only say it sounded slightly Swahili in nature. They practiced words and sentences and even numbers, but it was getting harder to stay awake with the stomach pains, harder to move with the pain, and harder to act okay with that pain. He refused to eat any food that was given to him. Zashi was worried, but Izuku came up with some bullshit. If said bullshit was that his people could live 2 months without food, long time without food, that was only for him to know. Humans could live 3 weeks without food, max, and it wasn't nice, and Izuku is pretty sure it's getting close to the 2-week mark. It hurts so much. Besides practicing common, they have been trying to think of ways to escape and talking about anything that comes to mind. Reason why for the first was because Zashi made it very clear that the bars should not be touched or else Izuku would be in immense pain. The last bit was so that they could find more words to explain to each other. Zashi swore he would get Izuku's language down one of these circulations, even when he can feel himself withering away. Izuku thinks his cellmate didn't believe the 2-month food lie but didn't try to push on it. Zashi has been refusing to leave his side a lot of the time, and it helped Izuku feel warmth with his heat getting harder to keep. Getting Skinner this fast was throwing off how well he could conserve heat. After how many cycles of the guards coming around to see them close together, they just chalked it up to Izuku being too young to do any real damage or still needing a parent. They were very upset about how close they were though. Izuku? He slowly moved his head toward Zashi direction, vision slightly swimming with how little food he has in him. He made a low noise, hoping Zashi understands to keep talking and keep talking like the bird did. You sure? want this. The lids of Izuku's eyes felt like cinder blocks, but he quickly blinked his eyes and looked to see what Zashi was asking, words fumbling in his brain as he translated it. Oh. It was the day's daily schedule of trying to get him to eat. Letting out a huff of air from his nose, slowly shaking his head in the no movement that he taught the bird specifically so he could not use his voice. Some days it hurt to talk, others he felt like if he even made a peep, that the guard was going to come in and drag him away. Zashi said he used to be dragged away, but that was when he was frail and he was the only night entertainment. With Izuku's weakened state, does that mean they would try to drag him away from his warm dad-type bird? He didn't want to be dragged away and he wouldn't leave even if they could find a way to pry his cold dead hands out of his warm wings. Izuku, are you sure? Why you look so? He looked at the giant bird face, unable to read it properly with no moving lips and different eyes, but Zashi's head feathers gave him away. The big bird was worried for him. Izuku would even go as far as saying scared because Zashi can tell he's dropped a lot of weight. He might get light enough to be carried easily by how much the bird complains about him being so heavy all the time. Izuku lets a closed-mouth smile spread across his face as his eyes fall shut. It's fine. The words slurred out of his mouth as he tried to sit up straighter. I can't eat, it's bad food makes me sleep forever. He looks up to see the feathers of Zashi shift uncomfortably. We talk about this. Most of the feathers on Zashi's waist shift and bristle at the thought of him falling asleep forever, never to get back up again. The thing was, with how everything was going and how they still refused to give him some type of substitute for the food his bird was given. Izuku could just well up and die in his sleep. It's an awful thought, but it could happen. Maybe the pain would stop then. A mournful, sad tweet left Zashi's beak as he slowly put some of those bloody red dripping leaves down his gullet. There was more food for Izuku, but since he didn't eat it, Zashi did. This has made him stronger after not getting enough nutrients for so long. Izuku settles back in by his dad-shaped bird's side, warmth from the feathers keeping away the hunger-filled chill that seemed to cling to his bones. He must have closed his eyes at one point because it was quiet and calm, but the next second alarms were blaring and a shrill squawk was coming from his bird cellmate. What the creft is going on? Zashi's head whips side to side to make sure he doesn't miss anything that could have moved in their cell. The dull light that was on in the cell flickers out as the alarms fall quiet. The glow from Zashi's eyes are bright in the dark, but it's quickly replaced by a slow flashing green light. The lights are square image of or equal to uptack with circle above curly logical and? Izuku looks to see Zashi glaring at the lights. They use green as a warning? Or was it supposed to be easier on others' eyes instead of red? Or Izuku is thinking too much into this and the person that has the ship just likes the color green. He hums out and is given all of his bird's attention. Izuku, I don't know what square image of or equal to element of opening upward curly logical and uptack with circle above curly logical and, but we have to be element of opening upward does not prove to run. There were some words that just didn't click or he hadn't been taught them yet, but the point got across. If they ever wanted to get out, if he wanted to not starve to death, they needed to get out here with whatever was going on. Izuku knows this, but could they? No, they can. It was the only thing that could happen, even if he has to find a way to rip that dumb door out of the wall. Zashi stood up but made sure that he wouldn't fall without the support as he was leaning on him so much. After standing for a little, Izuku could hear some noise coming down the hall, but it wasn't coming closer. It sounded more like it just went past the hall they were in is all. He was able to keep his balance as his cellmate went to check on the door, shouting in the distance but not coming closer or really decipherable. His legs trembled a little at the strain of keeping himself up, but he was able to do it long enough until Zashi came back to his side to help him stand better. Izuku knows he could fight, he knows he could run, but not right now. He doesn't have any adrenaline in his veins, or well, not enough. It would help to live, but it could kill him if he's not too careful. Too much force would cut himself up or even break a bone, and Izuku is pretty sure no one here is a good honest earth doctor. Izuku could just end up hurting himself beyond repair while trying to escape. But he could live with the last little bit if it means he could get to his brother again and can at least see the outside of this med cell. Izuku, it's time to go. He nodded as they made their way to the door, no eclectic course through the bar window blocking them from the hall. He looked over to Zashi one last time before sticking his arm through the now safe opening. The bird helped keep his balance as he searched for the handle. A keypad should be nearby it. Zashi couldn't contort his arm like this, and that is beyond the fact that it's mostly wings and not a normal arm. Izuku said he'll find a way to open it even if he has to speed through every combination that could ever be used on the DMN thing. Come on Izuku, you can do it. Zashi sound encouraging, but he's trying to not focus on that because he just felt the keypad, no handle to be found. Weird, but it must be kinda like an automatic door or something. Izuku can't feel anything on it, but after running his fingers across it and randomly pressing in some places, a beep sound was made. Can you reach it okay? Do I need to help you up a little? He shook his head as he started to press randomly on the pad, forgetting the original strategy to press every known combination. Freedom was so close he could taste it and he lost himself too quickly, pressing on the buttons harder as more beeping was made with every failed attempt. He could feel Zashi tensing as more beeping was sounded. Izuku did tell him that he could open the door but just not how. He bit his lip as he tried to press more random buttons and another beep was sounded. Scrunching up his face he felt around to see if he could wrap his whole hand around the keypad. He could, so he held onto the lifted parts of it, gripped it as tight as he could and started to pull. Gritted his teeth and making sure he wouldn't slip, it felt like nothing moved at all. Izuku, what are yo? Until a loud crack was heard. His hand felt like it was slightly cut but he pushed on, they needed to get out. Izudash, he felt like he had a better grip as he ripped his arm away from their door, keypad still in his hand as he kept pulling it out. Some shock from the eclectic in the pad hurt but it wasn't that bad, he felt worse. Izuku finally ripped it off as he felt beads of sweat dripping down his face with how much energy that took. Panting as he pulled his arm back in, keypad in hand and a glitching beep sounded for a second. I don't think the dash, a long beep sounded and then the door began to move, to the left. Curly logical and element of opening upward pitchfork up tack with circle above curly logical and. Exhaustion weighed him down as he looked at the door, stopping partway from opening but it was a big enough gap for them to get through. They got lucky but if need be Izuku could have connected random wires until something happened. Zashi looked at him in awe or horror or something because it was quiet, shouting in the distance still not getting closer. That's good, that means they didn't notice them or the loud cracking sound he made when breaking that. It was probably a lot louder than where they are though so it makes sense the guards didn't hear them. Zashi, more panting as he collected his breath the best he could. Izuku wanted to just fall asleep but that can wait, they need to leave. You go first? Zashi couldn't believe it, they were running. Well, not running because Izuku couldn't run at the moment but they were wobbling. He held onto his fledgling with all his might, limping down the halls that were quiet. They got away from the cells that held other prisoners that yelled at them to get them out too. Zashi glared at them viciously, his chick already hurt himself to get them out and he wouldn't help these Schwist BSTRDS anyways. Moving down the hallways away from the shouts is all they could do at the moment. He's glad the guards and security are distracted by whatever is happening elsewhere. He looked at the walls to see any form of markings and did find some but it wasn't really helpful with it being marked PH, that was okay though because they just needed to keep moving. Izuku mumbled now and then about needing to find the room that has all their stuff and Zashi couldn't agree more with that statement. This is, if they even kept all their things but. How big was this place? Limping as fast as they could they looked from room to room, door to door. It seemed all hands were on deck to get whatever happened under control but the weird thing was how big this place was. He wasn't really able to see much of this ship but it feels too big for some random slavers and scientists that get random info from what they find and nab out in space. L left. Zashi looked down to the fledgling staring down a hall to the left of them. It looked like every other hall, clean as it can be with this type of crew and cargo. He looked back down at the chick after making sure he didn't hear any noise coming from the area. Why do you want to go down there? He saw a dark glare on Izuku's face as he looked down the hall like it took everything from them and more. It has, my TTH things. Zashi blinked a few times but decided it wouldn't be a lost feather to go down the hall and check. They limped down the hall, looking at the different doors and listening in before trying to open them. He was really lucky that most doors seemed to be unlocked. It was the fourth door that was labeled SSG-6, this was the door when opened that Zashi was able to see so many things. All of them looked personal and used and did not belong in a random room on a SLV ship. See? Talked ya. Zashi slightly chirped out a laugh at what Izuku was trying to say. Yes, the fledgling did tell him how this was the right hall to go down, their words felt very sassy about that fact too. Zashi's head zipped about as he wore a bright proud smile, he just needed to find his and his mate's things. The scent from them should be enough, he could smell them in here but it was mixed with so many others and Zashi is sure that he could smell something that was from the nestlings too. It took a little poking and prodding for Zashi to find his own things, clothes and light satchel plus his mate's clothes and light packs. He searched his bag to find his talon protectors, used to make sure he doesn't crack them or break them off while fighting other races. He attached them to the wrist-type area under his 3 talons and then looked into SHTA's pack and found that his weapons were kept with his things as well. They might sell them in bundles or have others look through them when they get to stopping points so that they could organize everything. There was just so much different things here. Zashi is very glad they haven't made it to a stopping point as he puts on the light satchel with his mate's pack pattern on it. SHTA's light pack then follows after that, it's a bit annoying to move in but he's moved with it on before. Zashi looks around for his fledgling. He could help find their things that were taken from them. Izuku was only able to keep their clothes because they probably didn't know how to take them off and didn't want to bother providing replacements for them when they were knocked out. After looking, he finds them with a giant pack that looked complicated and extremely heavy. It smelt of them but mostly of someone else. Fledgling. Is this from one of your flockmates? Izuku quickly turned to him and wobbled around from how fast he turned, being on the slight defense but dropped it as soon as they saw him. They tilt their head to the side in a questioning manner, something they picked up from him. Oh, flockmates are clothes, people? Izuku blinked at him as he stared right into his eyes, deep viridian looking into a lighter green-yellow variation. Like me and you. Zashi felt warmth over the fact his fledgling would label them flockmates even if he didn't quite get the term, but it was close enough because he didn't know if they saw him as a parental figure yet. He nodded his head and they looked at the strange big and complicated pack by themselves. Yes. Flockmates. Pack? Zashi looked at it and could tell that it was close to a pack, but with it being so complicated that he just couldn't see it as the same item at all. Moving on from the giant pack thing that Izuku has, he started to help them find their things, which were like his light satchel and two of them together. He looked at all the things that his fledgling would have to carry and decided that he wasn't going to carry all of this by themselves. I can help fledgling. He offered to take the bigger pack because he knows for a fact the nestling would not be able to carry it in this type of state. Izuku didn't want him to and gave him the two smaller satchel-type things, but both seemed slightly heavy together already, so he accepted it even though he didn't leave their side. When they first put on the back, it seemed like they were about to fall over but was swiftly able to get their balance back and started to walk. They still limped with the weight of it, but it seemed like they focused on carrying the complicated thing. It was a weird pack to begin with, big and complicated with a random bulging silver thing on the side of the bag. I looked roughed up but altogether strong, like it could have gone through so much more than whatever happened to it originally. It seemed that their pace slowed down again, but not by that much, like the fledgling suddenly got a bolt of energy from somewhere to keep going. Zashi kept a lookout and made sure no one was getting closer to them, but with how slow they were going they wouldn't be able to hide fast enough from the threat. Here was an example of this too. Zashi was able to tell someone was approaching them fast, but they had nowhere to hide. With their packs and satchels that hold important items, they would be sitting plums. He quickly flung his things off and on the ground by them so he could get ready to fight. Izuku pulled back a little by his reaction, looking ready to pull off his own giant pack that Zashi honestly has no clue how he was carrying. 2 guards and 1 patroller came barreling down the hall, seeming to try and go the way he and the fledgling just came from. There must have been an alarm on it or something along those lines. Escapees with supplies. One shouted as a guard ran toward him, ready to swing at him with a plasma spear. He dodged out of the way and flicked his wing a certain way to get the protector to cover his talons and sliced at the side of the guard that attacked him. 2 talons cutting into soft tissue while one skid across him or the other was wearing. The guard yelled out in pain as his friend ran up on him as well. Zashi backed up as quickly as he could, getting nicked by the approaching guard's plasma spear. Some feathers were cut in half while others were completely gone. The spear itself nicked the secondary arms that were hiding in his plumage. They were practically useless in a fight. Yes, being able to hold extra weapons is great, but not being able to swing them fast enough, hard enough, or hold on to a plasma gun after one shot is bad and useless. Zashi can carry young of his own kind, but that is because he kind has some hollow bones and not some of the bones that others have. He doesn't have them because that would be too much weight and evolution deemed them not worth it. Now Zashi isn't dumb and has worked those arms out to make sure they could carry more, but after staying here so long, his arms aren't that strong anymore. Focusing back on the fight, the guard Zashi sliced into, stepped on his fallen fathers and slipped on them. He tried not to snicker too much at that as he dodged another move of a plasma spear attempting to gut him. Reaching out as he dodged again and getting a cut on this guard's arm, making it harder to hold the spear. Zashi is so glad that he has had more food to eat, or else this would have been a one-sided beat down. Another dodge of a spear and a quick step to the left, then it gets bad. A shot rang out. Hot burning pain struck his left wing. A sharp heavy kick to his abdomen makes him spiral to the floor. This didn't mean he was down, but the shot from the forgotten patroller hindered him a lot. They usually only have electrified batons, but this one seemed to have grabbed a plasma gun in this, most likely, escape attempt of other prisoners. Sharp talons are also on his bottom feet. His reaction was as fast as he could go, but a spear was rushing down at him. Zashi just needed to swing his leg out faster than the other guards can swing downward. A motion that is made faster with the weight of gravity and Zashi movement, which is harder with laying weirdly on the ground and also just staining 2 injuries. Purple glow from the spear grows all too close as a deaf scream builds in the back of his throat, hoping not to hurt his chick with this attack that he was purposefully avoiding for that reason. When a silver and dark red blur passed him and hit the one guard, the One sliced on the side and attacking him, right on the arms. A loud breaking creaking sounded through the hall as the guard's arms bended in unnatural ways. Following where the metal-looking weird cylinder comes from, Zashi sees his fledgling with a terrifying snarl on their face. A disgusting pain-filled scream soon drowned out the breaking sound. The guard that just had both arms broken, what seemed to be beyond repair, drops the spear and falls back on the ground in an attempt to get away from the one that hurt him. Zashi didn't stop his movement the whole time, so the one on the ground got a little cut up on the legs from him, and the last guard near him also got his legs cut up a bit. The one still standing stumbles back as Zashi could only watch in shock and somewhat horrified about how easily it was to break their arm. His fledgling. His little hairless and flightless one that cowered any time a guard or patroller walked past. The one he thought was going to stay behind him while Zashi made sure they could get out safely with his mate in tow. They stood in front of him, swinging the weird cylinder downward and splatting the dark green blood, that got off almost completely off, onto the floor. His mind raced as it tried to think of where that clear as bright cycle weapon came from. Where was it hidden in the pack the nestling was carrying from? They couldn't have taken off that pack that fast, opened it up, rooted around and pulled it out that fast. Fights feel like they last like a feather falls but also feel faster than a blink and then they're done. The only thing Zashi's mind could focus on was the shine from the blunt weapon his fledgling was proudly brandishing. A large image entered his mind, of the same shine on that complicated pack earlier. The shine that kept catching the glow off the lights from in the halls while they moved in silence. The shiny silver color that seemed to have little dark patches on them, that always caught his eyes while they traveled. "Get away from my dod hopted saint you crefters." The growled out words from his fledgling felt foreign to his ears. Deep and promising pain to all that get closer as the shine from the cylinder catches on the lights above. Zashi can't see his fledgling face, but the others seemed more scared than he thought they would be. If he knew that the shiny bit of their pack was actually a weapon, Zashi would have tried to make more openings for the little one to move in for a hit if he needed the help, which apparently he obviously did. Wait. Who taught his nestling to cuss? Izuku swears to God all he wanted to do was grab their sheet and find his brother and whoever else they needed to and then get the out. He's tired and wants to stop moving but he can't. He needs to keep going. With how little he has eaten, he'll have to be on a very light liquid diet for a while or until his body readjusts and bounces back to normal. After how long that's going to take, he might have something about it in all of his extra storage for his laptop in his bags. It's going to be a pain in the butt, especially trying to explain it to his bird companion if they don't experience the same thing. While Zashi and him were walking, he felt like their thighs were a certain direction. Dad always says trust his gut, so that's what he did. His bird friend seemed a little skeptical, but that was how they found their stuff faster at least. The bag 10 had was huge and heavy, he'll have to carry it so Zashi wouldn't damage anything in it. The things in there are protected but you never know, and there is also the fact he's pretty sure the bag wouldn't exactly work with their arm type. Might ruffle up a bit too many fathers for their liking. Izuku gave Zashi the bags he wouldn't carry because he's already carrying so much weight. He is so glad that some spite and a little bit of adrenaline seemed to be enough to lift the massive bag to wherever they needed to go. The walk started up again, going to where they hoped was a place for them to either hide or find their people. Izuku wasn't really paying attention to anything besides carry the bag, take a step, but make it a limp because the weight is too heavy, take a step, limp because wow is this really heavy on a good day, and now it feels like literally concert on his back. So give him a break when Zashi ripped off the bags he was carrying and looked ready to fight. Only then did Izuku realize that someone was coming, multiple people and very fast. He backed off a little bit and tried to take the bag off as quickly as he could. Well, he couldn't because sooner rather than later 3 assholes entered the hallway. Element of opening upward, element of opening upward, element of opening upward, up tack with circle above square image of or equal to up tack with circle above element of opening upward. One of them shouted, and then Izuku is tipping over because he has finally lost his balance while trying to take the huge thing off of him. He tried to get his bearings quickly, but it seems that all of the guards just decided to fight Zashi. Izuku finally gets out of the confines of the pact and slumped to the floor, getting tired from struggling that much with the DMN thing. The whole time he was floundering with the stupidly big thing, Zashi has been fighting, and now he can see a sound of a shot rang out as he saw a blast of slightly purple light hit his bird's left wing. Izuku watches as one of the guards then kicks his kind of father figure, closest thing to a father figure in space he guesses, in the stomach, and Zashi sprawl to the ground. A pain squawk was the only sound his ears let him hear as the guard that kicked him now stood high above. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. All he could remember was the fact they let the metal bat Tenko used before be kept with his bag. He didn't see it before, but there was some dried blood on it. if Izuku thinks about it for a second he would recall that his brother told him he beat a mugger with it before. That was the only other thing it was used for besides beating the sheet out of some alien tech, and now Izuku doesn't know how he was able to make it to the F that was about to cut Zashi up this fast, but he somehow does. And now the bat will also be used to beat the sheet out of some actual aliens in their own ship. He slams the bat down on the BSTRD's arms and hears an ungodly loud crunch and snapping sound. Lifting the bat back up lets him see clearly that he broke their arms so badly that it broke through their skin. Alien blood now decorates Tenko's bat and a little bit on the floor below, some of it hit his feet. Izuku lets a snarl lay on his face as he looks them in the eyes. They scream out in pain and probably a mixture of fear. It hurt his ears a bit, but he just continues to make sure that he looks at them because maybe they would try to hurt him. Maybe they would try to bite him or Zashi. He needs to be. They fall backwards away from him, pain and fear clear as they glow brightly in their eyes. Izuku can't really read their expressions that well, but their eyes show it all. Zashi seemed to have tried to attack them while he himself was hitting them with his bat, because now the guy that's on the ground, looking at him like he's the Antichrist, got cut up a bit by the talons on Zashi's feet. The one that shot his sorta dad also gets cut up a bit. They stumble back from the force of the kick and also to get away from the things cutting them. He can see the fear, the terror both clear in the eyes of the ones that hurt his father figure, the ones that took Zashi out of the cells to beat them, the ones that hurt Zashi's partner, and the ones that took both his brother and him away from their home, separated them. It made him not happy to see that fear, but it's definitely a positive emotion that he's feeling while looking both of these BSTRDs in the face. He just can't find the word for it. The snarl that was on his face changes to be more of a wide, a bit deranged, smile as he swings his bat in an arc to the ground. The blood that was on the bat splattered onto the ground around him in a crescent shape. Some of it got onto his leg from the movement, little droplets bouncing off the ground off the little bit of blood from the first hit he did. "Get away from my dad-shaped friend, you crefters!" Izuku growled out those words through a slight snarl smile. Both of his targets in front of him seemed to shift a little at his tone. He thinks that he hears a little voice, or noise from Zashi from behind him, but that doesn't matter. They are hurt and he needed to make sure they can't hurt his type of dad figure more than they already did. Taking a step forward, trying to think of how he's going to knock the guy out that is on the ground. Well, a quick kick to the head is probably enough to knock them out, right? Izuku took a few more steps forward so that it would be easier to knock the guy out on the ground. They seem to be trying to get away from him, but they can't exactly crawl backwards well with both of their arms broken. Kinda weird that their arms broke so easily. He'll have to not kick them with all his strength then, but he's also severely starved right now, so maybe he has to put more strength behind it? Izuku looks right at the one standing up because he's the one with a gun type thing right now and kicks the prone fucker on the ground in the head. They move with the kick a lot and it slightly shocked him about how easy it was to see that one of their eyes ruptured on the impact. Don't think about it. 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 They are the ones that hurt us and put us in a jail cell and refuse to feed me and Anne. Izuku needs to make sure the other one doesn't try to hurt either of them because of what he just did. The gun that wasn't pointed much at him but more toward Zashi quickly trembles into his direction. Does not prove back, you does not prove, pitchfork curly logical and element of opening upward. They shouted out as their weird-looking arms pointed a gun at him. It scared Izuku that the barrel was now facing him, but he would rather have it face him than someone that was already shot with it. The black hole in Zashi wing, that lucky doesn't go all the way through, was still slightly smoking. Izuku's terror and anger still tightly grips his heart. It doesn't help that he's getting more tired as the fight goes on, energy quickly zapping from the non-existent reserves that he had to begin with. He takes a step forward and then another until Izuku is slowly stalking toward his target. Curly logical and pitchfork element of opening upward, element of opening upward. Walking forward without acknowledging the noises that are coming from their mouth, he doesn't need to understand them. Ignoring the feeling of the one he's trying to protect behind him moving, probably trying to get back up. Izuku thinks he's about halfway to them when another shot rings out. His right shoulder jerked back as a slight burning pain flared, his eyes slightly following the smoke raised from the wound, but it quickly stopped. Izuku's eyes zipped down to the shot on his arm to see that his shirt was burned a little into the front of his shoulder and the patch of skin that can be seen is red and inflamed, but there is no hole. It seems close to a 3-degree burn, but closer to a 2nd degree than anything else and easy enough to ignore to get to the fucker that just shot him. Izuku's slight pause seemed to make both of the other people in the hallway stop, but he continued after assessing the damage. Square image of or equal to does not prove square image of or equal to element of opening upward square image of or equal to. Another shot rings out and a light purple light glances by his face. He continues his slow descent forward. The attacking alien seemed to finally notice how close he was getting when they started to walk backwards a bit, but it seemed they were really bad at walking backwards. They were stumbling a lot and Izuku was able to cut the distance by another half while they struggled to not turn away from him. He thinks he hears Zashi trying to get his attention, but it doesn't matter, he's injured and needs to fix that first. Alien seemed more fragile than him, so maybe that's why they are so scared of him. Maybe it was just this batch of aliens that found them that are weak though, because Izuku swears whatever attacked his brother and him was so strong, so powerful, able to throw him around like it was nothing after Tenko passed out from oxygen deprivation. When he's almost in range of striking distance, the alien with the gun seems to finally understand he has to turn away from him to run away or try to run away. Another bad shot was thrown Izuku's way, this time glancing by his left arm. He ran forward as best he could and brought up the bat as fast as he could when they turned around. He was finally able to get in hitting distance and he swung it down on their back with all of his might. A loud and sickening thump mixed with too many crunches were heard as the alien fell to the ground in a heap. They only whimpered out in pain as Izuku brought up the bat for a second hit as bright yellow feathers filled his vision. He blinks a few times, takes a big breath and looks to his left to see a worried Zashi. His left wing looks a little limp, but it's still moving here and there as Zashi winces at the pain but continues to look straight at him. Izuku, you hurt. No. The giant bird then moved closer to him and quickly engulfed him in his wing. Arms wrapped around him as he was tugged closer to the yellow bird and stuffed into the fluffy and warm feathers. He felt himself be pulled back as Zashi walked backwards. Oh my lil curly logical and element of opening upward uptack with circle above curly logical and. Good vertical bar with horizontal stroke vertical bar with horizontal stroke? Yes, good vertical bar with horizontal stroke. Izuku lets his right arm finally fall down and the loud clanging thud of the metal bat hitting the ground made Zashi jump a bit, but he still pulled them back to their bags. Now that he's thinking about it, he has two arms wrapped around him that don't feel like the regular ones. Well, he can't exactly see with a face full of fluffy feathers right now, so he'll just let his definite father figure pull him away from the fight he has to finish. Square image of or equal to a good vertical bar with horizontal stroke curly logical and element of opening upward uptack with circle above curly logical and strong curly logical and element of opening upward uptack with circle above curly logical and. He doesn't know those words, but it doesn't matter, he can learn more about it later. Zashi is finally sitting down with him. Izuku is really tired. Zashi? They made a little chirp in response and he decided to keep going. Tired. Sleep, can sleep? Izuku felt them stiffen again and the feathers rose a bit, but soon they were moving a little again. He looks up to see those bird-like eyes that just hold so much kindness. They are just so kind, warm, safe. Izuku, curly logical and does not prove little. Curly logical and does not prove little. Yes, curly logical and element of opening upward uptack with circle above curly logical and. Izuku nodded his head and cuddled into the warmth that Zashi freely keeps locked under his feathers. He'll just take a little break so that he could move better after all that fighting he did. It's not like the guards don't have their hands full with a whole other mess. It's a good thing that Izuku can't even hear a fight close to them. That must mean they are busy on the other side of this ship or something. He's so tired. Azawa growled as guards started to run at both of them from different angles. Tenko was beside him looking murderous and ready to rip someone apart. The knives that his Deathworlder made are in their hands and one was also given to him, but it was heavily wrapped so it wouldn't hurt his top hands. The jagged points still hurt them though. There were exactly 13 guards surrounding them in the cage room. The noise other occupants, both sentient and non-sentient, were making was extremely loud. They all seemed excited to see someone finally being able to escape. He could barely hear his own thoughts, but that's okay as he moved his ears down to protect them more. Tenko's growls were still slightly able to be heard though all the noise somehow. They had the bag that they ripped apart on their back, using some of the rope that was still left and folded it up. They seemed to make a type of satchel. It was kinda close to what Azawa would normally carry around in all honesty. He was waiting for someone to move closer to him. He didn't want to sacrifice his tail and get it injured. His hands weren't good with fine movements, but just stabbing forward would be enough to get the guards. Having enough strength to cut through some of the tougher skinned guards is still to be seen, but Azawa can see some soft-skinned guards in the mix that would be easier prey for him. Without warning, Tenko flung himself towards someone. If he remembers right, that guard took a slight step back and not forward. Other guards couldn't take their eyes off of his Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron as they stabbed through the guard's shoulder. It went so deep that the knife stuck out the other side. One of the harder-shelled guards' closets jabbed their plasma spear at them. They were too far away from Azawa to pull them out of the way of the burning blade. He didn't need to help though as Tenko quickly turned around and punctured that soft cheek of the shelled guard. Now there were two guards screaming in pain, but at least the plasma spear didn't hit his Deathworlder. With his attention on Tenko, Azawa didn't see another guard coming up and skimmed their spear against his top abdomen. He growled and snarled as he pounced forward, all claws out, knife ready as he dodged another spear coming at him, gabbing into the guard's chest plate that they wore for extra protection, with all of his body weight. This seemed to be enough pressure to pierce through, but it did end up breaking off the tip of the knife before finally going through. This would most likely ensure a kill as the guard screamed out and fell backwards from the force of his pounce. Azawa regained his balance as he stood over the guard he just stabbed as they writhed in pain. The sound of more guards yelling out in pain as Tenko ripped into them gave him enough confidence as he also started to go at the guards, but this time with his upper claws and lower front ones. He kept going for any soft parts or exposed areas he could see or knew of for that species. Every jab, cut, slice and bite when needed too, got them closer to the door as Tenko fought closer to him while they tore their way through the guards with as little injuries as physically possible. When they got through the 13 guards they ran through the door as more poured through the other door at the opposite end of the room. They were lucky for that as they ran into another hall, more guards came from random ways and rooms while they continued to either fight or dodge them. Azawa couldn't really tell which halls they ran down as they kept fighting or dodging their way around. Tenko seemed to be going through some more of their knives while they went. He saw them take a few more out of their pack as they kept going. After what seemed like circulations they finally got somewhere quiet and then they started to sneak around. Azawa was worried that they wouldn't know how or not to be good at sneaking around, but they were great at it. At first they were loud as their feet made a type of slapping noise with every step they took. They quickly fixed that as they took steps on a different part of their feet to silence them more. After that they were in the clear to look around for their companions and hopeful LLY Tenko has theirs here. Azawa wouldn't know what to do if they didn't have that Izuku person here or how Tenko would react. Wait, that sounds like... Azawa focused on the voice the best he could. He swears it was his mate, his Zashi, the only one that seemed to care for him more than most. Before he meet more people. Tenko looked over at him while he tried his best to focus on the voice of Zashi. He could still hear some guards yelling about where they were and how they could lose them so easily. Azawa motioned for Tenko to follow him as he followed the voice. He's so glad these hallways let sound travel so well. Lucky his Deathworlder seemed to understand what he meant with the motion and started to follow quietly behind him, or they just noticed he was going to move on. Zashi's voice got louder as they walked more like, ran down the corridor. Tenko seemed to be tense as they seemed to hear the voice grow louder. Azawa got a pointed look or maybe glare, but he's gotten used to that enough to know that doesn't mean that his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron is going to attack him or even hurt him in any way. Come on, we need to move Zashi. He quickly but goes as quiet as he really can, turning the corner to see the bright yellow fathers of his mate crouching to the ground. I need to get the chick to safety. Craft our things. We can get more or come back for it later. Azawa thinks he hears Tenko take a quick breath in as he is stuck looking at his mate. Finally having his mate right here, he can finally keep both of them safe and leave this awful place. Suddenly Tenko is running full force at Zashi, one of the last two knives glinting in their hands. Their feet are still so quiet while running. Tenko no! That seemed to get his mate's attention as the Deathworlder just got to him. Azawa can see Zashi flattening all his feathers the best he can to seem less threatening, but he knows Tenko is going to attack anyway. Tenko stop! He started running as fast as he could, but he's not fast enough to stop them. The Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron practically threw Zashi away from something, but that's better than having his mate stabbed or maimed. Azawa ran over to where Zashi landed with a thud, ignoring the cooing that Tenko was doing to whatever they got his mate away from. Zashi, the wind under my wings, please be alright. Moving his wings and feathers around a little to see if there are any visible injuries let him see a plasma shot in his left wing. So Tenko didn't cause that, but his love will definitely be sore from that and would need burn treatment. Oh Gus, that was a rough toss. Azawa's eyes dilated at his mate's voice sounding rough, but at least he's not more injured. It's weird that they didn't take his mate's ability to speak so he couldn't screech, but that's fine, actually that's more preferable than anything else. Zashi. Ta, is that you? Wow, I must have hit my head really hard then. At the mention of a head injury, Azawa quickly looks over his mate's head and head crest. I hope this isn't a sign that I'm dying or whatever. He rolled his head as that left his mate's mouth. Just what was he speaking right now? Oh wait, how is Izuku? He stopped and thought about the name. Why did it sound so familiar? Growling made Azawa snap his head over to where Tenko was last. A gruesome snarl was stretched across their face as they held something to their chest. Hey, that's my hatchling. I'll leave them alone. Azawa tried to shush Zashi as he tried to tell a Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron what to do. He stood by his mate as they wobbly got up from the ground. The growling grew as they stood. Love, that's Tenko. Not a hatchling and differently not your hatchling. Zashi brushed him off as he took a few steps forward. Tenko seemed ready to attack again, but this time it won't be a simple push. Izuku my little chick. I need to keep him safe sh-ta. Azawa finally let his eyes really look over what his Deathworlder had in their arms and saw it was a smaller Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron. Oh, that's a cub, an actual cub. Bok yuf. Tenko's knife glinted as he pointed it at Zashi, who just seemed not to realize what was in front of him. Izuku, I promised to keep Izuku safe. Azawa didn't know what to do. He couldn't fight off both a Nyama and a Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron, besides he just wanted to get out of here so that they can all leave this place and get back to their home and safety. A groan came from the one Tenko was holding. They were probably Izuku or Izooku in Azawa's head. That seemed to make both his Deathworlder and mate look at the little one. Both of them made some type of cooing sound at the same time. Both of them looked back at each other, staring each other down. Tenko finally let the snarl leave his face as he looked back at the little one as they checked them for more injuries. Azawa walked over to both of them as Zashi continued to try and fret over the Deathworlder cub. What in your plumbing mind were you thinking to try and face Tenko off like that? I just wanted to make sure my lil Izuku was safe sh-ta. The little one's name got Tenko to give his mate a look but quickly looked back down to the cub. Well, next time don't face off against a Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron and I'll let you. It was quite as Izooku? Izuku? Who cares right now? They slowly started to wake up. Oh, Zashi was able to get all their bags already. Plus some others that smell like Tenko and this cub's. His Deathworlder kept doting on the cub as his mate just looked at both Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron back and forth. Sh-ta there a what? Tenko was tired, he was sore and he needed to be quiet. They were finally able to get out of their cage. It was bloody and made Tenko want to curl up whenever he thought about how many people he just probably killed. Even though they were their captors and torturers, he still didn't have it in him to kill them, but they were so weak. They were fragile and he didn't understand how they were able to capture them in the first place or how they kept them locked for such a long time. Azawa broke him out of another spiral by looking back at him, letting out a little gruff silent purring sound. Tenko was probably making so much noise while walking, he wasn't focusing on his footfalls. Tenko needed to force those thoughts away while he looked for his baby brother. He needed to be strong, a little crazy, and uncaring for others but family. Tenko needed to act more like Tomira, so he'll be Tomira again. Making his feet fall down more gently but tried to keep the same pace as he did before. Azawa seemed to keep going forward without stopping him again, so he must have fixed his sound problem. He's been forced to act more like Tomira after being captured. It was a little draining. Besides everything else, he just wanted to be with his brother, but if he needed to be a little psychotic to get his little brother back, then so be it. While walking around and having his thoughts running wild the whole time, Azawa seemed to finally slow down the pace to a crawl. The cat centaur, honest it was more fox-like but it'll still be cat to him, thing probably had to find out where they were going. Those big but ears of his must be good for something. They twitched this way and that as they very slowly moved forward. This left Tomira even more time to think about the time spent in the cage and the blood he felt caked onto his clothes and in the grooves of his hands. He could even feel the dried pieces under his fingernails. It felt really gross and made him want to scrub his skin raw. Maybe Tomira had to think about his weapons left. He only had 2 knives, one was better than the other, the rope stuff, a falling apart bag, and some tray scraps that could technically be used but aren't that good of anything really. Should he give another knife to Azawa? Would that help him? Well, when thinking about it, it seemed that the cat-dog thing, fox, again more fox like that anything, anyways they seemed to be much more deadly using their natural weapons. Tomira looked at the claws that ripped through the flesh so easily and thought about all the chances that Azawa had to kill him or hurt him. The big softy didn't though, and Tomira was kinda glad for they stopped. He looked over the rest of his alien partner in crime at the moment and noticed their ears swiveled and stopped. They were focused on something. Was it an enemy? Tomira couldn't really hear anything besides maybe some barely heard murmurs in the distance. He couldn't tell if they were guards or people in Cell's other cages. For all Tenko knew, these disgusting aliens had more than one cage room. Wait, how big was this PLA-OF-? Azawa started to run in one direction almost at full speed, or maybe he's just getting too tired. They seemed like they were trying to be quite still, so that's good. Tomira was forced to make more noise just to follow his cage buddy because he doesn't know how to run quietly. He never needed to know how to run silently, so this was just telling others with flashing signs where they were right now. A look, you know the look, was thrown Azawa's way because why are they going faster? Following behind the best he could without using too much of his reserved energy, Tomira was able to tell they were getting closer to a noise. As they rounded a corner he saw nothing but bright yellow puff reflecting the lights that seemed to still be flashing green, making them seem more neon than they probably Tomira can hear them talking, but that's not the problem. The main big problem is that Azawa lead them here. Is this someone important? Did they have a key on them or something that he didn't know about, or was this another prisoner that is capitalizing on the chaos they have been making? He scked in a deep breath as a familiar head of green hair poked through the yellow feathers. That's... how could? He's safe but is being held. Tenko was trying to hold it together just to make sure Izuku was alive. He was meant to find him in a cage as well and take him away, not in someone's. Tomira feels his hair stand on end and a snarl graces his face as he watches this. This thing tries to drag an unconscious body away. His baby brother's unconscious body. This is Izuku, his amazingly smart baby brother that probably found his own way out of his cage to come find him. Why else would he be out? Izuku was even able to find their bags. He must be so tired and hungry because the food they have been giving Tomira was barely enough for him to feel like he ate anything in the first place. He stands there for a few more seconds before he catches the edges of an injury on his little brother's shoulder. There were even 3 heavily injured guards on the ground, so that even shows him that Izuku sure as hell didn't go down without a fight. Tomira springs forward toward the one still talking, probably cussing out his little brother, while barely dragging him across the unforgiving metal floor. He's going to get this feathered beach away from Izuku. Losing another knife was worth that goal. Tenko, no! It was too late for Azawa trying to get in on this fight. This one was his. The yelling did make them look at him, but that didn't stop him. Their beak and talon-like hands are a danger that is currently too close to Izuku, so pushing them away from his brother seemed like the first thing to do. Hey baby bro, it's okay now. Tomira ignored his cage mate and the other he shoved away from his brother. His little brother who looks skinny, he looks so much skinnier. Why does he look like this? They should have given him the food that he was given. It's okay Izuku, Tomo's got you now. It was dry and hard to swallow and eat, but it was something. He has to have had something in the last how many days. He couldn't have had nothing. Tenko will make sure everyone gets out of our way as I get us the F home. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll keep us safe. Tomira just needed to make sure he's okay. Izuku will be fine. Don't worry, don't worry. Tomo's got you. He just needed to ignore how skinny, cold, and hurt his brother was. I'll get us out of here, no matter what. He needs to focus on getting out of here, then making sure his brother is healthy and treated for his injuries, because Tomira doesn't know if he has any others. He's going to have to be on some weird liquid diet if he didn't eat for a long time, right? Maybe his stomach just shrunk a bit and small amounts of dull food will help. God, Tomira doesn't know. He's not the brains, okay? That's Izuku's thing. He only knows bits and pieces from one of his many rants about random shit he learned. How was he supposed to help his baby brother? Don't worry Izuku, I got you. Don't worry, Tomo is going to make everything better. Tomira started to rock side to side as he held Izuku in his chest as gently as he could. He didn't want to aggravate the wound, the weird burn on his shoulder, any more than it has. Izuku. The heavy accented name of his baby brother made him growl as he looked back to where his cage mate and other were. Well, it was as close to a growl as he could get it. Izuku was better at mimicking than he was, but he had some practice with animal noises. Azawa seemed to finally look back to him. Finally, you noticed your fing cage buddy who? Tomira heard whatever the that yellow thing is. Talking, looking in his direction. Maybe it wasn't looking in his direction though, because he can tell the eyes are on the side of its head like a bird, so it'll have to turn its head to see, right? Well, that didn't fing matter because he's sure they are talking at him. Tenko. His head snapped to glare at Azawa cause. Wow, just gonna tell his name to some rando who? Here Tomira thought they were cage buddies, but apparently they aren't. The feather bird thing stood up and tried to take a step toward them. This got him ready to leap up, slowly getting Izuku closer to the ground so that he could gently lay him down and not drop him. Izuku pitchfork does not prove up tack with circle above element of opening upward square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. Up tack with circle above curly logical and element of opening upward element of opening upward element of opening upward element of opening upward square image of or equal to up tack with circle above pitchfork safe square image of or equal to. The fucker took another shaky step forward and Azawa seems to think this is a great time just to look Izuku over. Yeah buddy, already checked out my baby bro, no need to look for more injuries. Something that would be great if he handled the maybe other prisoners of this place. God, if they were all trapped here, then why the hell was Feathers being so DMN angry at him? Back off. Tomira pulled out his knife and made sure the other could see it. He's armed and they should all be on the same side, because now that he gets a good look around, Feathers doesn't have the weird uniform armor the guards wear, so they could and should help each other. Izuku, up tack with circle above pitchfork up tack with circle above element of opening upward element of opening upward element of opening upward Izuku safe. Was this bird trying to convince him that Izuku was safe? Well, if he was another prisoner that was with Izuku, then maybe they were cage mates like him and Azawa were. It would make sense, but then why was he dragging his? A groan from the mentioned little brother caught his attention as he looked down to make sure Izuku was fine. It's gonna be okay. The bird made a type of cooing noise with him as he held his brother a little closer. Tomira looked back up to the bird and he thinks he made eye contact. It was hard to tell with all the feathers in the way. No one moved as they looked at one another, and after a little while he let his face finally relax. Gods, does his face hurt from making that expression for so long? Tomira looked back down to his brother and started to look for more injuries that could be hiding under his clothes. The burn was one, but it looked like Izuku had some bumps here and there with some very small bruises. Tomira does look up quickly when his name is said one more time, but besides that he ignores when his name was called from his cage mate. They could tell the bird who he was. It was hard going through so many emotions in such a short time. He was feeling kinda tired, but he could wait to make sure Izuku woke up fine. Tomira lightly smacked Izu's face and gently tried to wake him up. Maybe his lil bro hit his head, even though he didn't feel anything when he checked it over. A little mumble was his reward as he checked Izuku's head once again. Never can be too careful. Izuku's name was also thrown here and there, but not by Azawa. That is also proof that Bird and his little brother were cage buddies. Adrenaline made him to fing paranoid. He should have realized it sooner. A light swat from Izu's hand made him huff a laugh. He thinks he also heard something about 5 more minutes, but he could be wrong. Tomira glanced over to Azawa to see the bird looking worried, hoping that it's just him reading them wrong, as they continued to talk back and forth. Come on Izuku, time to wake up. He pushed on his cheek a little but just got Izuku nuzzling into him more. A muffled was Izu's response as the two aliens, their cage buddies, started to put on their bags or gear. Tenko didn't really care as long as they didn't touch his Tomira music equipment. Come on Izu. Another groan was heard and then a hiss of pain, probably because of the burn. I know you're hurt and most likely tired, but you need to get up. Don't you want to introduce me to your alien friend Dash? This got his little brother shooting up in a sitting position, hissing in pain from the fast movement, and he almost headbutted him in the chin. Izuku quickly moved on though as he turned to look at him with stars in his eyes. Tenko, oh my god. Aliens. Izuku grabbed both of his arms as he slightly started shaking him. Aliens. Fing aliens. Tomira was starting to be violently getting tossed back and forth. Of course he was letting it happen because it seemed Izu was weaker right now. We aren't alone in the universe. All the time I obsessed over the stars and space, of the unknown Tenko. It's not gonna help here of course, but space Tenko space. He started to laugh as his brother threw him around. Mori, he missed this. Tenko really missed this and he's glad he got this back instead of it never happening again. God, what would he have done if Izuku was? No, he's here. His little brother is here and geeking out over space and the millions of theories that he could test out now. Izuku must have missed talking to someone. The little brat was talking a mile a second. Izuku? Someone saying his brother's name with a heavy accent got both of their attention. The bird looked on edge but was maybe happy to see Izu noticing them. A smile so wide exploded into his brother's face as he struggled to get up. Zashi up tack with circle above safe, curly logical and. Curly logical and square image of or equal to. What the F, did his brother just say? Izuku stopped trying to get up as the bird guy took a few more steps forward. A hand was flung into his face. What was he? Some type of zoo exhibit after getting into space? He means, they must not know humans that well because they treated him like an animal, so maybe they didn't know he was a person? Wait no, off track, an alien is learning his name and this alien is Izuku cage buddy. Tiku? Tenko. Teika. Tomira scrunched at that. There was no DMN anywhere in his name. PFFF no 10, Ku, square image of or equal to curly logical and up tack with circle above curly logical and up tack with circle above element of opening upward up tack with circle above curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and square image of or equal to element of opening upward curly logical and does not prove. He saw Azawa mumble something to the bird and a wing hitting his side was what he got back. Feathers then focused back on his brother and finally said his name. Well, it had an accent but it was good. Tenku. Izuku chuckled a little before he said something like, that'll do, under his breath. Man, they really need to get going. Tomira didn't want to deal with more guards than he has to, unless someone knows where the control room is and can open up every last cell. Wait, that's a DMN good idea. Azawa looked at his feathery mate as they stared at him. Did they? Zashi. They are Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron. Zashi continued to look at him as he thought a light smacking sound could be heard. Whatever the Deathworlders are doing isn't his problem at the moment. Zash. You know what Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron S are correct? No feather moment could be seen from his mate as they just stood there. Azawa don't know why it was taking him so long to process this though. It was fairly clear that they were Deathworlders. A look over to see a younger Deathworlder that was much skinner and very much hurt with a critical injury. Maybe the young were weaker so it didn't click fast enough for Zashi. The appearance should have notified him though, also how they AC, no wait, he can't use that because Tenko didn't do anything to him but acted downright awful with the other caged individuals. I didn't. Sure, how could? Now Zashi was showing his emotions, worry was clear but also sadness? There were too many for Azawa to correctly decipher but his mate seemed to be overwhelmed. But sure, they're so young and so kind. How could someone say they're a monster? How could the universe, the GPSC, look at that? He glanced over to see the younger to the two Deathworlders snuggled impossibly closer to his Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron. It looks like what one would see in a home, a den that it protected and kept the claw safe. That display shouldn't be shown so willingly in the open when anyone could come up on them and hurt the. Does Tenko trust him that much already? And say that they are uncaring, unintelligent creatures that sole purpose is to hunt and kill and cause chaos? Zashi got a little loud with the last bit of his words but it didn't seem to bother the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron S. Azawa come close to his mate and offered up his neck to the other, to placate him and for him to freely groom his mane if needed. A quick and shaky beak ran through his mane but it only lasted for 2 passes as Zashi pulled back seeming to flick his wings a little in agitation. I know, I have to calm down. I don't want to burn like a nest, I get it but. An anger-filled twitter leaves his mate's beak as he turns around to their satchels. We need to get our things on and get our Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron S to safety. Zashi didn't seem to be bothered about Izuku and Tenko being Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron. It didn't shock him but the fact he moved on so quickly must be because of the anger he is feeling to the GPSC at the moment. Azawa quietly started to pick up his things. It wasn't all of it mind you, so the rest either got tossed into space or are still on their shuttle that was stolen from them. The sound of quick movement behind them made Azawa snap his attention back to the two Deathworlders. He knows that so far they have been nice and didn't hurt each other but that was because one was knocked out at the time. The green one was sitting up, looking rigid and tense, like they were ready to pounce. They hissed in pain from the clear injury that they moved with the sharp movements they did but that didn't last long as they looked Tenko right center in the eyes. Tenko. That was pronounced right because Azawa can't say it correctly because of the common accent he has gained over the circulations. Oh my goda. Aliens. The smaller of the two suddenly lightly gripped onto his Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron and started to shake them violently. Aliens, thukin aliens. Then the shaking became even more fierce and fast. Tenko was starting to practically convulse back and forth from the force the other was using. Whe aren't alaun nz unheavers. A weird noise started up in his Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron as he was still being flung back and forth. Was this a fight? Some type of greeting? Azawa was able to hear Tenko's name being basically yelled out a few times in the rant. Izuku, was their name right? Was doing to his Deathworlder. They were still laughing as the words or talking yelling from the small one stopped but they were still flinging Tenko in whichever way they wanted. A light touch from Zashi got him to look at his mate. Worry was etched into his posture, feathers ruffling and unruffling in fear. Talking at speeds impossible for any being to understand it started up and he looked over again to see the smaller one doing all of it. Izuku? Zashi brought their Deathworlder's attention to them both. It made the short hair and bits of his mane on his upper back stand on end. At least his mate seemed happy to finally have the smaller one's attention again. Suddenly all of the green one's teeth were on full display. Why were they threatening his partner? Azawa was on edge as the smaller Deathworlder looked to struggle to get up, still showing off the blunt teeth for all to see. His mate took a step forward in response but it didn't seem like one ready to attack. Zashi, I safe, no bad. No hurt. What? Azawa just looked on with 4 wide eyes, his mate getting in close range of their Deathworlder as the younger one seemed to be unable to stand after being knocked out for whatever time it took until they woke again. The fact they were sitting straight up and not still lying down tired, huffing air out of their lungs in overexertion is amazing testament to their stamina and strength. Izuku then almost smacked Tenko in the face. They also looked confused about the words that the younger one spoke so they were in the same boat with him. Then Izuku is saying Tenko's name correctly so that he could try and copy it but Azawa thinks he's going to have a bit of trouble with it. Names were always a little harder for him to begin with. Tiku? Not right. Tenko, correct from the cub. Tenka. Azawa can't really tell where Zashi was going with that one. Tenko seems to agree if their face contouring and smushing weirdly says anything. PFFF no 10, oh, the younger one was going to break it up, that would probably help but he doesn't know how well it will work. 10. Ku. Who? Ku, that sounds kinda like an affectionate sound at the end, okay. Azawa leaned in closer to his mate so that the others couldn't hear what he told him, hopefully. Is that meant to make them sound more defenseless even though I just witnessed them kill how many guards? A smack from his uninjured wing is what he got for his comment. It was the truth though. Zashi then looked back over to the green one and spoke their name. It wasn't exactly right though, and he could tell from how many times he had heard it from Tenko, but it was very close to it. Tenku. A disarming ku was at the end of Tenku's name. If someone heard Zashi say their name, then they will think that the Deathworlder is actually nice or even pet. Tenko seemed to be looking at everyone in whole. Maybe they were trying to collect their thoughts, or maybe because Tenko is judging who they should give their other knife to. Azawa kinda wonders how many more knives the Deathworlder has. It did take a long time until he knew they were even making knives, so maybe they have a lot? His mate and the little Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron seemed to be reconnecting in some way, talking with the limited but impressive amount of words Izuku seemed to have already. Azawa kept his non-visible eyes on his Deathworlder and noticed how their eyes seemed to grow wide. What did that mean? Didn't they do that at first when they were scared or mad? He can't remember when was the last time Tenko made a face that wasn't relaxed, blank, or even filled with an unbelievable amount of rage. Aizu! The younger's head snapped. He thought they were going to break their neck by doing that, to look over at their parent? What exactly were they to each other? Siblings? Close friends? Raised together but not blood-related? Hopefully not partners, because he was very certain by how his mate treated the smaller one. They were actually a cub and not just that small because of their species. Duo Hwasank Hwakan Tool Shum Tu Ohian Yul Siza Cages Ur Whale Seals UHP. The younger looked Tenko in the eyes. That didn't mean a threat, but was it only to others and not their respected race? All too soon both started to talk quickly back and forth, either having a very heated debate or trying to come to some type of agreement. Azawa can't tell, but Zashi seemed to remember the other bags that are still laying on the ground. He honestly can't understand how his partner is so calm about anything, but Azawa also knew how the other species was. They were fiercely loyal, and there was a saying for it too, through canyons and outer crest, meaning that they would follow through any situation no matter where it took them. Azawa can't really blame Zashi though. He was slightly the same way, but their claws are usually smaller in number than the Nyamas in general practice. Kreft, Zashi's whole flock fills practically half of the many precipices that litter his planet. Azawa quietly watches both his unbothered partner struggle greatly with the bags and the two Deathworlders become more heated as they talk. Hopefully not argue or fight. Do you need No, I got it. The yellow ball of fluff said as he tried to pull it closer to Izuku once again. I don't think either of us would be able to move a Deathworlder's bag, especially one that size. Zashi gave a light chiding trill and snap of his beak as he almost fell over with the way he was pulling the giant pack. You are carrying one right now though. He had to give his pair that. Azawa did have the one sack slung onto his back, but that was because it felt lighter compared to that giant thing. Lucky for him, and Zashi was wearing the other sack as a just in case it was too much weight together. At least try and get Tenko to carry the sh-ta. The voice of his Deathworlder made him stop talking so that he could pay attention to the bluish-haired individual. The greener one made a weird noise and covered their mouth while looking at the floor, their shoulders raised higher than they were before. Azawa's tail flicked around in worry, scarf twisting up his upper abdomen while he kept his focus on his Tauro Alpha Nunu Omicron. Yes, Tenko? His Deathworlder then nudged Zashi's Death Cub? They said something quietly. Even with his hearing he couldn't tell if they were actual words or maybe just noises. The smaller one took some very deep big breaths and then looked back up to him. How was it that the look from the smaller one, their eyes practically scraping off his fur with just a glance, is worse than Tenku's? Maybe it's the feeling of being like a small bug on a tray being examined and dissected just to learn something new. Ta. PPFFF our dod ta, note Mia dod. Mia dod Zashi. Izuku pointed with their blunt finger tips at him and then his mate. Something was at the front of their names, but he doesn't know what they exactly mean. Cell. Apian, Oopian, all? Izuku looked between both him and his pair rapidly. Zashi seemed to have stopped trying to pull the giant sack to look fully at the youngling. Izuku. Opian? He took off one of the satchels he was carrying, quickly opening it, saying open correctly and then closing and saying that one as well. A weird up and down head movement was what the cub did. It was sharp and fast. Open, all? Okay, so, Izuku want open. All. Cell? Green eyes narrowed for a second but then quickly opened wide and shook their heads up and down wildly. Izuku, Tenko, want open ale cell. Azawa's tail flicked heavily toward his mate as Zashi neck feathers ruffle up in delight, or maybe it nope, his top crest feathers are rising up as well. An airy trill fills the hallway as Azawa looks at his mate in silence. His Nyama mate gets more and more happy. He's honestly getting more concerned about what plan just entered that brain of his. Izuku, you and Tenko want to open all of the cells and cages? The airy trill starts to become more solid as bright yellow crest feathers rise. That would allow us to leave easily, it would give us a chance to look around the ship more so that we could find where they put our little cruiser at. Izuku good. Good Izuku, my perfect little hatchling, coming up with a tornadoes plan. Azawa's voice hissed a little while talking. What? The room designated to control all the cells and cages is heavily guarded, not to mention extremely deadly even for individuals like Zashi. His gust-brained mate ignores him as he wraps up Izuku, with the only working wing, in his fluffed-up wings for more comfort. Zashi. Azawa continues to be ignored and he can't tell if Tenko is laughing at him in some way as they smile with their mouths closed. It looks rather sharper than normal though. Are they upset at his mate being in close contact with the Deathworlder cub? Zashi does a happy trill as he lets go of Izuku and then motions to the giant sack behind him, with his none-injured wing. Can Tenko pick up? The young cub still leans mostly on his pair as he looks back to his blue-haired Deathworlder, face still seeming to be pinched in some weird way that Azawa cannot read. Both of the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron talk back and forth between each other, many and honestly all the words going over his own head. Whatever outcome the talk comes to, Tenko doesn't look to like it as Azawa can read at least that much. The larger Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron proceeds to get up and go over to the over-large bag, the thing that shouldn't be possible to lift up by just one person. His Deathworlder then moves it to a certain position, bends down and quickly flings it over one shoulder and another strap soon falls on the other one. Well, Azawa guesses that Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron have stronger legs, or since they are bipedal it's just that it's easier to distribute the weight through the lower parts of their body. They would also need to have a good balance to counteract that weight. This must make it that if they kick or use some type of attack involving their legs then the damage must be more damaging and would certainly cause. Wait no, he needs to stop analyzing the ability of his Deathworlder, even though their potential is through the stars. Oh my galaxy, how, what, oh that is a strong Deathworlder. Zashi looked over to him, crest feathers fully up now and the same goes for his neck ruff. They are a very strong Deathworlder, aren't they my gust? All Azawa could really do is flick his tail and loosen his scarf more in agreement. Let's just hope to all the gods or goddesses that probably don't exist, that this doesn't slow them down. A light tune was made from Zashi in agreement. Well they do still have some knives left I believe. They have what? Tenko doesn't know what his cage mate was talking about back and forth with Izu's buddy but it seems to be heated. The sounds of quiet arguing fill the halls while Izuku's shuffling footsteps get drowned out by them. He was too weak to walk right on his own. To be honest, if they were in any other type of situation his brother would have passed back out, he thinks. Whatever went down in their cell made it so that Izuku couldn't eat right, he's so much smaller now. Thinner. It set him off but he couldn't do anything about it now and that's not even pointing out the fact that he doesn't know how long they have been here. He thinks it's been about 2 weeks but he could be wrong. Tenko doesn't know what happens to the human body after not eating for that long besides knowing he'll have to go on a liquid diet for a little while. He could ask Izuku after getting out of this mess, when everything has cooled down more. His little brother just knew things like that. They continued to walk to where he hoped the control center thing, room whatever it's called, was as the noise was getting louder. Both Shita and Zashi seemed to finally stop squabbling about whatever they were talking about. Both very different aliens looked to get more serious and started to hide their footsteps more. Problem, Izuku can't wobble around like that. Solution, Tenko doesn't quite know yet but he's thinking about one right now. He can't carry the rugrat around, he's already got his hands full with this heavy bud bag that he could probably use to pin someone down from how the bird and fox centaur thing treated the bag earlier. The big bird wannabe couldn't even drag Izuku so that was out of the question, let alone the bag like really it was heavy but not that heavy. Since he was already having the bag on his back. And Shita only had those little bags on. Shita. He whispered because he didn't want them to get caught right now even though cameras should be a thing? How they weren't caught already made no sense to him but gift horse and all that. It did get the cat thingy's attention quick enough, ears pointed at him for full attention. Tenko was about to open his mouth to talk but stopped. Izuku was the one that knew the words and he was already this tired. Huffed breaths and shaking legs that are just enough to let him shamble onward. Square image of or equal to curly logical and up tack with circle above square image of or equal to Azu? Tenko still doesn't know the words, no matter how many times they are repeated to him. Even Zashi started to say them after a little but that's not the point. Motioning for Shita to come closer was really all he could do. This got the bird to pee their head and his cage buddy to finally get closer. Izuku was trying to regain his breath the whole time this was happening. The fight he was in must have really knocked it out of him. The centaur that has helped him so much through this whole space bullshit after failing to protect his little brother in that forest. Ta got close enough and then Tenko stepped closer, kinda into their personal space, and that made them tense up. Without any more fanfare because they do not have the time for this. He moved Izuku over to Ta gently. Ta tried to move out of the way but luckily his brother grabbed on before they got out of his range. Tenko then started to help move Izuku more onto Ta. Zashi square image of or equal to up tack with circle above square image of or equal to up tack with circle above Zashi square image of or equal to element of opening upward Zashi curly logical and square image of or equal to Zashi square image of or equal to element of opening upward. The sound of a whistling twitters from his left makes him see Zashi trying to look away from them. Was he doing something bad? Zashi element of opening upward up tack with circle above curly logical and square image of or equal to, does not prove, up tack with circle above square image of or equal to element of opening upward, curly logical and pitchfork does not prove. He helped lift up Izuku's leg so that he was slightly on Ta's back. They were stock still as Izuku slowly got on. The centaur and human shifted from the weight change and also the grip change as they both seemed to get comfortable. Tenko doesn't know and it doesn't really matter as he needed to get them going at a faster pace. He was their heavy hitter though. A heavy hitter needs to have their arms open and not need to worry about dropping his baby brother that's weak right now. Square image of or equal to pitchfork does not prove square image of or equal to element of opening upward pitchfork does not prove square image of or equal to up tack with circle above curly logical and does not prove. The bird said something but he didn't care. Tenko was focused on making sure Izuku was secured onto his back. He pulled out the rope from the shitty bag that was practically falling apart. Looking between Ta and his brother, he tried to think of a way to make sure Izuku could stay on but being able to let go so he wasn't in the fight. Square image of or equal to up tack with circle above element of opening upward, pitchfork does not prove pitchfork element of opening upward up tack with circle above curly logical and pitchfork does not prove square image of or equal to up tack with circle above curly logical and. Feathers twittered something again. Element of opening upward? Tenko up tack with circle above element of opening upward square image of or equal to element of opening upward up tack with circle above element of opening upward square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. Pitchfork element of opening upward up tack with circle above element of opening upward square image of or equal to up tack with circle above pitchfork element of opening upward square image of or equal to up tack with circle above curly logical and dash element of opening upward. They are having an argument again, all of it fast talking and sounds like they are trying to figure out something. For all Tenko knows is that they could be discussing how to make sure he doesn't get Izuku to stay on Ta's back. He took the rope that was a little frayed away and looped it around the centaur's torso. He then made sure that Izuku would have enough rope to wrap around both his hands so he could make sure he had a good grip. The two aliens just argued back and forth the whole time while he made sure the Izuku knew he needed to hold onto the rope to stay on. His fox-cat-ish cage mate seemed to be talking the fastest out of the two while Birdie was just twittering here and there the whole time. Whatever the noise meant, it made Ta talk faster after every time it was made. For all Tenko knows Zashi could just be laughing at them. Nah, that didn't seem like the bird's type. The last time, they wanted to get moving on as soon as Izuku woke up when they were trying to drag his bag to Izuku and him when they were talking earlier. He sighed, stood up fully and stretched his arms above his head, getting a little tired but they needed to get off of this dumb ship first or at least take it over. Messing with his hair a little to try and make sure it didn't get in his face again, Tenko took a step back to look at his shoddy speed job. Ta. The cat-fox centaur looked at him, finally getting both of the aliens to stop talking but the other was still twittering a little. Motion generally to Ta's whole being as Izuku was laying down on the alien's back, it looked good to him. His cage buddy looked at the rope and then to his little brother's hands that were holding onto it. He twisted his top body around really weirdly. That will never not be weird seeing how flexible that part is. Square image of or equal to up tack with circle above dash square image of or equal to up tack with circle above left normal factor semi-direct product square image of or equal to up tack with circle above. Ta then tried to grab the rope, trying to move it maybe? That's not what Tenko wants but he could make the rope a little looser around their waist. Top waist. He walked over, batting away the stiff moving paws so he could move the rope around a little bit again and then putting his hands up while backing away. This was perfect, it was the best way to carry Izuku right now, even if it took away one of their fighters that wasn't that badly hurt. He motioned for Ta to walk forward, he could see the conflicted emotions in their eyes but he needed to see how well he could walk. After waiting for Shta to get encouraged by Zashi as well, the cat finally stepped forward a few times. Tenko made sure to zero in on how the centaur stepped and saw it was straining on them, but he couldn't tell how much for right now. Nothing seemed out of order though, his buddy was moving decently and Bird wasn't speaking up about it, so it must be fine. Tenko nodded his head and turned back around so they could walk on to the, hopefully, command center for the cages. Square image of or equal to pitchfork does not prove. Square image of or equal to element of opening upward does not prove. Element of opening upward. Element of opening upward does not prove. Vertical bar with horizontal stroke. Element of opening upward. Uptack with circle above curly logical and does not prove. Does not prove. Square image of or equal to element of opening upward. Uptack with circle above element of opening upward. Curly logical and element of opening upward. Square image of or equal to. Uptack with circle above curly logical and left normal factor semi-direct product square image of or equal to. After that little thing that Tenko started, everything seemed normal but there were no guards around. He could hear noises or guards but none in sight. Weren't there cameras in here? It would make sense to have them, but maybe they didn't have all the halls covered? This place is very big, so maybe there were just so many cameras it was hard to see which one they were. One because of all the movement and they have to be motion activated, or that would be stupid because of how many people they have on the ship locked up that could just escape at any moment. Light conversation from their alien started up as they seemed to be on edge while they all went along. Nothing seemed to be wrong to him though, no sound was coming closer in his opinion, but maybe it is for all he knows. They passed some signs here and there, telling them to probably go different ways to go somewhere. Both of the aliens seemed to be a little lost but also looked confident about their decision, so Tenko hopes they are going the right way. Bright yellow feathered alien then turned to his brother and said some things. Don't look at him like that. He can't tell what the F is being said. Lidded green eyes looked his way as he waited for Izuku to translate what was said. He wishes to just be able to let his brother sleep, but they need him right now as the only one that can help him understand what is going on. The dash huff huff, they said that the room is going to be near soon? Hugh hard to understand with so little words. Sorry Tenko waved off his brother's worries and just motioned for everyone to move on. Where the F? Where the guards? They wanted to know if you fight? Still going to fight, that is. Tenko blinked at that and looked at the other two. They seemed tired, like they needed a longer break than just taking a short walk. Yeah Izu, I'll still fight. I'm not tired at all. His lil brother goes to tell the two that he can still fight fine. Tenko can feel that he's getting some pointed looks from the two, but they need to mind their own business. He's been able to take care of himself and Izuku longer than they both knew them, longer than both of them has been in space, that's for sure. They just needed to make sure Izu wouldn't get hurt and he could focus on fighting if he had to. Now he was shit at fighting, but he knew how to throw a punch, dodge, and swing a DMN bat, so that would have to be enough. The noise seemed to be getting louder now. It was a bunch of voices, but Tenko couldn't tell how many there are. Well, voices as in a mix of animal calls and kinda husky voices mixed with the squeaking voices, or something he's never heard from before. The birds seemed to be getting ready, even though it looked like they were getting really, really slow now. Shta was being a good cage buddy, making sure Izuku was safe as he stayed closer to the back of the group, and that would mean that he had to rely on Big Bird over here. Great. The element of surprise seems to be on their side though. Tenko can't tell why, besides the loud talking, almost screaming at this point, happening right around the corner. They got lucky to not have this hallway on a straightaway to the central type room, or he hopes it's a central type room thing. Tenko looked right into the big bird's eyes that seemed to lightly glow yellow. That was probably just in his head though, and he finally noticed hidden under some feathers were another pair of eyes. Oh, well that put things into perspective, but God, back to topic, he looked big fing maybe flying beach in the eyes and focused. After some tense staring he nodded his head, getting one in return. Let's hope that was understood all around and not just copied because they didn't know what to do back. Once that was done, Tomira swung himself around the corner as fast as he could, unclicking his bag, hoping this wouldn't damage anything, cause good God this stuff was expensive. He threw his bag as best he could at the aliens closer to him. Wow, that was a lot of different colors and aliens. Some of them wore some type of lab coat thing, others wearing heavier types of suits you'd see for a hazmat team, and then of course there were the guards and heavy armored guards there too. Besides all the people here, Tomira got lucky and hit two of them that were the guards with those gun-type things that look like they could be from a Star Wars set. This got everyone looking at him as he now held his metal bat in his hand ready to smack some heads. It was quiet for a moment as Zashi, that was his name right? Came behind him. The clicking of metal on metal alerted him to whatever weapon the bird had was ready to be used. The guards quietly started to get into position to counter them, the ones that looked the weakest hiding behind them, yelling and screaming about something else or another. The guards seemed shaken up but just yelled out short commanding type words, looking ready to fight them. Tomira started to let a wide demented smile he wore on stage when he'd bring out fake blood to slightly throw around for the one very gory song he has. His fans loved his deranged look, but these FS probably won't like it. It was about enough time to put an unreasonable amount of fear into them. Tomira sprinted forward, causing a cacophony of yells to sound out again. So many ball of purple light started to zip towards him, but he wasn't the fastest little sugar baby no one DMN seen in space for no reason. Tomira moved enough to lightly graze some of the ball of light, heat making him wanting to jump away from them, but if he did he would fling himself head first into another one, moving as fast as he could forward. He didn't look to see if fake Big Bird was behind him as he got close enough to hit one of the gunners that were out more than the rest hiding behind the armored ones. Getting clipped by the purple light spear's SCKED, but it was just a little burn, nothing more, as he whipped his arm to hit the gunner in the head. A loud crack sound and the gunner fell like a sack to the ground, a smile still wide on his face as he rushed forward with a clawed hand to a guard's face, intending to blind their unguarded eyes. An armored gloved hand grabbed onto his shoulder, but Tomira didn't let that stop him from sinking his clawed fingers into their soft scara. A scream ripped out of their throat, purple zipping by his face as his fingers sank further into their eye sockets to pull them closer to them as his bat arm flew back to try and disable their spear arm. They were so much slower than that ship that took them off of Earth, they were so much weaker than that metal heat wave bus thing that made his vision double and head spin. Sounds of cracking could be heard as his bat made home in multiple places as he arcs his hits to make sure they can come back as fast as they can without losing momentum and power with the wild swings he's trying to get. Ball of light zoom past him as he continues his bombardment of the armored guard. The armor at least seems really good, but the gunners are probably having trouble trying to hit him without hitting their own guys. When Tomira feels the guy get more deadweight, he drops their face which they were gripping from their eye sockets and immediately goes to the next one in the lineup they have. A loud ear-piercing scratch echoes into the hall, his own ears were ringing as the rest of the noise grows distant. This doesn't make him stop fighting and trying to protect Izuku though, eyes drifting to where he knew Ta and his brother were. The cat-fox centaur thing twisted in a weird way to cover his little brother's ears. This was a really bad idea as purple light engulfed his vision for a second, flinging his body backwards as fast as he could. Didn't help as burning pain spread across his face. Tomira falls down but kicks out his legs as his eyes stay close, the right side of his face hurting so much. Something warm and wet was running down his cheek as he felt three others fall to the ground with his kicks. Ringing still in his ears, it has lessened a little. Lucky enough, as he rolls onto his hands and knees, one eye now open and the right one is in horrible pain, but adrenaline didn't let him stay down long enough to notice it all. Tomira raises to his knees, holding onto his bat with two hands as he brings it down on a gunner's torso. He watches with a snarl mixed with a smile on his face as the gunner's own face contours in obvious pain. Not wanting to waste too much time, shooting his hand to the gun that they were using as he got used to the weight of it. Pointing to the body of alien still attacking and ping his head a bit as he got ready to swing his bat down again, he shot into the crowd with no care. The bat slammed into the gunner's neck and then they became very still. Don't worry about it, his neck cracked from the fast movement when he flung it left, missing the purple light spear to the face. The gun he was using seemed to have ran out of ammo and he looked the fucker in the face that just cut open his cheek. It cauterized the wound a bit but not enough to stop the feeling of blood start soaking in his shirt collar. A scream started to rip through his throat as he launched himself at the armored guard. Their eyes went wide as he moved his hand under their helmet. Tomira used all his strength to rip the thing off. Pieces of it looked bent and broken, like a clamping mechanisms that would keep it in place just gave out. He stared the BSTRD in the face as he pulled his fist back and punched their ugly mug as hard as he could, thumb untucked so he wouldn't break it, spraying it like he did the first time he threw a punch. They seemed disoriented enough that he was able to stand up, smashing someone in the chin on the way up. Leather to concrete. Tomira couldn't hear his voice right, but it sounded dead and rough as he brought his foot up and slammed it down, heel first into the guy's weird nose thing that seemed to bloated to actually be a nose. Looking to where more guards were, he was met with Big Bird that seemed to down a good chunk of them. He took down a good many too, and now there were only really a handful of guards left, who are looking more and more scared by the second, the lab coat and hazmat guys behind them shaking in fear as Tomira attacks one of them that was aiming a shot at Zashi. With the help of Yellow Puffball, they got it down to only 2 lab coats and 1 hazmat. The other 5 attacked them in fear, probably as the guards were being destroyed and downright owned in front of their eyes. Tomira huffs out air as he stares down the left of them. They freeze in fear as Zashi starts talking to them. His hearing was coming back more and more as the fighting stopped, no more ringing or the sound of rushing blood filling his ears. His arms tremble with the extrusion he used to fight all the people he did today, so many that stopped moving and that didn't get back up or make any type of noise. A mix of blues, neon greens, and some reds cover his body, the floor, the walls. It looked like a gory rave with glow plane splattered everywhere on everyone and any surface that was in reach. 10? Tomira tensed up as his head whipped around to look at his little brother standing up with the help of Shta looking at him with wide scared eyes. Izu. I. The blood-coating Tomira suddenly felt ice-cold and heavy as his terrified little brother didn't let his eyes leave him. Izuku Isui dash, he stopped talking to quickly rush forward to catch his little brother who tried to run to him but started to fall halfway to him. Izuku no, don't do that. You're weak right now, don't rush at me or anyone like the dash. Shaking shoulders made him stop as he tried to hear what his brother was doing. It was hard but with his slowly returning hearing, he could hear loud sobbing, small hands grpng his shirt and new hot spots from tears now soaking into his chest. Izu, hey, I'm okay. Look, I'm fine, not hurt much. I didn't mean to scare you by hurting all of those people, but they were going to dash, I don't give a f about them. Tomira startled slightly by Izuku's outburst but was soon met with angry wet green eyes. You got hurt because I can't fight right now. He looked at his brother and let out a sad huff as he started to pull Izuku into a hug. You have a big burnt cut thing on your face now because I just didn't SCK it up and eat that weird but foo dash, no haha, no Izu don't, God I thought you were scared of me not f dash, I was so scared. Tenko holds tightly onto his brother as they both start comforting the other about how it had to be done and how they would never be scared of the other when they were just trying to protect one another. Out of the corner of his eye, Shta was close by. Their arms raised as if ready to intervene at any moment, Tenko can't tell if it was to separate them or to give them comfort. He rubs his cheek into Izuku's green curls as it seems Shta finally decided to just let his tail mouth thing come forward to them. Centaur fox thing was out of reach so he could just hit the tail thing or move it out of the way if he wanted, but Tenko really just wanted more comfort right now. Shooting his arm out and making Shta jump a bit, he pulled it closer as Izuku started to pet the silk smooth fur that made the top part of the tail. Tenko ignores everything else as he held Izuku, Shta's tail and huffed out air from exhaustion. Some talking could be heard but there was no point in him even trying to understand that sheet. He breathed in and out, and felt the blood covering him start to cover Izuku as they just sat there on the ground holding each other for dear life. He really just... God, Tenko just killed people. He had to kill people, he had to kill them so they wouldn't hurt them or others, but they still had lives, they had a family at one point. What if they lived in this place what if they expected them home soon? Tears freely ran down his face as he desperately held tight to his baby brother and Shta's tail. He rocked back and forth with Izuku as Tenko tried to calm down, his throat felt raw as he sobbed into his brother's hair, Izuku doing the same to his shirt. A clawed hand made him flinch but soon arms and something else were wrapping around them. Tenko thinks there are still voices loudly talking about something but he can't understand. The only thing he could think about was blood and purple lights zipping by, the feeling of being so scared but so angry that he didn't care what he did as long as they lived. Hiccuped breaths hurt his throat as his tears start to slow down a little. Shaking from the fight and crying too hard, rakes his body, skiing in air the best he can that makes his head feel dizzy. It started to slow down finally but it was still too much. Too much. Izuku. A heavy accented voice, he knew belonged to Zashi with its lyrical tone and slightly whistles, startled him to snap his eyes open and look at the bright yellow, if he looked closer, goldish feathers filling his vision. Izuku, element of opening upward curly logical and element of opening upward square image of or equal to element of opening upward. Slowly Izuku looks up to where Big Bird was motioning to, the last people being too scared to move even with the space to run. Curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and up tack with circle above pitchfork up tack with circle above square image of or equal to curly logical and up tack with circle above curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and element of opening upward square image of or equal to element of opening upward. Zashi seemed to be nervous as he motioned more to the open door. Element of opening upward curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and up tack with circle above element of opening upward up tack with circle above pitchfork element of opening upward up tack with circle above curly logical and square image of or equal to element of opening upward does not prove curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and does not prove. After a little bit of Izuku just staring at the bird and Shta also getting tense from the waiting, Izuku starts to try and get up. Tenko doesn't want to let go, so he helps him up and starts walking to his bag first. A distressed call was shouted his way, but he ignored it as he picked up his bag, Izuku trying to help him put it back on. Shaking limbs making it hard to use and pain starting to blossom on his face more as it starts to cool down again. Izuku. Looking back at the bird and cat thing made him realize that yeah, they really needed to get moving on. He doesn't really want to kill Dash. He doesn't want to kill more people. Come on Izu, let's go then. Tenko walked forward, Ta coming to his side as his tail lashes quickly, Izuku at his other side and Zashi flicking feathers as they walked in front of them in probable worry about what just happened. He just wanted to go back to that shitty house and see mom already. Okay, so here is the one with the burn scare and then him linking the rest from my Tumblr cause me want sleep. The other ones I have are without burn scare and the face paint Tomu wore on stage go crazy. Links for other pics. Night peeps have good SLEEP chapter text. I didn't want you fighting. Zashi closes up his claw sheaths, acknowledging Ta with a swift tail feather flick in his direction. He hasn't been using common body language in a while because he didn't want to scare or miscommunicate to the hatchling. You were hurt, not being able to move your left clawed wing against so many guards. He can hear the concern in his mate's voice, the quiver being light but still able to distinguish as a small panicked growled purrs forcing its way past Ta's incredible control. A trilled sigh leaves his beak as he moves to the computer control setup. You could have been more injured, I should have fought instead of you. Your chick could have gotten off of my back so I could dash, sure, I know how scared you were for me but you already fought so many of them. One of his green-yellow eyes looked over to his mate, the last 3 sentients left alive on the far wall behind his Ta. You were tired and had the job of protecting the chick with the low energy you have left, you wouldn't have been able to dodge those shots as well as me too. The fluff from his feathers while poofed always confused where exactly the main parts of his body was from the dense yellow. Some semi-burnt parts could be dealt with later, he'll pluck them out when it's safer. A weird-sounding growl left Tenku's mouth as they looked at the leftover sentients, their eyes narrowing while moving there. Flockmate? Away from them and placing themselves in the last sentient's line of sight. We need to hurry and get all these cages open dash, and oh don't let more of those monsters out. His focus zipped back to the 3 last living ones from the group, the most scared of the ones he saw while fighting them. Ta slowly turned his head at the now still sentients. What did you say? No, don't speak to that filth dash, a voice muffled by the full body suit they were wearing spoke up first but wasn't able to finish their sentence when the air around Ta became heavy. That wasn't a question, it was an order. All 3 sentients shrunk in on themselves as his mate stood tall, tail poised and tense, ready to strike them if any of them moved. They quiver in front of the bloodlust hanging off his mate. Well, get talking. The braver of the 3 give a quick look to the other 2 then bared their teeth like they think that'll help or do they think they look intimidating. I'm not talking to some low half-deathworld and Arame Kred Kai. Zashi watched as Ta's tail and digestive mouth shot out quicker than he thought he could after fighting so many sentients. It wrapped around their neck and opened up to show its slightly hooked quill-like teeth by their head, their specious schwist talk ended before it could finish. Izuku didn't need to hear that type of pluming schwist before they could even understand the common language, he's glad they couldn't find a physical translator yet. Shut up with your blasting speciesism. The one that yelled out first seemed like they wanted to stop Ta but they knew better. Zashi stood at the ready to fly and even with one wing immobilized. I asked what you said, not your moronic opinion on where someone is born. The scared one looked like they were about to be brave but twin growls from both Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron ended their attempted attack, shaking back into the wall behind them. Ta walked closer to them, his figure overcasting all 3 of them, his scarf loosening to show his piercing lower red eyes. Unless you all just want to die like most of your comrades out there are probably doing. Some choked whimpers whines filled the tense air as the one Ta was, maybe, lightly strangling uselessly tried to get free. The one that spoke up first, the one that was most scared, sighed silent as they tried to shrink into non-existence. Zashi moved closer to the control console in anticipation for when they would start hearing more guards coming down the hallways or if one of the free 2 tried to run. A quick look at his chicken. The slightly bigger chick and again hopefully flockmate, let him see how Tenku moved Izuku as far as they could away from the remaining sentients. This luckily also got them closer to the main console that Zashi was at, making it easier for him to protect them if he needed to. Izuku looks like he might pass out at any moment and Zashi wouldn't blame him for it. Bringing his attention back to his mate and other sentients let him notice that the one being strangled was losing some momentum. So he was squeezing with his tail just a bit too fine. A sharp muffled voice from the hazmat sentient got Ta to almost completely let go of the speciest sentient. He said not to release the other Deathworlders. He pet his head to the side as he looked to the one talking, their voice shaking as he thought about that. Yes, they had 2 Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron, one being a chick and blue one being an adult or adolescence at best. They were both injured but have proven to be able to fight. Zashi really wished they didn't have 2 but devastating wins and all that. The growled voice from his mate makes him focus back into the interrogation. What type? Th- and class. Ta glared down at the one in which he was talking to, their face obscured by the mask, but if it wasn't Zashi was sure that he would see fear besides the obvious shaking they were doing. It was quite as the hazmat suit seemed to be thinking about what they have here, and that spoke volumes about how big this place is. How much money did this place take just to run, let alone make from illegal activity alone? We have plenty of third-rate and up to fifth-rate deathworlders, with some fauna and flora mixed in. A loud whimper from the speciest crefter as Shur tightens his tail more. The hazmat sentient stumbled more on their words as they continued. They placed the MO more dangerous ones like the scent, sapient ones in personalized cells, or if not as dangerous as they thought, in the common cage room. Like where you were held in, if I'm correct. A deep growl grows from Ta's chest as he stares them down. Correct, continue. Then for the Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron, the bosses asked our owner where he wanted them all. Them all. As in more than our 2. Hazmat shrunk in on themselves more as they tried to still their quivering fear. Being unable to see their body made it hard to see a visual confirmation as they shifted around until Zashi heard a quiet yes. How many? A thrilly type whimper leaves the hazmat sentient as they could no longer shrink into the wall behind them. How many? I lost count after 30-something. The admission was like a bomb went off for Ta and him. His chick is a part of that number. Zashi's chick wasn't the only chick stolen from their planet, wasn't the only one looked at as if they were wild animals while screaming out in pain and fear. They weren't the only ones taken from their home without even knowing anything besides these monsters that they were forced to meet for the first time, while everyone fearfully avoided them or attacked them on sight. Are they alive? Zashi's voice cracked in the air as he leaned into the control panels with feathers quivering with rage and crewest feathers almost flaring up. He's trying not to press anything by accident. These 2. It was silent for too long as he wanted to scream someone, anyone, to pieces at this point. I think 2 others are left, maybe? Maybe a more? He straightened up more as Shur fully let go of the limp sentient in his tail's grasp. Where? His clawed hands moved up to grip at the hazmat suit the other was wearing, pulling them up closer to his vocal mouth. The one is still in the compound A and the author was SSS taken with the TW Twilin. These sentients were even able to grab a Twilin. How is it even possible to get this many rare species? They grab onto his mate's arms in an attempt to get out of his grip, but Shur just drops them to the ground without care. Zashi looks back over into Ta's eyes and saw the worry. Their own deathworlders were chick-like or just plainly a hatchling. How old are they? How old were the others that died, cold and alone? If they kept going back to pick up more Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron, then they should have figured out they are sentient. Sapient as their boss would be anger if he found out they haven't been saying that. But they have to know and they're profiting off of it. Zashi's beak clacks quickly with anger as he moves his attention back to the main control console. He thinks he can hear his mate give the leftover sentients a warning growl and then walks over. His eyes comb over the screens, looking for something familiar. Looking for a furless lengthy sapient, with 2 lower limbs called legs, only 2 upper limbs called arms with many fingers. The only bit of fur hair on them is on their head, and lastly they'll probably look close to Izuku because Tenko was too stubborn not to eat. Well, it's closer to Tenko having food, closer to him being able to eat, and Izuku didn't want to challenge it. It was a good thing too because it could smell edible but be poisonous to them. Tenko was lucky. The feeling of his mate's head flicking between the screens and their deathworlders gives him comfort. There. A clawed wing motions to a certain screen. It's dark but light enough to still be able to see what was on it. A form was curled up in the corner of the cell. It was like Izuku's and his but looks worse, smaller and made with tougher material that would be rougher on exposed skin. Zashi could see the tuft of a purple mane sticking up in every which way as they seemed to be wrapping themselves in a white-like cloth. Maybe a thin rag they let them have for some form of heat conservation, with it only being them in that griff hole. It looks like our deathworlders, but something didn't look right. They seemed to bend at a weird angle and had claws not dissimilar to Ta's, he thinks. It was hard to tell from this angle, and that's not to mention if they somehow got a weapon, but Zashi doesn't think their captures wouldn't allow that. Just let everyone out of their cells or cages. I've memorized the room number and halls we need to take. Also try finding our ship. Zashi looked to his mate and sees how tense he is. Sure must want to show more aggressive traits right now, but it could scare the little ones. Speaking of the chicks, it seems Izuku has taken to resting his eyes while leaning onto Tenku. The older one seems to try to understand what is being said. They look more frustrated than before, so Zashi is guessing that it's not going too well. Besides looking frustrated, Tenku's bandages will need to be changed at 1.2. They were lucky that a med kit was in this room like the ship regulations require, or else he fears their blue deathworlder would have bled out. I'll tell them we have to get ready to leave Zashi, just get ready to let everyone free, okay? Looking back at his mate again and seeing the burning determination in his multiple eyes like stars in the abyss of space. There was no reason to worry too much. Sure, and him can protect both of themselves or anyone else that they need to. If that means getting another deathworlder to come with them, then what is Zashi to argue with Ta? Oh, it would be a good idea to find where their ship is too, and if not their ship then a new one they could snag on the way out. Did Sure mention that, or was he just that distracted right now? He's so tired but he can't fall asleep yet. Tenko, Zashi, and Ta are all giving it their best. With every fast-paced step Ta takes down the halls, Izuku feels himself lifting off of the centaur's back, catching air for a few brief seconds. He doesn't know where they were going, but the ship seems to be more chaotic than before. Every hall sounds like a stampede is happening in them for a little, but not long after running, it starts lessening. They must be moving away from the noise. Zashi had to have found where they needed to go when looking at the PC-type thing. Izuku saw how it had these air projector-type things, like holograms. The rustling of a breeze from the run makes his oily hair dance in the air in heavy clumps. Looking behind them, Izuku can see Tenko in the back of the pack because of the heavy book bag he has on. Every now and then both of the adult aliens stop to make sure that Tenko can keep up, then off like a bullet the next second after getting their breath back. Izuku doesn't know why. If no one else is where they are going, what's the problem? Why do they need to go so fast? A loud screech fills his ears as more yelling happens after they take another turn. It doesn't last long before they are on the move again, a bloodied body left in their wake. How big is this ship? Was this like a mother ship or something, because Izuku knows for a fact the ship that picked them up was not this big. Unless aliens have technology that's like dimensional breaking or something, but that sounds a bit too op in his own opinion. After everyone was running for so long, Ta JRKS back as he watches him get hit in the face with Zashi's only functioning wing. A disgruntled melp was the only sound Ta made, bringing up his stiff moving hand to rub at his most likely sensitive noise. Izuku's eyes focused on the little tufts of hair at the very tip of Ta's ears as they moved around as if they were underwater. The sound from both of their aliens talking fills the corridor. Emergency lights are no longer blinking and they have something calmer now, being slightly yellow-tinted lights. Think of warm-colored lights, not cool-colored lights. They both don't seem to be talking to him, so after getting his fill of looking at Ta's amazing wavy hair tufts, green eyes meet red. So, how's running? Tenko just caught up again, bending over catching his breath with his hands on his knees. One shot up to flip him off and all Izuku can do is chuckle breathlessly at it. Gods, just laughing and trying to stay on is draining him of so much energy. Izuku hopes they don't need to fight more aliens, he'll just get in the way now. He really is nothing but useless after so long of not eating, and he hates it. More jumbled alien words fill his head as he looks at Tenko, something about finding a room and wondering if they took the right hall or something. Izuku isn't paying all that much attention to it, he wants to make sure his brother is okay first. So, you're keeping up fine, but you're also going to have to slow down soon. With the little bit of rest he's got his breath back and talking is at least easier now. An annoyed glare is shot his way, but all Izuku does is shrug. That took so much out of him. God, he misses being able to move correctly. How does such little movement waste so much energy? How? I can tell them to slow down, but you might end up like me soon. Too tired to even move, and we don't have anyone else that can lift you up. I got lucky 10 and you know that. Tired red eyes slip down to look back at the floor as more puffs of air leaves his mouth. Izuku frowns at how much energy Tenko has lost already. He's going down faster than Izuku thought he would, so that must be the lack of food showing its ugly head. The aliens are still talking, they honestly seem like they might be arguing, so he decided to slowly slip off Ta. At first he just shifts around a little, this got Ta to glance at him, but with a closed mouth smile he went back to talking with Zashi. As soon as Izuku was sure if he let go he'd hit the ground feet first, he finally let his hands relax their grip. His feet hit the floor, both aliens make a loud noise as they make sure he doesn't fall fully to the ground. No hurt. Izuku no. He thinks Zashi is trying to chide him, but with the limited words he can't do a very good job of it. Not even acknowledging the fact he has to translate what they want to say and make sure he knows the words. Strong but stiff hands wrap around Izuku's waist to make sure he really didn't fall as he moves to Tenko. Since he was by Tenko they seemed to see how out of breath his brother was finally. This got Zashi flitting around the young adult in worry. He huffs a little and helps bring Tenko more into a standing potion with the help of Ta. Izuku makes sure he has a good hold on Tenko as they balance their weight off each other. Looking into black and yellow green eyes, he puts a little closed mouth smile on. Go, go, go. He points to each one of them slowly then down the hall because he doesn't want to talk much at the moment, it's too much translation for his tired brain. Go. After a little staring match, both of their alien companions turn to go down the hall with him. It was at a very slow pace with both of them making sure neither of them falls. Since Ta can carry more it seems, he makes sure that he's on Tenko's side while Zashi is on his own side. Izuku's got enough energy back, luckily, or this was just his last wind, to walk, but really he could probably fall at any moment. Tenko is a big help in walking though, without him Izuku is sure he would have fallen over already. They walk like that for a little or it was a long time, he can't exactly tell as the feeling of his blood pulsing behind his eyes is taking up most of his attention. Being upright is making his head hurt and heavy as Izuku tips closer to Zashi. He is then pushed over to Tenko more as his brother grips his shoulder while walking. At one point both of their alien cell mates start talking to each other again. You know Izu, you could have stayed up on the cat. Green eyes flick up to look at those tried red ones, a sigh leaves his mouth while he focuses on the next steps. And you know. That you. Needed a break. Izuku doesn't lift his foot up high enough for the next step and he starts going down. He doesn't yelp or make any sound as he crashes to the ground, Tenko pulling on his arm trying to get him up. Zashi tries to grab him with arms that shoot out of his feathers on his midsection, they can't lift him or help him in any way but it's the thought that counts. Izuku also thinks he feels something wrapped around his waist as he catches himself on the ground with his knees and one hand. Taking in big gulps of air as the world zeroes back and letting him hear all the words that were being shouted at him. He can't really think about what they mean besides asking if he's okay, Izuku is, but he's just a little bit too tired to say anything at the moment. Is it bad that black spots are at the corner of his eyesight? He thinks that might be bad. He doesn't know how long he was on the floor trying to get his breath back and just think about the words that he was hearing, but after a little something finally clicked in his brain. Izuku gets up and sits on his knees while Tenko is trying to talk to him, but he's focusing on the word that is making more sense than whatever is coming out of everyone else's mouth. The words he's hearing are ta. Sukeh. Te. Tasukeh te. Tasakit. Tasakit. It rushed out of his mouth as the aliens finally stopped talking to let Tenko try to get him to respond. His brother blinks at him as he sounds out the words that he just said. Izuku doesn't pay much attention to him as he tries to get up to go to the person asking for help. There is someone asking for help, they need help. Tasakit, 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 it's on repeat and Izuku knows it's being yelled. It's being screamed out but it's so quiet, they have to be in a room or further away. Te Tenko. All he can do is point to where the voice is screaming, they need help. They are. Akin for help. Tenhepem. Izuku tips into his brother fully as the little burst of energy he had finally despaired into thin air. Walking and holding onto Ta has finally caught up to him, or maybe it's all the adrenaline finally leaving his body, who knows. Maybe if he gets another adrenaline boost he'll get back up, but right now he just needs to close his eyes for a bit. He can feel Tenko holding onto him as his voice rumbles in his chest, it kinda reminds him of a cat. It's really relaxing. Closing his eyes for a little really wouldn't hurt, would it? Zashi stopped. He stopped breathing, he stopped thinking, he stopped just being because he just saw his hatchling fall into his flock mate's arms and was still as a cold egg. He wants to move to check him but Tenku is shaking Izuku with their face scrunched, most likely with worry. He can't tell what the older nestling is saying but it's full of fear and that scares him. Looking over to Shur to see his own worries married on his mate's face and the swishing of his tail plus his scarf makes him more worried. We need to go. Tenku looked to Ta as he spoke up. Zashi can't tell what emotion they have or what they could be thinking. Do they understand what Ta just said? It doesn't really matter though, as a motion to Ta's lower back gets across what he wants them to do. The older nestling starts to get up, struggling with the weight of everything they're carrying. Zashi tries to help but oh, very heavy nestling. Izuku is somehow more of a heavy hatchling now, so much so that he's pretty sure that he didn't help Tenku with moving Izuku at all. Tenku, got Izuku onto Ta's back and he also is surprised with the weight of the hatchling. Lucky enough his mate is still strong enough after being kept in here for so long that he's able to move with the hatchling on him. Putting on his talon covers again because they don't know when someone could find them or the fact some other prisoner could come across him. Zashi is sure he only let out people but maybe also let loose some animals by accident. Tenku helps Ta move as fast as he can, kinda a fast walking pace, and Zashi will protect them to the best he can and their older nestling will probably help when he can too. Getting back to moving on, Izuku passed out and hopefully not dying, but with Tenku not freaking out much that must mean they can't be dying. They go to where they saw the other human. Well, human-looking sentient, if they aren't a human, Zashi can at least get them out because he couldn't connect to the door where it was from the guard station. On they went, worried and afraid for their youngest, deeply hurting his heart, but there is nothing he can do now. They couldn't hear any guards nearby, but that's probably because where they are trying to get to is sectioned off more and unable to be opened from afar. The guards there must have moved to help with the mess that he made of the different cage rooms. There were multiple cage rooms, and also Zashi learned that there were more guard stations too. This place has to be huge to need multiple guard outposts to keep watch in sections and not just the whole ship at once. If only he was awake when being transferred onto this ship, he could have seen or guessed the size of this place. After turning and moving as fast as their whole group can, Zashi is sure that they made it to the hallway they needed to get to. The door to it is sealed off with a screen padlock next to it. He's lucky he looked up and found what the code was before coming here. The door has a proud, bold, and large sign on it, SCH2T, and right under that in smaller writing, Terrainings. He once again doesn't understand what these labels mean or what the naming under it is referencing, or if it was translating what the weird labeling was. Without further waiting for anything else and Tenku almost breathing into his beak, Zashi puts in the code and the door opens slower than the other doors they've gone through. The only other door that moved that slow was the guard station door, but that's because it needed to be heavier, more sturdy than other doors so that it could be a holdout spot when need be. Zashi looks to his mate and the subtle movement of his scarf lets him see that she feels nervous, that this isn't a good idea. They can't just leave the other one here though. They both saw how their nestlings were treated. Like animals, like violent creatures that will attack at a moment's notice, but that's not true. Zashi refuses to let another young hatchling be treated like that. Once they get to their ship they'll even be able to put on a tracker for this place or whatever it is. It's so huge, but space is very large, so hiding a ship like this wouldn't be too hard if they have the funds for it. That is a lot of funds, but since it's running then they have to have a powerful backer or multiple backers. Taking a step into the hallway and looking around to see if there's any writing to describe what this place is, there is none. Zashi can't hear any person or guard in this place either, so he fully walks into the hall and looks at the first two doors. They have no windows and another code pad. Putting in the same code for the door didn't seem to do anything, but there were numbers on the doors. 0 to 1 and 0-2. Someone wouldn't just. After putting 01 and 02 into their respectfully labeled doors, they both open. Zashi can feel the irritation from SHTA about the code for the door because it was so very easy, but he should be happy that it was that easy. The guard station they were at didn't have the code for any door in here or even said that they'd need more codes. Guess they didn't think anyone would ever get past the first door. He's very grateful it's that easy for them to get into this place. Inside both rooms was a small viewing station of another smaller room. No one was in here or even the small room being viewed. In the smaller room, Zashi can tell that it's made of stronger material, but the marks and dents in it let him know something very strong was held in it. After carefully looking as fast as he could, they moved to the next two rooms, SHTA and two hatchlings behind him. It's the same outcome, nothing and no one in sight for the small space, and the smaller space is littered in scratches, dents. After going through 3 more pairs of doors like this, Shur tapped his wing with his scarf. Looking over to Shur and seeing how his ears are stiff while focusing down the hall. He must have heard where the other Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron is. Maybe they are making noise now, or their observer guard is making a racket. Tenku holds on to SHTA and Izuku when both of them start looking further down the hall. Maybe they can hear it too, or maybe they can just tell how tense both of them are. Making sure that his talon covers are secured, he makes his way past another set of doors until Shur motioned to one on the right. Door 0 to 11, Zashi thinks he can hear something through the door, maybe some shuffling or moving of papers, but beyond that he couldn't tell anything was different about this door. This is one reason why having an Aramase for a mate is so breezy. He's just so nice to have around for cuddles and reaching high places without opening his wings and hearing when an enemy is behind closed doors when Zashi isn't able to hear that well. Getting ready for a fight if he needs to and making sure both nestlings were protected, he put in the code. The door opened slowly just like all the others. A voice from inside is asking if they were done helping the rest of the ship already. The one inside the room, looking and watching the nestling curled up in the corner in the other smaller room, didn't look back at the door, which is fine with Zashi. Walking up quietly as he could lets him get into position to have his talons against their neck, and good timing too because Tenku inhaled loudly right after Zashi got his talons up into place. Oh, well, this is unfortunate. The person he was holding in place with a well-placed and quiet threat, tensed and tried to look back at them, but Zashi didn't let them. Keep looking forward. You were so interested in watching them already, why look away now? So you aren't a terraining, why are you here then? Zashi sharply pet his head to the side in a silent question but then asked what they meant out loud since they can't see him. Well, you aren't another one of those. They motioned to the smaller room with the curled-up Tauro Alphanunu Omicron in the far corner. So I am genuinely confused as to why in all the void's glory, you would be here. An angry rattle leaves Zashi's throat as they so casually mention the sentient, sapient individual locked up. He would love to help the others locked up as well, but these beings need more help than the other ones. Not to mention that he'll make sure this place is marked so thoroughly that it can be tracked light years away. I'm here because you have a nestling in your possession that shouldn't be. It's silent after that. He waits with his mate and 2 other nestlings behind him. He's not letting this one go either. All 3 of them are coming with them even if he has to gut this whole place and then let the ashes fly. Guu a Nyama wanting to save a young, predictable, but last I knew the only Nyamas we had on ship was one about to pass away, sadly, another 2 injured to move, making it easier to harvest their feathers until healed enough for the market and one. You're that halfing Deathworlder's mate, aren't you? Zashi clenched into their neck harder, a bead of yellow forming at the tip of his talon where it pricked their skin. Their disgusting laugh fills the air as he waits for them to stop. Zashi needs to know if they can get any information out of them. After that they're flying out of here to the ships docked. Guu Lady Void has blessed me with great entertainment. Toda dash, quit talking, have you done anything to make the nestling unable to walk right? They stopped to make some noise, probably thinking about the answer, but Zashi isn't even sure if they were giving food they could eat. With them being watched so much, they had to have better food than his hatchling. Where is your mate, you death flyer? Aren't you supposed to be mated for Liwagug? I ask you a blasting question. Answer it. They gagged and choked as he moved his talons around so that he could choke them without cutting them. They huff and try to breathe normally again after Zashi choked them a little, for fun. Fine, you winged Yana. Growling out the other slur and hateful labels like it gives them power. He doesn't really care anymore because he knows how to hurt them without killing them, and they'll have to deal with it for the rest of their life. They might think he'll kill them, but oh, they are so wrong. Cutting off their head lure for attracting mates would make sure that they never could get one of the same species ever again. For all I know, as I was meant to watch them for cycles at a dash, speed it up, you blasting speciest. Jigu, fine, they can walk. Are you so overjoyed now that half-death and feathers are, gah? After listening to them for so long, Zashi couldn't take it anymore and quickly sliced their mating lure off their blasting head. He makes the cut jagged on purpose as they use their 3 arms to clutch at the injury. Gah, you stupid mixed mated half-death and Yana. They screamed out as he let them clamor and slam themselves into a corner to curl up as yellow drops of blood flow from the wound. Not paying attention to the loud Hexer on the ground being overdramatic in his own personal opinion. Going to the console table to see if he could open the door is not easy. It was a different setup with words he didn't know on it. A purred sigh is heard behind him as Shur walked closer to him, Tenku walking right along as well. I hate pointing out how right you are. You already make use carry little packs everywhere, but Zashi. Do you remember if you still have that tech stick our little boss gave you? Zashi stood there, slightly hunched over the console table, feathers shifting up on his wings and back down in a quick flick. Oh Schwist, he's right. His lifetime mate is so smart. If they heard Shur call them little though, that was stupid to say out loud, but the other thing was so smart. Flinging his head over to face his wonderful mate and giving a quick titch with his tongue in a show of affection. Quickly rotating his pack around so that it was on his chest, Zashi popped it open and started to rummage around for the tech stick he was given a long time ago. If he's right, it'll put a little code on the console that will be easy to track. Let him copy anything on it and tell him how to easily operate the console table. It's a nice little thing that can only really be used once, as normal consoles will fill on the tech stick in one go, if a little under the capped amount it can carry. Pulling out his little black stick and plugging it into an open port, Zashi waited as it did its job. Tenku made some noise to what he was doing, but Zashi can't understand what they said. Maybe they have something like the tech stick on their planet. It is a very covenant shape to have, and even if someone can't hold on to it because of its size, then just make it bigger or add on a grip holder. A little. Beep played as it confirmed how to use the console. T, the grit did you do? Zashi ignores the loud being as he begins to open the door and not do anything else to the room, as he can see that a multitude of things can be done to it. These BSTRDS had to do more than what they already did to their hatchlings, taking them from their home into space, hurting them, starving them, and now torturing them with this room that can electrify and do so many other things. A loud deep pop sound sounded as the door unlocked itself, metal on metal grinding as the door moved out of the way. The one Tauro Alphanunu Omicron in their cell, flinched and curled up more away from the door. He thinks that their head turns more to the door to see who was coming in, but they probably can't see from how they were facing. Their voice muffled from the door opening, but Zashi thinks that it's words? Tenku stood straighter at the noise and moved forward, He hopes it wasn't a threat, but also it might be better for another Tauro Alpha Nu Omicron to help them out. Even if the words spoken didn't sound the same as what he's heard from their nestlings, they have to understand each other. Right? I am putting this here cause the notes aren't big enough info dump time even though you prob won't need it. Let's see if I'm even able to word this right cause haha I suck at it. So while you get to see a religion, the Lady of the Void, when that scientist talks about her, she would fing hate him by the way. It was started on ocean-centric planets where the water was deep, by deep I mean deep deep. Once getting into space, other ocean planets noticed how they all had basically the same goddess, with little bits here or there that were different because of evolution or the planet itself. Because of this, many believe that the Lady of the Void was a true god, being strong enough to watch over many over hundreds of light years away. It evolved into Space Void instead of Sea Void after the followers released that looking out into space gave the same feeling as their oceans. Many thought the void of space was the lady's true placement, where she truly formed and belonged. It soon was adopted by others of non-sea life, usually from those realizing that their god-goddess are probably fake, for harder core believers, or wanting to fit in. Being wanted, being accepted is a universal feeling others want, as it's one of the most common religions in space and used almost like Christianity with bless yours and others being normal for everyone to say, but things like may the lady and or void be with you are also normal and for actual followers and space travelers. Kinda like someone saying having a blessed day and stuff like that, or wishing someone protection and good luck when traveling the void. It didn't spread the same way Christianity did though, it was peaceful and just slowly became the norm over hundreds of years. The lady is a protector, believing in justice but not violence. She's a proprietor of curiosity and also the knowledge of the known and unknown. It's also widely accepted that she represents peace or peacefulness and a quite tranquil death when one embraces her or if one is forced to embrace her, welcoming both into blissful sleep before handing them off to their respective god or death holder, if they have one. There is also a large amount of people that believe she is somewhat of a messenger for other gods, goddesses, deities. Since she is one with the void and the void itself, she can travel far and extremely fast, so many take that as, if other planets' deities were alike or closely related, she would help them communicate with one another without them leaving their own people behind. You will see her more commonly on trading planets or terraformed one which has more diverse races on it than normal. She accepts all and any but is said to detest those that hurt others with no exceptions. War is something the lady is said to despise. With all that in mind, every follower is widely accepted as a pacifist and one that could do no harm. This is also used against people, as many will use this as a way to look innocent when they do any nasty things. She of course understands when one must use any type of fighting, but that does not mean she likes it, and if you are a follower of her faith, one must wash away the violence they caused with many meditation sessions, priest visits, and abstain from venturing out into the void until one is sure the lady has completed forgiven you. It's seen as extremely bad luck to go out and wait for at least a week before going back to the void. Depending on what you did, it could be longer. Those things bold italicized are like that because others make those assumptions about the religion, or basically they are over-dramatizing it. It would be more descriptive to call her the Lady of the Abyss really, but almost all of the ocean planets never went all the way to the bottom, and honestly think of those deep dark places at a void of life. That was the main reason why she was called that, but after coming to space her followers thought it was even a better description cause space in general is a void of anything living besides the floating rocks. The main religions that made the Lady of the Void still exist, but is seen as an outdated practice or something saved for on-planet ceremonies or like custom ceremonies that those races do for their own people. I think that's all I can think at the moment that could be important. Chapter text. Everything hurts. It hurts to breathe. It hurts to move. It hurts to blink. It hurts to live. It's been like this for a while, but it's been getting worse, and these demed aliens aren't doing anything to help it. Yeah, you heard him right, aliens. Not doctors or teachers or anything else normal and human, but aliens. He's gotten over the fact that aliens took him from his home, his dad and aunt, from the piercing eyes of judging adults that think he'll be exactly like his mother. Weird to think it was his mother that was the murder and not his father, who stood a good 6-7 out of his wheelchair. Thinking about how long he's been away from his dad, who took care of him, loved him like no one else. The one who taught him how to sign so that he didn't need his voice to speak when his dad lost his healing. His dad, who lost his ability to walk after a car accident that injured his spine, was lucky to live, lucky to breathe, but that was okay. They got through all of that. They got past his mother's arrest when he was 6, they got past the hearing loss a year later, as they were fortunate that his dad already knew sign language. He thinks they almost didn't make it after 9 when his dad didn't come home. When his aunt was watching him play in the park that day, both of them had huge smiles on their faces while his dad was fighting for his life in a hospital before they were called. His aunt was amazing, moving in and helping Dad and him live. Teaching and making sure that he didn't need to give up his childhood so his dad could live happily again. Life had been shit to him on Earth, but there were good times. Just because life had been shit and everything was hard at every DMN turn didn't mean that Hitoshi wanted to lose all of it. Being dragged from his little cool-down area closer to the woods, screaming and kicking. Begging. To be safe to be seen, but he picked that area for a reason, for the quiet to help him collect his thoughts so no one was there to see him be taken away. Taken away from their town, away from all the problems with school and teachers and the stairs, away from his amazing dad and loving aunt. Hitoshi got used to the thought that everything he knew and loved for 11 years is gone. That every normal or comforting thing will forever be ripped away from him and he'll never get them back. He's sure that he's been out in space for at least a year now or more. He has no clue, and pain was the only thing that's been a constant from Earth to space. There used to be bullies cornering him at the back of buildings and the rare alleyway, but now it was creepy-looking aliens cornering him in a cage to shock him and dragged away for scientists to slice and take pieces of his skin. It was like that for a few months. It was a comfortable few months that Hitoshi got used to. It was his new awful normal, being caged by a weird cat, fox centaur person thing, who he called Fox. They were scared of him to no end, but after he didn't hurt them or show any aggression to them, they warmed up. That fox centaur person was a nice pleasant warmth for those months. Then they were taken from him again. Hitoshi was dragged out to the White Room where he thought they were just going to take more samples, more flesh and maybe a bit of bone like they did that one time. When they put a mask over his mouth and nose, he knew that something was different. The aliens never put him under for some reason, even though Hitoshi knew that they could. When he woke up after whatever they did to him, he was in a new cage, for solid walls with barely their indents to a door, no windows or vents or anything Hitoshi could point out. He was kept in there with no interactions besides the guards that took him for more testing. That was when they started to put a bag or something similar over his head before they took him out. Hitoshi never saw Fox again, and that was when pain became a constant. He thought that it was the pain of losing something, someone, close and important to him again, but that wasn't it. It was a constant thrum of pain, like every pulse of blood hurt his body, every breath, every blink. More visits to the overly White Room became normal. It became common, and every time now they put him to sleep so they can do whatever it is they're doing. Hitoshi didn't know what they were doing. He didn't really care anymore because everything just hurts. He just wants it to stop. He doesn't even fight the guards anymore when that would just make the continuous pain hurt even more. All Hitoshi does now is voice the pain he's in, begging or making the pain stop. Please just make it stop. Let him breathe, please. He just wants to breathe without a sharp stabbing pain again. Please. 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 I just want to move without the burning of pain in every twitch my body does after the White Room. Please. He usually just lays around in the corner farthest away from the door, lightly panting as shocks of suffering go through him, waiting for those god-awful dark green ball of hopefully not dried sheet. Seriously, what are those things? They look like if a tree was able to walk around and that was its sheet. Is that what it is? For all Hitoshi knows, that could be a source of food for these aliens out here, but if it was, then Fox probably wouldn't have looked as much in pain every time they ate them too. Hitoshi didn't know what they were doing to him until one day he woke up in more agony than he's ever felt here. There was blood on his hands as it looked like his fingers were ripping themselves apart. It was torture. Hitoshi screamed for something, for relief, for the guards to get the cruel scientists, for them to finally put him out of his misery, but it never came. It was only after he was knocked out, probably from the amount of blood he lost or from the burning sensation his whole hands were in as his skin peeled itself from his muscles like it was hydrophobic. Anyways, after he was out they must have taken him to the White Room because he once again woke up in his cage with bandages wrapped around up to his elbows. They went overboard with it, but it was a nice compression feeling and made the burning in his arms go away. That wasn't all. They were longer, they were weird looking. His fingers were wrong. Being scared of what was wrong with his hands, why they looked like they ended at a point now and were longer than before, the pain in his hands no longer being there besides the low dull ache. If his hands changed then started to feel better. With his whole body hurting all the time. Hitoshi didn't want to think about what would happen to him, and after they finally took off the wrappings to see longer slightly stiff fingers and long claws at the end of them. He didn't know if he was human anymore, was he? It isn't bad now, just long fingers with claws at the end of them. Hitoshi is still trying to get his fingers to be more fluid in movement like they were before, but what about everything else? Hitoshi's body still hurts. What else is going to change? What else is forever twisted in these aliens' terrible eyes only because they can? It was disturbingly slow, but it's awful, seeing his body change as it became another new normal. He wished that this one would be taken away from him too. Gaining a weird flesh wrap thing one day, feeling as if his organs are rearranging and changing or even expanding another. Seeing the scientists get excited, or not, he can't read them that well, with the wrap being so long maybe, and then marveling at the purple his hair is growing now and not black. His now purple hair with black tips, that means it's been a year, right, matches the purple fur that's been growing in random patches around his body, especially on his hands and arms. They put him in different things to maybe x-ray him or map him out? Hitoshi doesn't know, and he hurts too much to really care. It came to a head when the radiating burn started to slowly build in his back on day. He honestly just thought he was just going to grow some type of mane or something like that, but it kept building. It slowly started to make him sweat with how much he was heating up, and all Hitoshi could do to combat the feeling was wrapping the extremely long flesh belt thing around him in many loops. He noticed how there was a bump on the center of his back at one point that turned into an even larger lump. Keeping his flesh wrapping tight was the only thing Hitoshi could think of doing, because they haven't taken him to the White Room yet. Is he dying? Did they finally do something and mess up his body so much it mutated too much? Does he have cancer now? Is that what's on his back right now? Is he just dead but still breathing? Have they just decided to see what happens now? They could just be watching behind that wall glass thing that just looks like a normal wall from his side. Are they just waiting until he dies, or is he just going to explode in all gory glory? That seems like a very interesting death for space. Wished it didn't hurt this much, thought. Hitoshi even resorts to asking for help every time he's awake now, that he originally stopped actually trying to do a little while ago, but maybe they'll have some mercy this time around. Every second of every day he's forced to feel this torture. Hitoshi asks aloud as he can for help. Asking them to help him, heal him, fix him. Help me, please help me. Take me to the room. I just want it to stop burning. I can barely move anymore. Talking hurts, please. Everything hurts, please. Anything. They never actually come in when he begs like this, so when he heard the telltale sign of the door opening, Hitoshi could only feel fear. They never come in, never when he's speaking. Always when he's quiet and still, never when he's energetic, or as energetic as someone constantly in pain can be. Were they finally tired of him? Is he done now? He'd like to be done now. Hitoshi would like to sleep without pain now. Maybe he could dream of his dad and his aunt. It'd be funny imagining Fox in the mix, being standoffish and sometimes talking in that language that sounds human but not, or the other one that's mixed with meows, gruffs, grows, and any other big cat sounds. The image of his dad trying to pet Fox fills his head as the door finally opens all the way. Moving his head slightly to try and see the door, but it makes the burning hurt more, so he just stops. His voice isn't loud, or maybe it is, he can't tell anymore. Watashi o hanat oit kudasai, please leave me alone, knowing that they can't understand him and wanting to hear familiar words, even if its own voice. It's better than nothing, until Hitoshi heard more words that were his. Words that he can understand. Wa. Anata wa, daijoubu desu ka? You alright? The voice was scratchy and it sounded like they needed more water, but it was words, Nihongo Japanese. Tears freely fell from his face as he contorted himself to get onto his knees. The giant bump on his back made everything worse, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. It hurt, and Hitoshi is sure that whoever talked to him could tell as they started to panic and tried to help him. His voice cracked as more than Nihongo was spoken. It was the same Earth-like language that Fox used. Like Russian but not? Ningen. Hafanata wa ningen desu. Human. Huff, you're human. It almost made his eyes burn like his back when he heard them again. Hi, so watashitakeha ningenda. Yes, we're human. We. They said we. Hitoshi isn't alone anymore. He honestly can't believe it, like at Fing all. They are in space. They are on an alien spaceship, they have alien companions. He is literally standing by a big bird, and some fed-up sphinx-looking motherfucker he spent most of his time with. He was locked away in a cage, or more accurately a cell that was electrified with cat fox sphinx guy person thing. All of this doesn't add up to him hearing his mother tongue. Tenko's first language is spoken past a large metal door, weak and full of acceptance. Please leave me alone. Then everything seemed to go faster for him. Tenko stepped into the room and confirmed they were human. They weren't aliens, but he forgot to mention the alien part of their little escape team. He didn't know what to do after that though. The kid, because that's another kid, seemed to be in pain, and they had mutations. They didn't look as human as they most likely did when they came onto this DMN thing. Tenko can clearly see claws instead of nails on their hands as they keep balance in a crawling position. A giant hump? Bump? Lump? Was on their back, wrapped in what looked. It looked like the weird scarf things Ta had around his first waist, that was wrapping up the second pair of eyes the guy had. It looked a lot like that, and apparently both of his alien companions had a lot to say about the kid in the room. He felt them shift around when he first got a good look at the kid, and now they're having a hushed conversation. It was pointless though because Tenko still doesn't know what the F they are saying. The main thing is that they need to leave. They've spent long enough in one spot and they need to get on the move again. Quickly going to the tall kid's side and trying to pull them up into a standing position was hard, added weight and all. They weren't heavy though, but the yelps and slight screech from his aliens made the poor kid flinch. Wild and scared purple eyes flicked up to them and seemed as if they were already giving up. Hey, those aliens are with us. They've saved both me and my baby brother, so don't worry about them. Spotting off more facts about the aliens didn't seem to make the kid less worried than saying they helped us, but understandable. He would also not trust non-humans after being locked up and turned into something not human for who knows how long. Kid's hair is purple still, completely thought, so it shouldn't have been that long, right? Tenko himself would probably not trust anyone that these two don't introduce themselves, so guess he's close in that regard too. They were very wobbly on their feet, but that might be due to the fact of the mutations going on, so he didn't bother thinking too hard about it. They'll hurt us. Tenko confidently told the kid no and muttered facts about the Sphinx Fox one and what little he knew about the bird. Izuku would know more, but he's passed out still. That didn't make his new human friend calmer at seeing his baby brother tied up. He then had to explain why that was happening and even give both of the aliens' names to the tinky-winky looking kid. Both Zashi and Shta were trying to ask him something, but they needed to go. Shoving them out the DMN door and passing everything in the room, which made the poor DMN kid more scared. Tenko gave a quick hard stomp on the alien both bird and fox thing left, electing out a rather painful sounding yell. He doesn't care, it's what the BSTRD deserved. He then pushed everyone else out to forget the alien he just hurt. They need to fing leave now, who knows when more guards will come. It didn't really matter how fast they were going, even if Tenko wanted to be faster about it. They just had to fing move. Whatever both his and his brother's aliens were talking about didn't matter as they walked, or speed walk, pick your poison. They were being quiet about it and not looking at their new member much. They just let you take me? The poor purple kid was already out of breath, but that would make sense if they didn't let them do anything. Of fing course they would, they were locked up with us. Tenko didn't look, but he could tell that the kid was staring at him weird. Be by your cage? He rolled his eyes and started to tell the kid how both his baby brother and him have been living in the same space as them for about what felt like 2-ish weeks. Shinso. The kid randomly blurted out as they were waiting for his alien buddies to give them the okay, it's safe to move again. Being stuck in a 4-way hallway SCKED so bad, so many ways to be caught. What was that? Big Bird looked at the sign with a burning hate. Maybe Tenko can't really tell, but they look upset at it. It might be a whole different language to them. It makes sense if this whole ship has its own type of shorthand for talking or writing to throw people off and just to make things quicker. My name me. It's Shinso. As they started off again, Tenko put on an oh shit face because he didn't even tell the fing kid his name. Oh god, Izuku would be hitting him up the head for forgetting something so simple. Nice name, name's Tenko. They weren't walking for long, but he was practically dragging Shinso beside him just to make sure they kept up. This was better than running with this huge backpack on. That was hell for a bit. I'm a boy. He responded in kind, so he now knows this is also a boy. Good, learning all the important stuff here, Tenko. No one is better at this than you, getting all that such important information that would kill him not knowing instead of something useless like, are you hurt anywhere or maybe have you eaten anything? Those are useless things to ask Tenko. Good fing job. I've been with that Sphinx Fox cat person on NE before. Hard talking. With how much energy Shinso showed to have, it wasn't shocking to see him having problems talking and walking. They've been in a cage with someone like Shta before though, that's good to know. He might have more of a preference when dealing with them instead of other aliens. Tenko didn't really care much as long as they didn't treat him like an animal, like the DMN guards did this whole time. They were with me the whole time and the fox guy seems like a chill person, when we aren't running or escaping for our lives. Their aliens' companions looked to also start slowing down, maybe they were finally getting to where they needed to be. They have been going for a while in this direction while not hitting anyone along the way. Tenko notices that they did get close once or twice, but they seem to be distracted with something else. He hopes it was really important and takes a long but time so they won't notice them leaving this cursed place. Get ready, we might be getting to the ship soon. Shinso looked to try to shift, but really he's too tired to do that. Whatever was done to the poor DMN kid must have drained their energy like crazy. If they don't die from whatever those aliens have done to them, then it'll be a long road to recovery. A wing hits the side of his face as Zashi tries to lightly push them closer to a door they just came to. It was very big but only by like double door standards. There was a panel thing beside the door. Shta pulled out a card. Block? Looking thing out of one of the small bags they have. They put the block card to the panel and Tenko watches as it ripples waves like water as the block card thingy slowly sinks into the panel. Man. Izuku would be kicking the sheet out of himself if he knew he was missing this weird tech. Izuku will be beating the sheet out of himself when Tenko informs him of all the weird as shit he missed, because why would he pass up watching that? WWH Huff, what are they do? E. Yeah, he can understand the feel of that. E. Like what the F did SH Ta do? What the F, the door is changing color. Everything so far has been completely understandable technology that us humans could maybe accomplish with time, but no. Now it's this weird sheet and the door melted downward into the ground. What was the point of that? Was it because it's... Oh, so looking into the doorway lets Tenko see it's a hangar room type area. It has many little lights here and there with machines he doesn't understand, but that's not hard to accomplish because Tenko don't do cars. What? How? Huff-fuck-it. After looking for a little and seeing that both their aliens are trying to get them in, Tenko starts dragging Shinso with him into the hangar. Izuku is luckily still held onto SH Ta well with his ropes and the body scarf they have wrapped around him. He needs to get him some liquid food soon and need to get him somewhere safe now. Zashi and SH Ta start quickly guiding them down a ramp, well as quick as they can go, with Tenko dragging Shinso with him and also him refusing to get rid of his bag. It's his life's work, his whole existence is in this bag and he refuses to lose it again. Some shouting could be heard by some ships, probably some type of mechanics that work in this place. Zashi flicks their right wing arm and the metal claws cover their normal ones, making it 100% deadly. He would know because he's seen a guy's throat cut. Out with them. Zashi and SH Ta hiss in the general direction of where the yelling came. It seemed to shut whoever it was up and they went back to guiding them down the ramp. Poor Big Bird was more on edge though, with all their feathers puffed up, and even SH Ta had their mane type hair raised up. Which was weird to look at as it made it seem like a floppy mohawk. They hiss? Shinso was quietly huffing and trying to gain his breath the whole time, so with his sudden talking, Tenko jumped a little. This caused their poor aliens to look around again as they got off the ramp, most likely looking for danger. Tenko just starts walking, dragging Shinso along to make the other two, technically three, move on. Yeah, one's like a cat thing and birds can hiss or even purr like cats, so. They continue to herd them to the ships, both of the aliens having their head on a swivel. They're probably looking for enemies again, or maybe their ship. Did they have a ship? They most likely did, and they would be looking for it of course because Tenko could understand that. Imagining getting a ship that's like a car or maybe like a van that someone lives in? It must have been expensive and probably has a lot of memories in it. Tenko looks around too and sees some small aliens trying to hide around different things laying around. They must be mechanics or something. Zashi says something to one of the closest small aliens and he's pretty sure he hears a squeak in response. Tenko swears the air around the bird gets colder as low and slow words escape their beak. He really is glad he's not in that mechanic's position. SH Ta always seemed like the scarier one, but maybe Tenko should take that back because even if he didn't understand what Zashi said, it still made his skin get goosebumps from it. He could hear many little patting of feet as both big aliens guided them to a ship that was very big. This ship was almost or maybe even bigger than the size of the 2-story haunted house he bought. Going up to the door let him see the damage done to it from most likely people trying to get into it. Tenko lost interest in the door to see both Zashi and SH Ta opening their mouths. SH Ta then grabbed something out of his mouth and then also the birds. Why the F, put that in there? Both little chip-type things were completely dry though. Weird, did they not make saliva? Either way, SH Ta puts the chips into something he can't see on the side of the beat-up looking door. It shuddered for a second until it looked as if it split apart from the center into the doorframe. It even split apart like a spiral. He thought it would just go up, but nope, apparently every bit of common tech was with the cages. Okay. Tenko can deal with this. Both he and Shinso are quickly pushed into the ship. His eyes have to adjust as it was a bit darker in here than out there, but Tenko does notice that SH Ta guides them somewhere as Zashi rushes ahead. Oh, big huff PL place, can I sit now? His Sphinx alien says something to them as they enter a room? Oh nope, it's a cockpit. Glancing around, Tenko can see many different monitors in front of the wall-to-wall window showing the hangar they just left. Without any more med fanfare, he's pushed into a seat that he didn't notice at first. Shinso makes a startled noise but is quickly situated in a seat right by him. SH Ta works quickly to click him and Shinso into place. It feels like the belts are pinching him a little though, and then starts to get Izuku off of himself. If the fox fucker just waited a little, then Tenko would have made sure his little brother got off and into a seat just fine. Zashi twittered then screeched something too. He's guessing SH Ta as the fox sphinx guy struggles for a bit but then got it. His lil Izu almost slipped off, but Tenko was lucky enough that he fell toward him. His arms strained. Safety? belts creaking, as he caught his little brother by his shirt. Izuku's legs slammed into the floor, but at least he didn't fall all the way to the floor, might have some bruises on his legs though. Ta made a distressed chuffing sound but moved on fast as he struggled to move Izu into a seat on the other side of him. Tenko helps the best he could, even if it wasn't much. Ta managed to get Izuku into the DMN seat. Rushing to click all the safety belts into place, Zashi screeched again as Ta finished making sure Izuku was secured into the seat. The Sphinx then swiftly went to a very weird-looking horizontal seat with a raised headrest spot. Ta then gets onto the horizontal seat and lets his legs hang off the side of it, a rest locks into place over his second back. Tenko once again questions if all normalcy was left in their cage as Ta folds his top body backward more to fit where the backrest is and pulls buckles over himself to keep the top part down? Kinda like weird seat belts maybe? He honestly doesn't know and he's getting really tired, but he needs to stay up for Izuku. Tenko needs to make sure these two know how to take care of his little brother. He guesses that he wasn't paying attention because suddenly the engine or something equivalent to that is turning on and they're moving fast. The hangar is a blur as the ship turns and suddenly the only thing Tenko is able to see through the front windows is black with swirling colors of greens, blues, purple, yellows, orange and red, but it honestly looks like a white film is over all of it. Element of opening upward does not prove curly logical and element of opening upward up tack with circle above square image of or equal to element of opening upward square image of or equal to up tack with circle above element of opening upward. The Twitter voice of Zashi fills the cockpit as they start moving to the free open space. Who? His chest feels tight. Up tack with circle above pitchfork, up tack with circle above curly logical and square image of or equal to element of opening upward pitchfork element of opening upward up tack with circle above element of opening upward curly logical and element of opening upward does not prove. Ta grumbles out so quietly that Tenko was barely able to hear their voice over his own racing heart. Does not prove element of opening upward pitchfork element of opening upward. Element of opening upward does not prove curly logical and element of opening upward curly logical and element of opening upward square image of or equal to curly logical and. Those were the last words that were screeched out. If Izuku was awake he'd know what they meant, as Zashi rushes the barrier to the rest of space. I'm scared. A quick look over to Shinso lets Tenko see the younger boy shaking. He must be so scared, being trapped with those monsters for so long and then just being shoved into another situation kinda like the first. This time the kid got his baby brother in him, he's not going to be alone this time so it won't be as scary. Don't worry. Shinso struggles to look over, but when he does Tenko swears that he can see unshed tears in the purple-haired eyes. He grabs onto his hand as the hangar blurs past them and they enter the endless pitch black. You're not alone this time. It was warm, it was soft, he felt safe. That means that something was wrong. Ripping himself from the bed, that was amazing after how long he slept on the floor even when Ta did help him sleep after a little bit. Whipping his head this way and that way as the bright light stung his eyes, white hitting white from wall to wall. Squinting with only one eye as everything was just so very white, Tenko wondered where the hell he was as the last thing he knew was that he was in the pilot room? Maybe? It was fuzzy after they got away and all that Tenko saw was the black of space with dots and far-off colors of galaxies. A blob of yellow moved toward him and that made him flinch, which made him fall backwards and bash his head on the cold metal flooring. It was a guess that it was metal, but from the sound it made when his head hit it, he's positive that it's probably metal. A squawk of something ringed in his ears as his vision swam from all the movement and white lights burning his eyes still, not to mention him hitting his head after falling off the bed. Ah, that skedas, ow, that hurts like a beach twisting on a pole. Shuffling around until he's sitting on his knees, rubbing his head and feeling the bandages from the burn while hot pain that spikes through his skull as some type of wire hits his face doing that very simple action. Taking a look at the thing stuck in his arm, which was probably some kind of drip, made him a little worried, but the puffed up bird fussing around him made him relax a little more. Sorry, I freaked out there for a second, which is understandable but still. A snicker draws his attention over to the other side of his bed, that's probably in some type of med room or some sheet. Making an educated guess with all the white in the room because Tenko is sure it wasn't all white when they came onto their ship, they wouldn't have a shitty ship like the last one they were on. Ignoring his head that was still in pain, his eye that he didn't know if he could see out of and the yellow fuzz ball worried over him, he stood on his knees to look over his bed at the purple-headed boy they saved from the ship too. Shut it Shinso, you're the one who seems to be on bed rest by force. Said boy was laying down on his side, curled up still with an arm cuffed to a part of the bed and has an arm dripping thingy in it as well. Oh, you shut it, I've had enough time in white rooms to have plenty of hate for them. Shinso proceeds to shove his face into the bed, taking slow breaths. Weird. Looking at his bed, there are no pillows unlike with Shinso's. But anyway, Tenko didn't mean to be that much of an butt. He just wanted to mess with him, hoping that it'd help him be distracted. He just half lays on his own hospital bed thing, grumbling. Bird is trying their best to get him back up on the bed. They're acting like he's going to die if the rate of squawks, and he's guessing worried trills are being thrown his way as they push him onto the bed. Well, it was mostly Tenko getting himself onto the bed, but he feels like giving some credit to Zashi. Their name was Zashi, right? Again, it's fuzzy as hell thinking about the time they took to escape. It was. Hey, stop thinking. The calm mellow voice of the purple-headed, he's guessing, Japanese person stopped his train of thought. They were quick at noticing it, and Tenko is lucky it doesn't take much to knock him out of it, unlike his brother. That also begs the question, why is their hair purple? He knows for a fact dyeing one's hair is kinda looked down on. Well, no, it's normal nowadays, but it's the wild colors. Kid also has black tips that are looked down on, and then also if this kid was in school, that would be even worse with them getting in trouble for doing it because it goes against school protocol. Okay, I don't know you that well. Is this a good thinking face or a bad one? Both are ugly, so it's hard to differentiate. I'm a minor, so where are the scape cops? He snorts at that as Birdie? Hashi? The yellow but ball bird thing that kept his baby brother safe, was making sure that the tube thing that is definitely a drip, as it was connected to a bag of something or other. Where the F is Izuku? Looking around didn't help him, half his DMN vision was gone. This is awful, man, as nothing looked out of place. Tenko also couldn't see any other med beds around besides the two other empty ones to the right of him. He had to move his head so that his left eye could see it. Hate this so much. Ano. That's your brother? Right? Looking to the left and right to the classic school delinquent, eye bags and all, he nodded, because what else can he do with Big Bird taking the wheel on moving him around as they please? He didn't need to be manhandled, but he also doesn't know what medical sheet they were doing, and he don't want to mess that up. He would be behind that wall over there. Slightly lifting up his hand to point to the wall about 5 feet away from his bed. That wall went up not long after we came in here. It was like that door thing that led us to the ship bay. Shinso looked confused while trying to describe it, but honestly, same. Tenko's not good at all the technical mumbo-jumbo, but they probably sectioned us off so that Izuku was in a calm and cleaner environment to heal. That's not even taking into account that Tenko doesn't know what health stuff they have. His little brother might need to be sectioned off because of what was being used on him. That he hopes is helping, because he doesn't know if it was because of not eating or a mix of so many other things that could have happened but just not told to him because there was no FING time. I don't really know what they were saying, but it seemed like they needed him to be like, I guess, quarantined like during COVID. Yeah, I get that. They don't really know what we are, or maybe they do. It's hard to tell, but they were so scared of us at first. Even after my cage mate got used to me, everyone else was still terrified. Maybe they think Izuku needs to be separated to heal better, or maybe they think we'll not let them heal him. I really don't know, and this can all just blow up in our face, especially with the one person that knew a lot more of their language is currently probably passed out or still in the deep end of being healed. That doesn't even mention how we have this stuff going into our arms. Does this stuff do anything, or is it like water? Saline? I mean, look at us. I'm so tired, I can't see right. I know I can fight, but I am drained. If I tried to fight right now, while I can tell walking would be hard work, we could both die. I don't know what they have done to you. They have changed something in you because you aren't just human anymore. Is that why they wanted us? Were we meant to be science experiments and that's it? If they were doing research on us, they would have figured out that we are like living thinking people and just ignored it. If you didn't see how many more people or animals, I don't know, there were just so many others there in that room while I was in my cage and thinking about how Izuku could be dead right now, and they are just hiding it until they could tell me. I mean, I was the most violent out of all of them, right? I'm used to being that aggressive and needing to do something, but what if they don't see it that way and just keep me locked in here or put me somewhere I'll be stuck in FO-. Okay, stop, no. Tenko took a big breath as Shinso frantically waved his arms around. The one that was cuffed to the bed couldn't move much, but the kid was trying. His eye focused back in to see Bird absolutely losing it at the screen besides his bed. It SCKS so much FING, but that FING half his DMN vision is just black. Feathers sticking up in every direction, really living up to the name Yellow Puff Ball. He was about to open his mouth, about to say something, but the sound of something else skidding down a hallway caught his attention. Looking to the door that was opened and to the right of him, gave him the chance to see SH Ta skid past the door a bit before fixing himself and running into the room. automatically speeding their way up to him, tipping his head this way and that way as their other hand laid on his chest. Words falling out of the cat centaur thing's mouth, but Tenko is unable to understand them. They have us hooked up like hospital, so I was going to tell you to keep calm, but I wasn't much better when I was being put in here. It was expected, or maybe they're just warriors. You know. Having the Sphinx Fox alien basically smothering him, probably trying to see what was wrong with him or what happened to him. Tenko trying his best to look over at the Shinso kid was harder than it seemed as Ta refused to let him out of their grip. They ran their fingers through his hair, making purring sounds and acting like an honest-to-God wet cat. Since he couldn't look at the purple kid to talk to him, he just decided to slightly yell to make sure he was heard better. You know English? I do, but I'd rather speak my mother tongue instead of the confusing knots and twists that is the English language. The poor kid sounded scared and tired. With all they've been through, it makes sense. Shinso is most likely just trying to push everything out of their head to try and stay calm, because with how these two are practically babying him, being all up in his space and manhandling him, Shinso must have experienced that to the fullest degree and is trying to make sure it doesn't happen again. The best way to get them to stop is just kinda laying down and waiting it out. Tenko followed the instructions and just let the two over-worried aliens run their course. He'll ask about Izuku later. Only now noticing how sleepy he actually was, he must have used up what little energy that was saved up. Tenko did notice that he wasn't hungry, so at least his cage mate must have found a way to give him food. That must mean Izuku is being fed somehow too. That alone lets him fall asleep even if he wasn't about to see his baby brother, even when he was somehow being quarantined to keep him healthier. Ta worrying over him as Zashi looked over whatever the medical thing was telling them. Tenko fell asleep. It wasn't a peaceful sleep, but it also wasn't an awful sleep either. It was something Tenko needed though. Sure, I don't know what happened. They were just relaxing, okay, maybe not relaxing, but they were calm after throwing themselves off of the med bed. Then Tenku started to just talk, and their breathing got worse, their BPM started rising. It wasn't like our purple one over here. He flicked some of his feathers in the purple fledglings' direction, making them curl up more on themselves. They were so scared of both of them, but the feather-fragile trust they gave them was a miracle. If it wasn't for their other two younglings, maybe they would have attacked them already or still be locked up in that sick metal box with other poking at them. It's just that instead of it starting out strong like with purple, we really need to get their name. It was slow, and Tenku didn't lash out at all even when not being able to see on their right side. They just seemed to freeze as they lost more and more air. His life mate fusses with their light blue one. They were luckily falling back to sleep after exhausting themselves. It was good that they didn't ask for Izuku, because showing them where the little nestling was would probably make them freak out even more. Just thinking about what they found out about his little baby bird made his beak clack. Seeing what Biodiscoverer found and pointed out to them. Malnutrition, on the verge of starvation. Many minerals and vitamins are missing, slightly dehydrated. The different blue and purple colorization that was slowly showing themselves on his nestling's arms plus their other body parts were broken blood vessels. Light hypothermia after being cold for so long, no matter how hard Zashi tried to keep them warm. Their hair was slowly shedding in the cell, so Zashi thought it might be because of stress, but it was the lack of food they were getting as they were unable to give nutrients to their very little hair that was on their body. He's already had to rub an ointment into their skin so it doesn't dry out, as that was also a cause of them not eating. With them also being cold all the time, their fingers, toes and other small extremities being a light blue or gray in color, a way to help was to keep them warmer. There was so much more that Zashi couldn't even begin to think of that they were trying to treat while waiting for Recovery Girl to fly out to them, but they were so far away. It wasn't like they weren't also trying to get closer to her either. Meeting in the middle will save so much time, and they needed all the time they could get. Ta was just actually talking to her as she was helping with which nutrients liquid should be given to the little green one. An easy-to-absorb water mineral solution that can be drained into their arm, and then a disgusting tube that goes down their throat for soft semi-liquid food to be put into their stomach. Both being designed to absorb easily, so it didn't matter that it was on a slow drip into their stomach or bloodstream. It will easily integrate into their body without much issue. It's just that they don't have many of them. They were meant to hold over a crew for a few days before getting food or some type of sustenance into them, not to hold someone over being basically starved before a medical professional could get to them. Zashi, you can check on Izuku. I know how worried you are about them. Don't act like you aren't worried about them either, especially when we don't know. He didn't finish that sentence and just let it hang in the tense air around them. Zashi didn't really want to speak it into reality. With everything against their nestling, it was clear as day that Izuku probably was. Of course I'm worried, but I also know that you need to see them more than me. I'm close to them, but you're closer. I'm also trying not to get attached just in case. It was quiet for a while. Purple kept looking between both of them as Zashi slowly made his way over to the entrance spot for the divider. No other words were spoken as a quick flick of Shure's scarves followed by light swaying gave all Zashi needed to know. He responded with a tail flick and a crest flare so that Shure knew he understood what he was saying. The entrance spot opened to reveal a darker part of the medbay with a few beds. In the center of this side of the room stood a lone bed surrounded by hundreds of different monitors, screens and wires attached to a tiny body that lays to still. Making his way over, he can see the very soft rise and fall of his hatchling's chest, indicating that they were still alive and that the machines in here didn't lie to him yet. Coming right to the side of the bed, as close as he could be while pulling a chair for him to sit in, Zashi could see the deep dark marks covering Izuku and the ones also under their eyes. His wings tremble as he slowly brings it up to gently and softly move a piece of hair out of their eyes, not wanting his talons anywhere near such a fragile chick. Ta was already attached but couldn't handle looking at their hatchling in this state. It was clear as a breeze to see the small tremble in his scarf that he tried to calmly float around himself. Putting all his worry on the older of the two would at least mean that his Shure wouldn't overdo it with Izuku. That dumb Arame would hold himself in the room to protect such a weak chick without eating or taking care of himself, and Shure knows it. A stuttering breath left his beak at the thought of Recovery Girl not making it on time, of Ta standing guard over an already cold and dead nestling. They won't let it come to that though. Recovery Girl will get here in time. Zashi won't have to hold another cold dead nestling.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.